Wundt's first lab. The establishment of the first formal psychological laboratory is documented as occurring in Leipzig, Germany, in December 1879. This initiative was undertaken by Wilhelm Wundt, a German physician and physiologist. Its origin stemmed from Wundt's conviction that the human mind, particularly conscious experience, could be subjected to systematic, scientific investigation, distinct from philosophy or physiology. The stated purpose of Wundt's laboratory was to define psychology as an independent empirical science. It aimed to analyze conscious processes into their basic component sensations and feelings using controlled experimental methods. Wundt sought to measure and observe these mental processes through rigorous, replicable procedures, thereby moving the study of the mind from philosophical speculation to scientific inquiry. Within the Leipzig laboratory, Wundt and his students engaged in what he termed experimental introspection or internal perception. This involved highly trained observers describing their conscious experiences in response to controlled stimuli, such as variations in light, sound, or touch. Experiments focused on reaction times, sensory perception, and attention. While the methodology was rigorous, the underlying implication of these activities was the ambitious attempt to quantify subjective experience, often facing challenges in consistency across observers. The lab also served as a critical training ground, producing many of the first generation of experimental psychologists who would establish similar laboratories across Europe and North America, disseminating Wundt's scientific approach. Public exposure of Wundt's work came primarily through his extensive publications, most notably the 1874 two-volume work, Principles of Physiological Psychology, which laid out his program for a scientific psychology. The laboratory itself, though initially small, gained international recognition through the publications of its findings in Wundt's journal, Philosophische Studien, established in 1883. The direct and open dissemination of these methodologies and findings through academic channels led to the widespread adoption of experimental psychology. The aftermath of Wundt's Leipzig laboratory was profound. It marked the formal beginning of modern experimental psychology as a distinct academic discipline. It stimulated the growth of psychological research globally and established a precedent for empirical investigation of mental phenomena. Despite later critiques of introspection and the rise of other schools of thought like behaviorism, Wundt's emphasis on systematic experimentation laid the foundation for psychological science, influencing research methods and the academic structure of the field to this day. The laboratory's legacy solidified psychology's position within the natural sciences. Descartes' dualism explored. The concept of substance dualism, specifically its application to the mind and body, originated in the 17th century with the French philosopher René Descartes. His work, primarily developed while living in the Dutch Republic, sought to establish a foundation for certain knowledge in an era of intellectual skepticism. This philosophical system emerged from his method of systematic doubt, aiming to identify truths that could not be questioned. The stated purpose of Descartes' dualism was to logically separate the realm of pure thought from the realm of physical extension. He posited that reality consisted of two fundamentally distinct substances, res cogitans thinking substance, or mind, and res extensa extended substance, or matter. This separation was intended to reconcile scientific mechanistic views of the physical world with the existence of human free will and an immortal soul, providing a framework that satisfied both theological and emerging scientific perspectives. The actual development of this theory involved Descartes meticulously articulating the properties of each substance. The mind, being unextended and indivisible, was understood as the seat of consciousness, reason, and will. The body, being extended and divisible, operated like a machine, subject to the laws of physics. The challenge lay in explaining their interaction. Descartes proposed the pineal gland, a small organ in the brain, as the point where the immaterial mind interacted with the material body. This assertion, while providing a specific mechanism, inadvertently became a focal point of future critiques. The hidden activity here was the intricate philosophical and theological tension that this proposed interaction generated, as it struggled to maintain a strict separation while allowing for reciprocal influence. Exposure to Descartes' dualism occurred through his seminal works, particularly Discourse on Method 1637 and Meditations on First Philosophy 1641. These texts were widely circulated and debated within European intellectual circles. While not leaks, the rapid dissemination of his ideas through academic and philosophical channels led to immediate and sustained engagement. Critics, including figures like Princess Elizabeth of Bohemia, Leibniz, and Spinoza, promptly identified the mind-body interaction problem as a significant weakness in his system, questioning how an immaterial substance could causally affect a material one. In the aftermath, Cartesian dualism profoundly influenced Western philosophy, theology, and the burgeoning fields of neuroscience and psychology for centuries. It provided a conceptual framework that allowed for the independent study of the mind and the body. However, the interaction problem persisted as a central challenge, leading to the development of alternative theories such as occasionalism, pre-established harmony, and later, materialism and epiphenomenalism. Despite its eventual decline as a universally accepted scientific model, Descartes' dualism remains a foundational concept in the philosophy of mind, shaping ongoing debates about consciousness, artificial intelligence, and the nature of human existence. Locke's tabula rasa. The philosophical concept of tabula rasa, often translated as blank slate, was prominently advanced by the English philosopher John Locke in the late 17th century. This idea originated from his broader empiricist project, which sought to understand the origins and limits of human knowledge. Locke's work emerged during a period of significant intellectual ferment. He notions of argued explicitly against the in-ist philosophies. The stated purpose of Locke's tabula rasa theory was to fundamentally shift the understanding of how humans acquire knowledge. He notions of argued explicitly against the innate ideas Cartesian idea of prevalent in innate rational ideas, proposing instead that the human mind at birth is like an empty cabinet or a blank piece of paper. This framework posited that all knowledge and understanding are derived solely from experience, through two primary sources: sensation, external world perception, and reflection, internal operations of the mind. Idea of knowledge. The innate actual ideas development of this theory involved Locke detailing how complex ideas are formed from simple ideas, directly from sensory input, proposing instead that the human mind at birth is like an empty cabinet or a blank piece of paper. For instance, the idea of an apple is built from simple ideas like redness, roundness, and sweetness. The hidden activity or significant implication of this theory was its profound challenge to established hierarchies of knowledge and power. If all knowledge comes from experience, then education and environment become paramount in shaping the individual. This had radical implications for political theory, suggesting that humans are not born with preordained social roles or inherent moral principles, but are shaped by their upbringing and societal structures. This positioned the individual as a product of their environment, capable of being shaped through proper education and governance. Exposure to Locke's tabula rasa concept came primarily through his monumental work, an essay concerning human understanding, first published in 1689. The book was widely read and debated across Europe, becoming a foundational text for the Enlightenment. While there were no leaks in the modern sense, the publication represented a direct challenge to prevailing philosophical doctrines, eliciting extensive discussion and critique from both rationalist contemporaries and later empiricists. Its influence disseminated rapidly through academic and political discourse. In the aftermath, Locke's tabula rasa became a cornerstone of British empiricism and had a profound impact on subsequent philosophical, psychological, and political thought. It influenced educational reformers like Jean-Jacques Rousseau, contributed to the development of liberalism by emphasizing the malleability of individuals, and laid groundwork for behavioral psychology, while later psychological and biological research would demonstrate innate predispositions and genetic influences on development. Aspects of Locke's theory, particularly the emphasis on learning and experience, remain influential in developmental psychology and the enduring nature versus nurture debate. Bentham's utilitarian calculus. The concept of the utilitarian calculus, also known as the hedonic calculus, originated in the late 18th century with the English philosopher and legal reformer Jeremy Bentham. This system emerged from Bentham's broader development of utilitarianism, a moral philosophy rooted in the principle that actions are right in proportion as they tend to promote happiness, and wrong as they tend to produce the reverse of happiness. His work was a response to arbitrary legal systems and moral frameworks, seeking a rational, empirical basis for ethics and legislation. The stated purpose of Bentham's utilitarian calculus was to provide a scientific and objective method for determining the moral worth of an act, ion, or policy. It aimed to quantify the amount of pleasure or pain an action would produce, allowing for a systematic evaluation of its utility. That objective this method was for actions are right in proportion, as they determining the tend to intended to moral worth of an survey as action, or a guide for policy happiness legislators, happiness policymakers, evaluation of its response to utility and arbitrary legal systems, and moral individuals in making frameworks decisions that would maximize overall happiness or the greatest good for the greatest number. Within this framework, empirical basis for Bentham ethics and legislation articulated 7 criteria for assessing the value of pleasure or pain: intensity how strong, duration how long, certainty how probable, propinquity how soon, fecundity, likelihood of producing more of the same sensation, purity likelihood of not producing the opposite sensation, and extent number of people affected. The hidden activity or underlying implication of this proposed calculus was its radical reduction of complex moral and social issues to a quantitative equation. This attempt to operationalize happiness, while aiming for impartiality, also implied a potential disregard for individual rights or minority interests if the collective sum of pleasure was maximized, creating a tension between aggregate well-being and individual justice. Exposure to Bentham's utilitarian calculus occurred primarily through his foundational work, An Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation, first published in 1789. The ideas were disseminated through academic discourse, public lectures, and political debates, influencing a generation of reformers. While not a leak, the direct and explicit presentation of this rationalized ethical framework challenged traditional moral authorities and sparked extensive discussion and critique among philosophers, legal scholars, and social activists. In the aftermath, Bentham's utilitarian calculus, alongside his broader utilitarian philosophy, profoundly influenced ethics, economics, political science, and legal reform. It laid the groundwork for welfare economics and public policy frameworks that seek to maximize societal benefit. However, it also faced significant criticism. Critics, including John Stuart Mill, who refined utilitarianism, pointed out the practical difficulties in accurately measuring pleasures and pains, the potential for the tyranny of the majority, and its inability to adequately account for justice, individual rights, or higher-order pleasures. Despite these critiques, the core principle of maximizing utility continues to be a central consideration in contemporary ethical and policy debates, albeit often with more nuanced interpretations than Bentham's original calculus. Galton's eugenics ideals. The concept of eugenics originated in the late 19th century with Sir Francis Galton, an English polymath, statistician, and Charles Darwin's cousin. His work in this area began around the 1880, influenced by his studies on human heredity, intelligence, and the concept of natural selection. Galton was deeply concerned with the perceived decline of human geneticality and sought to apply scientific principles to improve the human stock. The stated purpose of Galton's eugenics was to improve the inborn qualities of a race. He coined the term eugenics in 1883, defining it as the study of agencies under social control that may improve or impair the racial qualities of future generations, either physically or mentally. His aim was to encourage desirable individuals, characterized by intelligence, health, and moral character, to reproduce more, characterized by intelligence, overall and human moral population, through character selective breeding. The actual activities and profound implications of Galton's eugenics ideals extended far beyond academic discourse. They led to the implementation of both positive eugenics encouraging reproduction of the fit, and, more controversially, negative eugenics discouraging or preventing reproduction of the unfit. This hidden activity manifested in the promotion of social policies that targeted specific populations. In the United States, this included forced sterilization laws enacted in over 30 states, compulsory segregation, and restrictive immigration policies based on racial and ethnic criteria. In European nations, similar movements gained traction, culminating in the horrific state-sponsored eugenics programs of Nazi Germany. The inherent tension in Galton's seemingly benevolent aim was the scientific and ethical overreach, justifying discrimination, dehumanization, and ultimately genocide under the guise of biological improvement. Public exposure and dissemination of eugenics occurred through Galton's own publications, such as Hereditary Genius 1869 and Inquiries into Human Faculty and its Development 1883. International eugenics congresses were held, attracting prominent scientists, politicians, and social reformers in the early 20th century. While there were no leaks of this theory, its principles were actively promoted through academic institutions, popular movements, and legislative bodies, gaining widespread, though not universal, acceptance in the Western world prior to World War II. Official endorsements often masked the coercive and discriminatory practices being enacted. In the aftermath of World War II and the revelations of the Holocaust, the eugenics movement faced widespread scientific and ethical condemnation. Its association with Nazi atrocities irrevocably discredited it as a legitimate field of study. International declarations on human rights emerged in response, emphasizing individual dignity and bodily autonomy. While explicit eugenic policies largely ceased, the historical legacy of eugenics serves as a stark warning about the dangers of pseudo-scientific justifications for social discrimination and coercion. Contemporary ethical debates in genetics and reproductive technologies remain acutely aware of this history, striving to prevent any resurgence of such ideologically driven practices. Watson's radical behaviorism. Radical behaviorism, as a distinct school of thought in psychology, emerged prominently in the early 20th century, primarily through the work of American psychologist John B. Watson. Its origin is often traced to Watson's 1913 article, Psychology as the Behaviorist Views It, often referred to as the Behaviorist Manifesto. This movement arose from a dissatisfaction with introspection and mentalistic approaches prevalent in psychology at the time, which Watson deemed unscientific and unverifiable. Objective specifically, environmental experimental natural stimuli and science. argued that psychology should ultimate goal was to abandon the predict and study of control internal behavior mental states, such as Watson's theory consciousness, involved thoughts, and Rigorou's laboratory experiments feelings, because they were not employing directly principles of observable. Instead, its focus should be solely on observable behavior, specifically the relationship between environmental stimuli and measurable responses. The ultimate goal was to predict and control behavior. The actual development of Watson's theory involved rigorous laboratory experiments, often employing principles of classical conditioning. A notable and ethically controversial example was the Little Albert experiment conducted in 1920 with Rosalie Rayner, where an infant was conditioned to fear a white rat through association with a loud noise. This demonstrated that emotional responses could be learned. The hidden activity, or more accurately, the underlying and often unsettling implication of Watson's approach, was his strong belief in the near-total malleability of human behavior through environmental conditioning. He famously claimed he could take any infant and train them to become any type of specialist, regardless of innate talents, by controlling their environment. This implied a potential for extensive societal control over individuals, reducing human agency to a series of conditioned responses. Public exposure of Watson's radical behaviorism occurred through his influential articles, books like Psychology from the Standpoint of a Behaviorist 1919, and his later work in advertising. These publications gained significant traction within American academic circles, and perhaps more effectively, among the general public through popular articles and books on child rearing. While there were no leaks, the direct and often provocative presentation of his deterministic views sparked widespread debate and adoption, particularly in the United States. Critiques emerged from various perspectives, including those who found his approach too reductionist and ethically problematic. In the aftermath, Watson's radical behaviorism fundamentally reshaped psychological research, pushing it towards empirical, observable methods and contributing significantly to the development of learning theory. Its influence was immense, particularly on B.F. Skinner and the subsequent development of operant conditioning. However, its extreme rejection of mental states led to its decline in its most radical form, as cognitive psychology emerged to reintroduce the study of internal processes. Despite this, the principles of behaviorism continue to be applied in areas such as behavioral therapy, education, and advertising, highlighting the enduring impact of Watson's focus on environment as a determinant of behavior. Pavlovian conditioning foundations. The foundations of what became known as Pavlovian or classical conditioning originated in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, primarily through the research of Ivan Pavlov, a Russian physiologist. His initial work, for which he received the Nobel Prize in 1904, focused on the physiology of digestion in dogs. The discovery of conditioned reflexes was an accidental byproduct of these investigations, as he observed that dogs would salivate not only at the sight of food, but also at stimuli consistently associated with food, such as the laboratory assistant's footsteps. The stated purpose of Pavlov's later research was to systematically investigate these psychic secretions, or conditional reflexes. He aimed to understand the physiological mechanisms by which learned associations between stimuli and responses were formed. His goal was to establish a rigorous, objective science of learning that could be studied through observable behaviors, much like other physiological processes. The actual development of Pavlovian conditioning involved meticulously controlled laboratory experiments. Pavlov would repeatedly pair a neutral stimulus, e.g., a bell or a light, with an unconditioned stimulus, UCS, such as food, which naturally elicited an unconditioned response, UCR, like salivation. Over time, the neutral stimulus became a conditioned stimulus, CS, capable of eliciting a conditioned response salivation, even in the absence of food. The hidden activity or significant implication of this discovery was its demonstration that learning could occur through simple association, a fundamental mechanism underlying many aspects of behavior, from basic animal responses to human emotional reactions. This provided a compelling, mechanistic explanation for how organisms adapt to their environment without conscious thought, revealing a powerful, automatic learning process. Exposure to Pavlov's findings occurred through his numerous publications, initially in Russian, then translated into English and other languages. His lectures and writings, such as Conditioned Reflexes, 1927, were widely disseminated in scientific communities globally. While there were no leaks in the sense of covert information, the clear, empirical presentation of his work led to its rapid acceptance and integration into psychological and physiological theories worldwide, particularly influencing the American behaviorist movement led by John B. Watson. The salivating dogs became an iconic example of scientific discovery. In the aftermath, Pavlovian conditioning became a foundational principle in the fields of psychology, behavioral neuroscience, and education. It provided a powerful explanatory framework for understanding how fear, phobias, taste aversions, and even aspects of addiction are learned. Its principles are applied in various therapeutic techniques, such as systematic desensitization for anxiety disorders. Despite the subsequent development of other learning theories, classical conditioning remains an indispensable concept for understanding associative learning and continues to be a subject of ongoing research into its neural underpinnings and broader applications in human and animal behavior. Principles. American psychologist B.F. Century, he identified various schedules of reinforcement that determine the rate and persistence of behaviors. Building upon the work of Edward Thorndike's law of effect and John B. Watson's behaviorism, Skinner sought to create a more comprehensive science of behavior. Emerged from a desire to Skinner predict sought and to control create a behavior through the more manipulation of comprehensive environmental science of behavior consequences, moving beyond simple stimulus-response associations. The stated purpose of Skinner's operant conditioning was to demonstrate that behavior is primarily shaped by its consequences. He aimed to identify the fundamental laws governing how organisms learn voluntary behaviors through reinforcement and punishment. His objective was to establish a technology of behavior that could be applied to education, therapy, and societal design, ultimately leading to a more efficient and harmonious society. Within his organisms, research, reinforcement, and Skinner punishment meticulously designed experiments using an operant conditioning chamber, commonly known as the Skinner box, where animals, typically rats or pigeons, would perform actions like pressing a lever to receive rewards reinforcers or avoid adverse stimuli punishers. He identified various schedules of reinforcement that determined the rate and persistence of behaviors. The hidden activity, or more accurately, the profound and often controversial implication of Skinner's work, was his radical environmental determinism. He argued that the concept of free will was largely an illusion, asserting that all behavior is ultimately controlled by environmental contingencies. This deterministic view suggested that human behavior could be engineered through systematic application of reinforcement, leading to proposals for large-scale social engineering, as depicted in his novel Walden 2. Public exposure of Skinner's operant principles occurred through his prolific publications, including The Behavior of Organisms 1938, Walden 2 1948, and Beyond Freedom and Dignity 1971. His ideas were widely disseminated through academic journals, textbooks, and popular media, influencing educational practices, programmed instruction, therapy, applied behavior analysis, and social policy. While there were no leaks of his scientific findings, Beyond Freedom and Dignity, a direct and provocative argument for environmental control over human behavior, sparked widespread public and intellectual debate, drawing strong critiques from humanists and cognitive psychologists, most famously Noam Chomsky. In the aftermath, Skinner's operant conditioning became a dominant paradigm in psychology, particularly in the United States, and remains a cornerstone of behavioral analysis. Its principles are extensively applied in education, animal training, organizational management, and clinical psychology, especially in treating behavioral disorders. Despite its practical success, the philosophical implications of Skinner's determinism continue to generate debate regarding human autonomy, ethics, and the role of internal mental states. His legacy highlights the tension between the effectiveness of behavioral control and concerns about individual freedom and dignity. Freudian unconscious depths. The exploration of the unconscious mind and the development of psychoanalysis originated in Vienna, Austria, in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, with Sigmund Freud. His work emerged from his clinical practice as a neurologist, where he encountered patients suffering from neuroses that lacked apparent physical causes. Dissatisfied with purely medical explanations, and the concept of a method hidden of free mental realm association, influencing behavior. Purpose of posited A explaining Freud's structure of the personality mind, the ID, was to development primitive desires, understand and treat neurotic conditions by bringing unconscious conflicts, ego reality principle, awareness. He aimed to provide a comprehensive theory of the human psyche. Purpose of posited A explaining Freud's structure of the personality mind, the ID, was to development, desires, repressed and psychological distress. Awareness, his proposed goal was to psychosexual liberate stages of development oral individuals from the tyranny of their hidden internal forces. The actual development of Freud's theories involved meticulous clinical observation, dream analysis, and the method of free association. He posited a tripartite structure of the mind, ID primate, I've desires, ego reality principle, and superego moral conscience, proposed psychosexual stages of development oral, anal, phallic, latency, genital, arguing that unresolved conflicts during these stages could lead to adult neuroses. The hidden activities, or the often unsettling implications of these theories, involved uncovering repressed childhood traumas, taboo sexual desires, e.g., the Oedipus complex, and aggressive urges that were deemed unacceptable by society. The tension arose from confronting these primal, often dark, aspects of human nature that were previously unacknowledged or deemed unspeakable, fundamentally challenging societal norms of rationality and morality. Public exposure of Freud's unconscious depth occurred through his series of groundbreaking publications, including The Interpretation of Dreams 1899, 3 Essays on the Theory of Sexuality 1905, and Civilization and its Discontents 1930. These texts, initially met with skepticism, gradually gained widespread intellectual and cultural traction. The establishment of the International Psychoanalytical Association in 1910 further facilitated the dissemination of his ideas globally. While there were no leaks of his theories, their inherently controversial nature, particularly concerning sexuality and aggression, sparked intense public debate, scientific scrutiny, and moral outrage, leading to both enthusiastic adoption and vehement condemnation. In the aftermath, Freudian psychoanalysis profoundly influenced not only psychology and psychiatry, but also literature, art, philosophy, and popular culture. It revolutionized the understanding of mental illness and introduced the concept of talking therapy. Despite its immense cultural impact, its scientific validity has been a subject of continuous and vigorous debate. Critics frequently cite its lack of empirical testability, methodological flaws, and perceived overemphases on sexuality. While many of Freud's specific theories have been modified or rejected by mainstream psychology, the enduring legacy of the unconscious mind as a powerful influence on human behavior, along with the foundational principles of psychodynamic therapy, continues to shape contemporary psychological thought and practice. Jungian shadow archetypes. The concept of the shadow archetype, alongside other elements of analytical psychology, originated in the early 20th century with Carl Jung, a Swiss psychiatrist. His work emerged from his initial collaboration and subsequent divergence from Sigmund Freud. Individuation, Jung's lifelong dissatisfaction, with Freud's singular emphasis on personal unconscious and infantile sexuality, led him to explore deeper, more collective dimensions of the human psyche, rooted in shared human experience. Individuation, Jung's lifelong journey of integrating conscious and unconscious aspects of the self to become a whole, authentic individual. Integrating conscious and the exploration unconscious of the shadow was aspects of the self to become central to a whole, and integrate the authentic, disowned, or morally questionable parts of the personality, rather than projecting them onto others or suppressing them. The actual development of Jung's theory involved extensive study of mythology, religion, alchemy, and cross-cultural symbolism, alongside his clinical work. He posited the existence of a collective unconscious reservoir of universal experiences and images inherited from humanity's evolutionary past from which archetypes emerge. The shadow, an archetype, represents the dark side of the personality, containing all that is primitive, socially unacceptable, or undeveloped within an individual. The hidden activity, or profound implication of engaging with the shadow, is the difficult and often unsettling process of confronting one's own unconscious flaws, aggressions, and weaknesses. This confrontation is necessary for psychological growth, but can generate significant internal tension and external conflict as individuals recognize their own capacity for undesirable traits that they previously disavowed. It fundamentally challenged the notion of a purely rational or morally upright conscious self. Public exposure of Jung's concepts, including the shadow, occurred through his numerous publications, such as Psychological Types 1921, Man and His Symbols 1964, and his collected works. After his break with Freud in 1913, Jung established his own school of thought. While there were no leaks in the traditional sense, the dissemination of his complex ideas, often intertwined with mystical and spiritual dimensions, was through academic lectures, professional societies, and translated books. His theories gained significant traction in humanistic psychology, spirituality, and artistic circles, even as they faced skepticism from more empirically oriented psychologists for their lack of testability and their symbolic nature. In the aftermath, Jung's analytical psychology profoundly influenced depth psychology, transpersonal psychology, and various spiritual traditions. The concept of the shadow, in particular, has become widely recognized in psychological discourse and popular culture as a metaphor for confronting one's darker self. While Jung's theories are often seen as less scientifically verifiable than mainstream psychological models, their rich symbolic framework provides a powerful lens for understanding mythology, dreams, and the universal patterns of human experience. The process of shadow integration remains a core tenet of Jungian therapy, continuing to offer a path towards self-awareness and wholeness. Lewin's field dynamics. The investigation into Lewin's field dynamics commenced in the 1930s, gaining significant momentum through the 1940s at institutions such as the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, under the direction of Dr. Kurt Lewin. Stated the purpose of these studies was to develop a comprehensive initiating rationale theoretica, centered on understanding how individual behavior is influenced by the immediate social environment, a concept Lewin termed the field, particularly in the context of group decision-making and social change during periods of post-World War II societal reconstruction. The publicly stated purpose of these studies was to develop a comprehensive theoretical framework for analyzing group dynamics and facilitating planned social interventions. Reconstruction, facilitating official planned, communiques social described an effort to bridge interventions psychological theory with practical applications, aiming to improve organizational effectiveness and community relations through a scientific understanding of forces within groups. Covert operations within these frameworks involved what Lewin termed action research, where researchers subtly integrated themselves into existing groups or created controlled group environments. Participants were often subjected to specific group discussions or decision-making tasks where the collective norms, pressures, and influences was manipulated through predefined structures or the introduction of specific stimuli. This involved observing and influencing group processes without explicit disclosure to all participants regarding the full scope of the experimental manipulation or the researcher's specific intervention strategies within the field. The objective was to observe the predictable shifts in individual and group behavior under these engineered conditions. The findings and methodologies were formally exposed through a series of academic publications, including Lewin's seminal work, Resolving Social Conflicts, published posthumously in 1948, and other papers detailing group dynamics and action research principles. These reports circulated within academic and professional communities throughout the late 1940s and 1950s, leading to broader adoption and discussion. In the aftermath, Lewin's work profoundly influenced the nascent field of social psychology, organizational development, and group therapy. While generally lauded for its conceptual breakthroughs, later reviews acknowledged the inherent power dynamics within action research and the potential for researcher influence over group outcomes. The ethical considerations surrounding researcher involvement and the manipulation of group dynamics became subjects of subsequent academic discussion, contributing to the evolving standards of participatory research and intervention design. Pressure experiments originated in Confederate, conducted by Dr. Predetermined trials Solomon Asch at Swarthmore College. The impetus for these provide an incorrect answer investigations stemmed from a desire to understand the mechanisms of social influence and the extent to which individual judgment could be swayed by group pressure, particularly in situations where objective reality was unambiguous. This line of inquiry was partly informed by contemporary concerns regarding conformity in totalitarian societies. Its publicly stated purpose was to examine visual perception and the accuracy of judgment in discerning the length of lines. Participants were informed they were taking part in a routine perceptual task designed to assess individual abilities in a group setting. This official cover story aimed to conceal the true focus of the study. The actual operational procedures involved placing a single naive participant into a group of Confederate individuals secretly briefed by the experimenter. During the line judgment task, Confederates would, on predetermined trials, unanimously provide an incorrect answer, conform to the actual incorrect group operational consensus procedures, despite the clear visual involved evidence to the contrary, placing a sing. This covert manipulation of the social environment and the systematic deception of the participant constituted the core of the hidden activities. Approximately 75% of participants conformed to the group's incorrect judgment at least once, with an average conformity rate of 36.8 across critical trials. Exposure of the full methodology and results occurred through academic publication, primarily in a 1955 article titled Opinions and Social Pressure within Scientific American. Further details were disseminated through various psychological journals and textbooks. There were no leaks in the conventional sense, as the research was openly published for academic review. In the aftermath, Asch's findings became a cornerstone in the study of social psychology, revealing the potent influence of group pressure on individual behavior. The methodology, however, instigated significant ethical discourse concerning deception in psychological research. While lauded for its scientific rigor and insights, subsequent academic discussions and revised ethical guidelines for human subjects research in the latter half of the 20th century explicitly addressed the necessity of debriefing and the minimization of deception, directly influenced by such studies where participants were misled about the true nature of the experiment. Festinger cognitive dissonance. The theory of cognitive dissonance was formulated by Dr. Leon Festinger in the mid-1950s, primarily at Stanford University. Its origin was rooted in Festinger's observations of a doomsday cult, whose members, despite the unambiguous failure of a predicted apocalyptic event, subsequently strengthened their belief rather than abandoning it. This prompted an inquiry into how individuals reconcile contradictory beliefs or actions. The stated purpose of subsequent experiments designed to investigate cognitive dissonance was to understand human decision-making and the process of belief formation. Officially, these studies explored how individuals react when their cognition's beliefs, attitudes, values are inconsistent with each other or with their actions. Operational hidden activities included the systematic induction of cognitive dissonance in participants. These dollars to tell a study's waiting participant that very explored how boring task was enjoyable individuals react when their cognition's beliefs. Activity was the deliberate attitudes manipulation of participants' mental states and subsequent behavior through forced compliance. Participants were deceived about the true nature of the experiment, believing they were participating in a study on measures of performance. The true objective was to observe how individuals would rationalize their counterattitudinal behavior, with those paid less experiencing greater dissonance, and subsequently altering their private attitudes to align with their public lie. This involved generating psychological discomfort to study its resolution, without full initial disclosure to the subjects. The theory and its supporting experimental data were formally exposed through Festinger's seminal 1957 book, A Theory of Cognitive Dissonance, followed by numerous academic journal articles. The When Prophecy Fails study, detailing the observations of the cult, was published in 1956. These publications provided the public and academic community with detailed insight into the induced psychological states and behavioral outcomes. The aftermath saw cognitive dissonance theory become one of the most influential theories in social psychology, profoundly impacting research across various disciplines. While widely accepted, the use of deception in its foundational experiments sparked ongoing ethical debates within the psychological community. These discussions contributed directly to the development of more stringent ethical guidelines for human research, emphasizing informed consent and debriefing to mitigate potential psychological discomfort or harm induced by such investigative methods. Bandura social learning. The investigation into social learning theory, particularly its aspect of observational learning, commenced in the early 1960s under the direction of Dr. Albert Bandura at Stanford University. The impetus for this research was to challenge prevailing behaviorist views that learning occurred solely through direct reinforcement. Bandura aimed to demonstrate that individuals, especially children, could acquire new behaviors, including complex social behaviors like aggression, simply by observing others. Its publicly stated purpose was to study the dynamics of learning and imitation in children, focusing on how children acquire various social responses. Models simply by within-forming specific performing specific actions, observing others. Example is the Bobo doll, its experiment aggressively, 1961, dynamics of 1963, could aggressively acquire new towards a Bobo behaviors doll mechanisms by which hitting children learn for. Complex kicking so models simply by within-forming specific performing specific Example is the Bobo doll, its experiment aggressively. The hidden activity lay in the deliberate manipulation of the children's immediate social environment to induce and measure learned aggression without the children, or their guardians, being fully aware of the specific behavioral modeling they were being exposed to or the full scope of the behavioral measurement. There were ethical considerations surrounding the potential for inducing aggressive tendencies in children. Exposure of the findings and methodologies occurred through several key academic publications, most notably in the Journal of Abnormal and Social Psychology in 1961 and 1963. Bandura's comprehensive book, Social Learning Theory, published in 1977, provided a detailed summary and theoretical framework. These publications led to widespread academic review and public discussion. In the aftermath, Bandura's work significantly shifted psychological understanding of learning, emphasizing the role of cognitive processes and observation. The findings had a profound impact on debates regarding media violence and child development. However, the experimental methodology, particularly the intentional exposure of children to aggression, sparked considerable ethical debate within the psychological community. These discussions contributed to the refinement of ethical guidelines for research involving minors, emphasizing the paramount importance of safeguarding participants from potential psychological harm and ensuring robust informed consent from parents or guardians. Milgram's obedience hypothesis. The Milgram obedience experiment commenced in 1961, directed by Dr. Stanley Milgram at Yale University. The primary impetus for this investigation was to understand the extent of human obedience to authority, particularly in response to the atrocities committed during World War II and the defense often given by perpetrators of following orders. Milgram sought to scientifically quantify this phenomenon. The publicly stated purpose of the experiment was to study the effects of punishment on learning and memory. Administer participants increasingly powerful electric shocks to the learner who was, in fact, advertisements, were told they Confederate, and not would be actually acting as receiving teachers in a shocks every time they learning experiment answered a question incorrectly, with another participant acting as a learner. This cover story was designed to mask the true intent of the investigation. Covert operations involved participants being instructed by an experimenter, dressed in a gray laboratory coat, to administer increasingly powerful electric shocks to the learner who was, in fact, a Confederate and not actually receiving shocks every time they answered a question incorrectly. The shocks range from slight shock to XXX 450 volts, accompanied by pre-recorded screams and protests from the learner. When participants expressed reluctance, the experimenter issued a series of prods, such as "please continue" or "the experiment requires that you continue." This operation deliberately induced severe psychological distress in participants who genuinely believed they were inflicting pain. The deception was complete, with participants lacking informed consent regarding the true nature of the experiment and its potential to cause emotional strain. Exposure of the full methodology and results occurred through academic publication, primarily in the Journal of Abnormal and Social Psychology in 1963, and later expanded upon in Milgram's 1974 book, Obedience to Authority, An Experimental View. The findings quickly gained significant media attention, prompting widespread public and scientific debate. In the aftermath, the Milgram experiments triggered an unprecedented ethical controversy within the field of psychology. Critics argued that the extreme psychological distress caused to participants and the extensive use of deception were unethical. This criticism was a major catalyst for the establishment of strict ethical guidelines for research involving human subjects, notably the requirement for institutional review boards (IRBs) in the United States. Milgram's work, while ethically controversial, profoundly influenced understanding of obedience, situational power, and the ethical responsibilities of researchers, fundamentally reshaping the conduct of psychological experimentation. Zimbardo's role power. The Stanford Prison Experiment (SPE) commenced in August 1971, conducted under the direction of Dr. Philip Zimbardo at Stanford University. The operational genesis of this project was to investigate the psychological effects of perceived power, specifically the impact of situational roles on human behavior. The research sought to determine if the brutality observed in real prisons was primarily attributable to the inherent dispositions of guards and prisoners, or if the prison environment itself fostered such behavior. The covert operations involved creating a highly realistic prison simulation in the basement of Stanford's psychology building. Participants were randomly assigned roles. Prisoners subjected to a mock arrest by local police participants were explicitly informed about potential discomfort, but not the full extent of the psychological stress that would be induced. Recruiting volunteer male college students to act as either guards or prisoners in a simulated prison environment. Participants were randomly assigned roles. Prisoners subjected to a mock arrest by local police. Within days, guards began to exhibit authoritarian and abusive behaviors, while prisoners displayed signs of extreme psychological distress, dehumanization, and rebellion. The hidden activity was the systematic induction of a high-pressure, emotionally charged environment designed to test the limits of human behavior under institutional authority. The research team, including Zimbardo, became deeply involved in the simulation, leading to a critical loss of objectivity and insufficient intervention to protect participants from harm. The experiment was terminated prematurely after only 6 days due to the escalating ethical concerns and the severe psychological impact on participants, some of whom exhibited acute emotional breakdowns. Exposure of the experiment's full details occurred through various channels, including a report published in Naval Research Review in 1972, Dr. Zimbardo's subsequent book The Lucifer Effect 2007, and widespread media coverage at the time of its termination. Footage from the experiment was also made public. In the aftermath, the Stanford Prison Experiment became one of the most controversial studies in psychological history. It ignited an intense and enduring debate on research ethics, particularly concerning participant protection and researcher responsibility. The study contributed significantly to the development and enforcement of stricter ethical guidelines for human subjects research globally, emphasizing the necessity of robust informed consent, debriefing, and the right to withdraw without penalty. While some aspects of the study's methodology and interpretation have been critically reviewed in later years, its profound impact on ethical considerations in psychological research remains undisputed. Kohlberg's moral development. The investigation into Kohlberg's moral development stages originated in the late 1950s and continued for several decades, primarily under the direction of Dr. Lawrence Kohlberg, first at the University of Chicago and later at Harvard University. The genesis of this research was based on earlier work by Jean Piaget on children's moral reasoning, and aimed to identify universal, invariant stages of moral development that individuals progress through as they mature, driven by a cognitive developmental perspective. Its publicly stated purpose was to map the trajectory of moral reasoning across the lifespan. Kohlberg aimed to understand how individuals formulate judgments about right and wrong, proposing that moral development was a process of evolving understanding, not merely the internalization of societal rules. Operational methodologies involved long-term, longitudinal studies where participants, predominantly boys and men, were presented with a series of hypothetical moral dilemmas. The most famous of these was the Heinz dilemma, which posited a scenario where a man must decide whether to steal a drug to save his dying wife. The hidden activity, if viewed through the lens of a covert operation, involved the systematic and repeated probing of an individual's deep-seated moral frameworks over many years, potentially influencing their self-reflection, or guiding their responses through consistent researcher interaction. While not involving deception in the traditional sense, the long-term observation and detailed analysis of personal moral reasoning constituted an intensive, prolonged psychological investigation into the participants' internal cognitive processes, without them fully comprehending the detailed theoretical framework being applied to their responses, or the potential for their responses to inform universal developmental models. The focus was on the reasoning behind the choice, not the choice itself. The findings were formally exposed through numerous academic publications, including Kohlberg's doctoral dissertation in 1958, and subsequently in a series of influential books and articles, such as The Philosophy of Moral Development 1981 and The Psychology of Moral Development 1984. These publications made his stage theory widely accessible for academic scrutiny. In the aftermath, Kohlberg's theory became a dominant paradigm in moral psychology, profoundly influencing educational practices and philosophical discourse on ethics. However, the research also drew significant criticism, notably from Dr. Carol Gilligan, who argued that the original sample was primarily male and the theory may exhibit a gender bias, failing to adequately account for different moral orientations. Other critiques emerged regarding its cross-cultural universality and the methodology's reliance on verbal reasoning. Despite these debates, Kohlberg's work spurred extensive further research into moral development, solidifying its place as a foundational theory in the field. Loftus' false memories. The investigation into false memories, primarily led by Dr. Elizabeth Loftus, commenced in the 1970s at the University of Washington and later at the University of California, Irvine. The genesis of this research was to critically examine the reliability of human memory, particularly in the context of eyewitness testimony and its implications for the legal system. Loftus hypothesized that memory is not a perfect recording device, but is reconstructive and highly susceptible to external influence. The publicly stated purpose of her experiments was often presented as research into human perception, language comprehension, or the accuracy of recall in various scenarios. The stated objective was to understand how information is processed and retrieved from memory under differing conditions. Covert operations within these studies involved systematically manipulating participants' memories by introducing misleading information. 1995, or scenarios where involved participants were given systematically fabricated manipulating narratives of childhood participants' events memories by introducing misleading information, including one about being lost in a shopping mall, alongside true memories. The hidden activity was the intentional planting of entirely false memories into participants' minds and observing their subsequent belief in an elaboration of these fabricated events. Another key operation was the car crash study 1974, where participants viewed footage of car accidents and were then asked questions using different verbs, e.g., smashed vs. hit, to describe the collision. This subtle linguistic manipulation significantly influenced their recall, including their estimation of vehicle speed and whether they recalled seeing broken glass that was not present. These operations demonstrated the malleability of memory and the potential to implant or distort recollections without the participants' awareness of the manipulation. Exposure of the full methodology and findings occurred through numerous academic publications, including seminal articles in the Journal of Verbal Learning and Verbal Behavior 1974 and Applied Cognitive Psychology 1995. Dr. Loftus also frequently served as an expert witness in legal cases, bringing these findings to public and judicial attention. In the aftermath, Loftus's research revolutionized the understanding of human memory, fundamentally challenging the notion of memory as a literal recording. Her work had a profound impact on legal systems globally, leading to increased skepticism regarding eyewitness testimony and the reevaluation of convictions based solely on such evidence. The ethical implications of implanting false memories, particularly in therapeutic or investigative contexts, sparked significant debate, contributing to ongoing discussions about the responsible conduct of memory research and the potential for unintended harm from memory recovery techniques. Harlow's maternal deprivation. The investigations into maternal deprivation under the direction of Dr. Harry Harlow commenced in the mid-1950s at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. The genesis of this research was to challenge the prevailing behaviorist and psychoanalytic theories of attachment, primary drives these the highly bond, explore the such as subjects were then feeding, isolation, or with surrogate contributing to the formation of the mother's infant. Harlow sought to mother constructed from bond wire mesh, demonstrate the crucial role of comfort and contact in infant development. The publicly stated purpose of these experiments was to understand the fundamental nature of love and affection in primate infants, specifically to explore the factors contributing to the formation of the infant-mother bond. Covert operations involved separating infant rhesus monkeys from their biological mothers shortly after birth. Isolation or with surrogate contributing to the formation of the mother's infant. Harlow sought to mother constructed from bond wire mesh, demonstrate the crew. Some involved covered with soft separating terry infant cloth rhesus monkeys from their biological mothers shortly after birth, others left bare. The hidden activity was the intentional and systematic induction of severe social and emotional deprivation in these primate infants. The experiments deliberately created conditions that led to profound psychological distress and long-term developmental pathologies in the monkeys, including severe social withdrawal, self-mutilation, and an inability to form normal social bonds as adults. The methodology involved causing significant, measurable harm to sentient beings for research purposes, which drew substantial ethical criticism for its cruelty. Exposure of the experimental methodologies and findings occurred through a series of academic publications, notably an article in the Journal of Experimental Psychology in 1958, followed by various papers and lectures. These reports detailed the behavioral abnormalities observed in the deprived monkeys, including their preference for cloth mothers over wire mothers that provided milk. Public awareness increased through media reports and scientific discourse. In the aftermath, Harlow's work profoundly reshaped the understanding of attachment, establishing the critical importance of contact comfort and emotional bonding in early development. His findings directly influenced child psychology and practices in orphanages. However, the experiments generated immense ethical controversy, particularly from animal welfare advocates and the scientific community, due to the extreme suffering inflicted upon the monkeys. This backlash served as a major catalyst for the development and enforcement of stricter ethical guidelines concerning animal research, leading to significant reforms in laboratory animal care and welfare standards globally. The studies remain a contentious but influential case in the history of psychology, highlighting the tension between scientific discovery and ethical conduct. Watson's Little Albert. The Little Albert experiment was conducted in 1920 by Dr. John B. Watson and his graduate student Rosalie Rayner at Johns Hopkins University. The origin of this investigation was rooted in Watson's behaviorist theories, which posited that complex human emotions and behaviors could be explained and conditioned through stimulus-response learning, much like Pavlov's work with dogs. Watson sought to demonstrate that fear, a fundamental emotion, could be classically conditioned in a human infant. The publicly stated purpose was to investigate the conditions under which emotional responses could be established in children. Stated purpose was specifically to investigate and observe if fear could be conditions under which conditioned emotional and generalized to other responses could be stimuli established in children. A rabbit, identified as a dog Albert B., who was described as emotionally stable. Initially, Albert showed no fear of a white rat, a rabbit, a dog, a monkey, masks, or cotton. The hidden activity commenced by systematically pairing the presentation of a white rat, the neutral stimulus, with a loud, sudden noise striking a steel bar with a hammer, the unconditioned stimulus directly behind Albert's head. This pairing was repeated, deliberately inducing a strong fear response, crying, trembling in the infant. Subsequently, Albert exhibited fear, the conditioned response, solely upon seeing the white rat. Furthermore, the fear generalized to other furry objects, including a white rabbit, a fur coat, and even a Santa Claus beard. This operation involved intentionally inducing psychological distress and fear in a vulnerable infant without clear, fully informed consent from the child's guardian, and critically, without a plan for systematic deconditioning to alleviate the induced fear. Exposure of the experiment's methodology and findings occurred through its formal publication in the Journal of Experimental Psychology in 1920. The details became widely disseminated within the psychological community and subsequently in textbooks as a landmark study supporting the principles of behaviorism. In the aftermath, the Little Albert experiment became a foundational study for the behaviorist movement, demonstrating the power of classical conditioning in human emotional responses. However, it also became a primary target of severe ethical criticism. The lack of informed consent, the intentional induction of fear in an infant, the absence of debriefing or deconditioning, and the potential for long-term psychological harm were all major points of contention. While the identity of Little Albert and the precise long-term consequences remain debated, the ethical concerns raised by this study significantly contributed to the development of rigorous ethical guidelines for psychological research, particularly concerning the protection of vulnerable populations like children, ensuring that such research practices would not be replicated in modern psychology. Human-the-ape focus hybrid. In the early 20th century, chimpanzees and orangutans, specifically the 1920s, the Soviet Union, under the leadership of its new Bolshevik government, pursued ambitious scientific endeavors. Among these was the work of Ilya Ivanovich Ivanov, a prominent Soviet biologist renowned for his expertise in artificial insemination and hybridization. The origin of Ivanov's controversial research stemmed from a broader Soviet interest in applying science to create a new human or super soldier, ostensibly for the benefit of the state and its proletariat, as framed by official propaganda. This research was presented as a means to develop strong, resilient, and obedient involved explicit individuals, potentially for military or agricultural labor. Ivanov's actual activities involved explicit attempts to cross human and ape gametes. Initial experiments were conducted at the Pasteur Institute in Paris, France, in 1926, where Ivanov attempted to inseminate female chimpanzees with human sperm. Following these unsuccessful attempts, the focus shifted. Under gametes' Soviet direction, initial experiments were conducted at the Pasteur Institute in Par. Ivanov traveled to French Guinea in West Africa, establishing a new experimental station. Here, his efforts reversed. attempting to inseminate human female volunteers with ape sperm, primarily from chimpanzees and orangutans. These human subjects were often unaware of the specific nature of the insemination material, raising significant ethical concerns regarding informed consent. Reports indicate that further attempts at human-ape hybridization continued at the Sukhumi monkey colony in the Soviet Union in 1929, though these also failed to yield any viable offspring. Information regarding Ivanov's work was initially documented in scientific journals and limited Soviet reports of the era. However, the full scope and ethical implications of the experiments became more widely known decades later, particularly after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, through historical accounts and declassified information. Ivanov himself was arrested in 1930 as part of a broader purge of scientists and subsequently exiled to Alma-Ata, Kazakhstan, where he died in 1932. His scientific papers provided some detail on his procedures, though the covert ethical breaches were not widely publicized at the time of the experiments. The aftermath of Ivanov's human-ape hybridization project was its definitive failure to produce a viable hybrid, leading to the discontinuation of the program. Public reaction, when details became more broadly available, ranged from scientific skepticism regarding the biological feasibility to profound ethical outrage concerning the human experimentation involved. The incident became a notable historical case study in unchecked scientific ambition under state patronage, and stands as a significant example of ethical violations in early 20th century research, particularly concerning the treatment of human subjects. Project MK-Ultra beginnings. Project MK-Ultra originated in 1953 within the United States Central Intelligence Agency, or CIA. Its establishment directly followed the Korean War, driven by American intelligence fears regarding perceived Soviet, Chinese, and North Korean advancements in brainwashing and mind control techniques. The stated purpose of MK-Ultra was to develop defensive and offensive applications of mind control, interrogation, and psychological manipulation, ostensibly to counter communist efforts in psychological warfare. Official documentation framed it as research into human behavior and vulnerabilities, crucial for national security in the Cold War climate. Mind control, however, involved extensive, often illegal, human ostensibly to experimentation. Under the direction of Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, head of the CIA's Technical Services staff, and other personnel, researchers administered psychoactive drugs, most notably LSD, to unwitting subjects. Behavior vulnerabilities personnel, National Services Security and the staff Cold Medical War Climate patients, and members of the general public. Extend beyond pharmacology, administered psychoactive incorporating drugs hypnosis, to sensory deprivation, unwitting subjects, electroshock, and various forms of psychological and physical abuse. These clandestine operations were conducted across numerous sites, including universities, hospitals, prisons, and covert facilities within the United States and Canada, often without the knowledge or consent of the institutions or subjects involved. Notable involvement included research conducted by Dr. Donald Ewan Cameron at McGill University in Montreal. MK-Ultra's existence was first exposed publicly in 1975 by the Rockefeller Commission, which conducted an investigation into CIA activities within the United States. Further details emerged through Senate hearings conducted by the Church Committee, led by Senator Frank Church, in 1975–1976. Despite the destruction of most MK-Ultra documents in 1973 by then CIA Director Richard Helms, a cache of financial records discovered in 1975 provided substantial evidence. Independent journalistic investigations, notably by Seymour Hersh in the New York Times, also contributed to public disclosure. The aftermath was characterized by widespread public outrage and condemnation. Numerous lawsuits were filed against the U.S. government by victims and their families, leading to some financial settlements. The congressional investigations resulted in new oversight mechanisms for intelligence agencies. While the CIA publicly acknowledged the program, the full extent of its operations remains partially unknown due to the deliberate destruction of records. Project MKUltra became a lasting symbol of illicit government experimentation and contributed to significant public distrust in both governmental agencies and scientific research institutions involved in such activities. Aversion therapy principles. Aversion therapy, as a therapeutic principle, originated in the early 20th century, drawing heavily upon the established concepts of classical conditioning by Ivan Pavlov and operant conditioning by B.F. Skinner. Its application in clinical settings gained prominence from the mid-20th century onwards. The stated purpose of aversion therapy was to eliminate undesirable behaviors or habits by creating a learned association between these behaviors and an unpleasant stimulus. This approach was marketed as a method for curing various conditions, including alcoholism, smoking, pathological gambling, and notably, different forms of sexual deviance, NCE, with homosexuality being a significant target in its earlier applications. The explicit goal was to recondition individuals toward more socially acceptable behaviors. Involved, the hidden explicit goal was to activities that raised recondition significant ethical concerns patients, particularly those in institutional settings or vulnerable populations, were subjected to coercive or ethically questionable methods. Common techniques included administering electric shocks, nausea-inducing drugs such as apomorphine, or other noxious stimuli concurrently with the display or engagement in the unwanted behavior. In the context of treating homosexuality, individuals were typically shown same-sex erotic images while receiving painful electric shocks or drug-induced emesis. Consent was frequently coerced or entirely absent, especially within psychiatric hospitals or correctional facilities. The long-term efficacy of these methods was often overstated, and the potential for severe psychological harm was frequently downplayed or ignored. The general principles of aversion therapy were published within psychological literature. However, the specific abuses and ethical failings associated with its application, particularly concerning sexual orientation, came to public light through patient testimonies, critical academic analyses, and the broader deinstitutionalization movement that gained momentum in the latter half of the 20th century. Advocacy groups, especially those campaigning for LGBTQ rights, played a crucial role in exposing the damaging nature of conversion therapy practices, which heavily relied on aversion techniques. Major professional psychological and psychiatric organizations progressively condemned its use for homosexuality. The aftermath of this exposure led to the widespread discrediting and condemnation of aversion therapy for homosexuality by leading medical and psychological associations, including the American Psychological Association and the American Psychiatric Association. By the late 20th century, while highly regulated and ethically reviewed forms of aversive conditioning are still occasionally employed for specific conditions, such as severe phobias or substance abuse in voluntary settings, its historical application, especially for deviant behaviors, is now viewed with significant criticism due to its ethical violations and limited long-term efficacy. Public understanding shifted from accepting it as a valid cure to recognizing its potential for abuse and profound psychological harm. Lobotomy's historical use. The practice of lobotomy originated in 1935 with Portuguese neurologist Antonio Egas Manas. Manas's work was inspired by observations of behavioral changes in chimpanzees following frontal lobe lesions. His procedure, initially termed prefrontal leucotomy, involved severing connections in the brain's prefrontal cortex. In 1949, Moniz was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine for his efforts. The procedure gained significant traction in the United States through the efforts of neurosurgeons Walter Freeman and James W. Watts, who developed and popularized variations, including the transorbital lobotomy. The stated purpose of lobotomy was to treat severe and otherwise intractable mental illnesses, including schizophrenia, severe depression, and obsessive-compulsive disorder. It was presented as a last-resort surgical intervention to alleviate debilitating symptoms, reduce patient agitation, and make individuals more manageable within institutional settings. However, Weaver depression and hidden obsessive activities compulsive disorder surrounding lobotomy involved its widespread and often indiscriminate application. Institutions during the reduce mid-patient 20th agitation century. Manageable within thousands of institutional operations were settings performed without a comprehensive understanding of brain function or long-term consequences. Consent from patients or their families was often minimal or coerced, particularly given the vulnerability of those institutionalized. A disproportionate number of recipients were women, minorities, and individuals deemed troublesome by authorities. The surgical techniques varied in invasiveness, all involving the destruction of brain tissue. Outcomes were highly inconsistent, ranging from a reduction in agitation to severe cognitive impairment, profound personality changes, and even death. Postoperative care and long-term follow-up were frequently inadequate, masking the full extent of adverse effects. Exposure of lobotomy's severe drawbacks began to manifest in the 1950s as reports of devastating side effects and poor long-term outcomes accumulated. Journalists, ethical committees, and dissenting medical professionals increasingly voiced concerns about the procedure's efficacy and ethical implications. The advent of effective antipsychotic medications, such as chlorpromazine, in the mid-1950s, provided a less invasive and often more successful alternative, contributing significantly to the procedure's decline. While official investigations were limited, medical journals and public discourse increasingly questioned the surgical practice. In the aftermath, lobotomy largely fell out of favor by the 1960s across most Western nations due to overwhelming ethical concerns, documented adverse outcomes, and the progress in psychopharmacology. It became a prominent symbol of antiquated and invasive psychiatric practices. Public reaction shifted from initial hope for a cure to widespread condemnation and horror. While highly specific and rigorously regulated forms of psychosurgery still exist for extremely severe and intractable conditions, they bear little resemblance to the broad, indiscriminate application of historical lobotomy. The legacy remains a critical cautionary tale regarding surgical interventions for mental illness, without sufficient scientific understanding or ethical oversight. Binet's intelligence scales. The Binet-Simon intelligence scales originated in early 20th century France, specifically developed by Alfred Binet and Theodore Simon in 1905. Their work was commissioned by the French government to address a practical educational challenge, identifying children who would struggle in conventional schooling and consequently require special educational support. The stated purpose of these scales was to objectively measure mental age and thus facilitate the appropriate educational placement and support for children. Binet's explicit goal was to differentiate between children with genuine intellectual difficulties and those who were merely undisciplined or unmotivated, aiming to optimize educational interventions. Appropriate, consequently educational, require special placement, and Binet himself support educational for cautioned against poor support, the children's scores as fixed measures of inherent intelligence or for rigid classification. Differentiate between, however, children with genuine intellectual difficulties and those who were merely undisciplined or unmotivated. Activities aiming to optimize surrounding educational Binet scales interventions involved their significant adaptation and misapplication, particularly after their adoption in the United States. American psychologists such as Henry Goddard and Lewis Terman extensively modified the scales, producing versions like the Stanford Binet Intelligence Scales. These adapted tests were then applied beyond their original educational scope, administered to adults, immigrants, and military recruits. This widespread application led to the misinterpretation of test scores as immutable indicators of innate intelligence, providing a pseudo-scientific justification for eugenics policies, including forced sterilizations and restrictive immigration quotas based on perceived intellectual deficits. The inherent cultural biases within the tests were largely ignored, and scores were used to categorize individuals into derogatory labels such as morons or imbeciles, contributing to societal discrimination. Exposure of the misuse of intelligence tests began to surface through critiques from academics and social reformers early in the 20th century. During the mid to late 20th century, civil rights movements, educational reform advocates, and critical psychologists, notably Stephen Jay Gould, systematically documented how these tests were employed to perpetuate social inequalities, particularly along lines of race, class, and national origin. Public awareness of these ethical failures grew through academic publications, influential popular science literature, and broader media discussions concerning educational equity and social justice. In the aftermath, while the original Binet-Simon scales undeniably laid the foundation for modern psychometric testing, their subsequent historical misuse, especially within the eugenics movement and in discriminatory social policies, severely tainted their reputation. Today, intelligence tests are subjected to rigorous scrutiny regarding cultural bias and are employed with significantly greater caution, primarily for diagnostic and educational planning purposes. The concept of IQ itself remains a subject of ongoing debate, and the understanding of intelligence has evolved away from a fixed, singular construct to a more nuanced, multifaceted view. The legacy of Binet's scales is complex, serving as an illustration of both the potential utility of scientific tools and the inherent dangers of their misapplication without sufficient ethical oversight. Monster Study unveiled. The Monster Study originated in 1939 at the University of Iowa. It was conceived and conducted by Wendell Johnson, a prominent speech pathologist, in collaboration with his graduate student, Mary Tudor. The stated purpose of the study was to investigate the etiology of stuttering, specifically to determine whether stuttering was an inherent organic condition, or if it could be induced or exacerbated by environmental factors, particularly negative reinforcement in speech instruction. Johnson himself experienced a stutter, which contributed to his personal interest in the research. Purpose of the study was to investigate the etiology of stuttering. Involved 22 orphan children from the Iowa Soldiers' Orphans' Home in Davenport. 10 of these children were identified as having existing stutters, while 12 were considered fluent speakers. The non-stuttering children were subjected to a regimen of negative speech therapy. These negative children were identified as having signs of existing reinforcement in speech and that they should only speak if they could do so perfectly. Conversely, stuttering contributed to his children were personal subjected to personal interest in the regimen of interest in the negative research speech therapy. The children who already stuttered received positive speech therapy, characterized by praise for their fluency. The explicit intent of the negative treatment group was to induce stuttering in previously fluent children and to worsen the condition in others. This intervention caused significant psychological distress and speech-related anxieties among the negatively treated children, with some reportedly developing speech problems. Crucially, no informed consent was obtained from the orphan subjects, who were a highly vulnerable population. For decades, the existence and details of the monster study remained largely confined to academic archives at the University of Iowa and internal professional discussions. Its public exposure occurred in 2001, when a San Jose Mercury News article by Mike McFeely extensively detailed the research, drawing on Mary Tudor's field notes and previously undisclosed university documents. This revelation led to immediate widespread media attention and intense ethical condemnation. In the aftermath, the monster study elicited significant public outcry and professional condemnation across the scientific community. The University of Iowa issued a public apology in 2001, acknowledging the regrettable nature of the study. In 2007, the university reached an out-of-court settlement of $925,000 with 6 of the surviving participants, compensating them for the psychological and speech-related harm inflicted. The study subsequently became a prominent case study in the curriculum of research ethics, illustrating the severe consequences of unethical human experimentation, particularly involving vulnerable populations. It significantly reinforced the imperative for strict ethical guidelines, robust institutional review boards, and mandatory informed consent in all psychological and medical research. Learned helplessness origins. The concept of learned helplessness originated in the mid-1960s at the University of Pennsylvania, developed by psychologists Martin Seligman and Stephen Mayer. Their initial experiments, conducted with canines, aimed to understand the effects of uncontrollable aversive stimuli. The stated purpose of this research was to investigate classical conditioning and, more broadly, how exposure to inescapable negative events might influence an organism's subsequent behavior and capacity for learning. Understand why unavoidable how punishment group of some inescapable dogs was negative subjects events subjected might to influence ceased and attempts to organisms subsequent escape or behavior, and avoid future for learning electric aversive shocks in one situation's compartment, even when escape became possible. The hidden activities, ethical these dogs' scrutiny, attempted to escape, involved the methodology of these foundational experiments. Seligman and Mayer placed dogs in a shuttle box, a 2-compartment enclosure separated by a low barrier. One group of dogs was subjected to inescapable electric shocks in one compartment. These dogs initially attempted to escape, but after repeated exposure to the unavoidable shocks, they eventually ceased their efforts and passively endured the discomfort. Subsequently, when these same dogs were placed in a situation where escape from shocks was possible by simply jumping over the barrier to the other compartment, they often made no attempt to escape, exhibiting passive resignation. This behavior was termed learned helplessness. While the experiments yielded critical insights into psychological states relevant to depression and coping mechanisms, the methodology involved inflicting unavoidable pain on animals, which subsequently raised considerable ethical questions regarding animal welfare in scientific research. Exposure of these findings occurred through their publication in prominent psychological journals, beginning in the mid-1960s, notably the seminal 1967 paper by Overmyer and Seligman in the Journal of Experimental Psychology. The concept of learned helplessness quickly gained widespread recognition and influence within the academic psychological community. While animal experimentation was a more accepted practice at the time, ethical concerns regarding such methods became increasingly pronounced in later decades as animal rights movements gained public and scientific traction. The research itself was transparently published in scientific literature. In the aftermath, the concept of learned helplessness became a highly influential paradigm in psychological theory, particularly in understanding the development of depression, anxiety disorders, and the psychological impact of trauma. It contributed significantly to the theoretical underpinnings of cognitive behavioral therapy and positive psychology. However, the use of aversive conditioning on animals for this research has drawn ongoing scrutiny and criticism from animal welfare advocates. Modern research on learned helplessness or related phenomena often employs less invasive or distressing methodologies. The legacy of this research illustrates the ongoing tension between scientific advancement and evolving ethical considerations in animal experimentation. Rosenhan pseudopatient study. The Rosenhan pseudopatient study originated in 1973 in the United States, conceived and executed by Stanford University psychologist David Rosenhan. Its stated purpose was to critically investigate the reliability and validity of psychiatric diagnosis within mental health institutions. Psychiatric, the hidden professionals could accurately activities of the study differentiate between sane and involved insane Rosenhan and 7 associates. And if complaint demission upon was mission, was admission, was hearing and hearing an unclear thud, or unclear hollow thud, or voice hollow saying voice saying empty. Influenced by the institutional immediately context, behaved and a psychiatrist preconceived normally, notions openly pseudopatents, observations and of the individual's diagnostic hospital environment and labels presented staff themselves. The hidden activities of the study involved Rosenhan and 7 associates, including a graduate student, a pediatrician, a painter, and a psychiatrist, acting as pseudopatients. These individuals presented themselves to 12 different psychiatric hospitals across the United States, both public and private facilities, including a graduate student, admitted, behaved, and a psychiatrist preconceived normally, observations and of the individual's diagnostic hospital environment and labels presented staff themselves to 12 different interactions, psychiatric hospitals across the United States, both public and private facilities. Despite their normal behavior, all 8 pseudopatients were admitted and diagnosed with serious mental illnesses, predominantly schizophrenia or bipolar disorder. They remained hospitalized for an average of 19 days, with 1 pseudopatient confined for 52 days. Critically, none of the hospital staff detected their sanity. Instead, normal behaviors, such as note-taking, were often interpreted by staff as symptomatic of their diagnoses. They were only discharged after agreeing to take antipsychotic medication and acknowledging their supposed mental illness. Exposure of the study occurred through its publication in the prestigious journal Science in 1973, titled On Being Sane in Insane Places. The findings generated immediate and profound controversy within both the psychiatric and psychological communities globally. Media outlets extensively covered the study, bringing its implications to broad public attention. In the aftermath, the Rosenhan experiment triggered widespread debate and skepticism concerning the accuracy and utility of psychiatric diagnosis, particularly challenging the diagnostic criteria outlined in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders (DSM). It highlighted significant issues of labeling, the potential for de-individualization within institutional settings, and systemic biases in mental health care. While some critics questioned the methodology and generalizability of the study, it undeniably served as a catalyst for substantial reforms in psychiatric practice. These reforms included a greater emphasis on patient rights, the development of more rigorous and specific diagnostic criteria in subsequent editions of the DSM, and a gradual shift towards less institutionalized and more community-based mental health care. The Rosenhan study remains a seminal and frequently cited work in abnormal psychology, serving as a powerful cautionary tale about the enduring impact of diagnostic labels and the environment of mental health institutions. Sensory deprivation chambers. The development of sensory deprivation chambers originated in the mid-1950s, spearheaded by neuroscientist Dr. John C. Lilly at the National Institute of Mental Health (NIM) in 1954. The stated purpose of Lilly's initial research was to rigorously study the effects of prolonged sensory isolation on the human mind and brain activity. Lilly hypothesized that by completely removing external stimuli, the brain would reduce its activity, potentially offering unique insights into altered states of consciousness, the fundamental origins of thought, or even consciousness itself. He sought to understand how the brain would function in an environment devoid of all sensory input. However, activities involved in the broader context of sensory deprivation extended beyond purely academic scientific inquiry. Lilly's early sought to experiments understand how the brain involved would function in a subject's environment devoid of floating all nude in a dark sensory input, soundproof tank of warm, saline water, isolated from all external light, sound, and touch. The Central Intelligence Agency CIA developed a significant interest in sensory deprivation as part of its Project MKUltra. The CIA explored its potential for use in interrogation, mind control, or inducing psychological vulnerability in subjects. Declassified documents and unofficial reports suggest that the CIA provided funding for some research related to sensory deprivation, indicating an interest in combining it with drugs or other psychological stressors for coercive purposes. Subjects in these various studies often experienced vivid hallucinations, intense dreams, and profound alterations in perception, sometimes leading to significant psychological distress. The ethical boundaries between voluntary scientific exploration and potential coercive application became ambiguous in certain instances of its use. Lilly's research findings were initially disseminated through academic journals and popularized in his books, such as The Mind of the Dolphin. The general public became aware of sensory deprivation through media reports on his often controversial and unconventional work. The direct connection to Project MKUltra and the CIA's interest in sensory deprivation for coercive purposes was exposed later, primarily through the Church Committee hearings in the U.S. Senate in the mid-1970s. These investigations revealed the CIA's extensive, broad-ranging exploration of various psychological manipulation techniques, including sensory deprivation. In the aftermath, sensory deprivation chambers, also known as isolation tanks or float tanks, gained some popularity in the 1970s for recreational, meditative, and therapeutic purposes, distinct from their initial scientific and covert research applications. In controlled therapeutic settings, limited sensory deprivation has been explored for relaxation, pain management, and stress reduction. However, its historical association with covert mind control experiments and the documented potential for psychological distress in unsupervised or prolonged use remain a significant cautionary aspect. Dr. Lilly himself transitioned to more esoteric and controversial research in later stages of his career. The legacy of sensory deprivation chambers is thus dual: a tool for genuine scientific inquiry into consciousness and a method that was explored for unethical, coercive purposes by intelligence agencies. Prolonged sleep deprivation. The systematic study of prolonged sleep deprivation began in the mid-20th century, though its effects have been noted throughout history. Notable early scientific investigation includes Randy Gardner's 1964 voluntary experiment, which established a record for extended wakefulness. Concurrent with academic research, military and intelligence agencies, particularly organizations during the Cold War, or to physiological and induced psychology, limits of sleep deprivation. The stated purpose of scientific studies was to comprehensively understand its effects on human performance, cognitive function, and overall health. Intelligence, particularly organizations, endurance developed training, resistance to interrogation, or to physiological and induced psychology vulnerability in adversa. Rise. Beyond voluntary scientific experiments, the hidden activities involve the application of prolonged sleep deprivation as an interrogation technique by state actors. Understand its beyond effects on voluntary human agencies, scientific performance experiments, and the overall hidden, including the Health United Activity States Central, involve the intelligence application of agency, and prolonged various sleep deprivation as an unit's interrogation technique by state actors, systematically employed this method against detainees. This involved keeping individuals awake for extended periods, sometimes for days, often combined with other stressors such as stress positions, exposure to loud noise, or other sensory manipulations. The objective was to disorient, disarm, and psychologically break the subject's resistance to extract information. This practice was largely covert, often classified as a soft form of torture, designed to inflict psychological harm without leaving overt physical marks. Public awareness of the extreme physiological and psychological effects of sleep deprivation grew through academic publications and highly publicized voluntary experiments, such as Gardner's. However, its widespread and deliberate use as an interrogation technique by governments came to light through a series of significant disclosures. These included leaked government documents, whistleblower accounts from former intelligence personnel, and comprehensive reports from human rights organizations such as Amnesty International and the American Civil Liberties Union (ACLU). Details emerged concerning its application in facilities like Guantanamo Bay and covert CIA black sites, particularly in the post-9/11 era. The unclassified summary of the Senate Intelligence Committee's report on CIA detention and interrogation practices in 2014 provided substantial, albeit redacted, documentation of these methods. In the aftermath, prolonged sleep deprivation is now universally recognized by medical and psychological communities as detrimental to both physical and mental health. Its use as an interrogation method by governments led to widespread condemnation from human rights organizations, medical professionals, and numerous international bodies, classifying it as a form of torture. Despite official denials or minimization from some military and intelligence agencies regarding its coercive application, the accumulated evidence led to extensive legal and ethical debates. International laws and conventions have increasingly moved to prohibit such practices. The controversy surrounding its use continues to highlight the ethical boundaries of interrogation techniques and the long-term psychological damage inflicted by such methods. LSD therapy exploitations. During the mid-20th century, following the Second World War, a period of intensive exploration into the therapeutic potential of psychotropic substances began. This era saw the emergence of interest in lysergic acid diethylamide, commonly known as LSD, a compound synthesized by Albert Hofmann in 1938. Officially investigated by various engaged in medical extensive and planned institutions and researchers, with a stated purpose to explore its utility in psychotherapy, particularly for treating conditions such as schizophrenia, alcoholism, and neuroses. It was theorized that LSD could facilitate psychoanalytic processes by inducing a state of heightened introspection and emotional openness. However, concealed behind this therapeutic facade, the United States Central Intelligence Agency, under programs such as Project MKUltra, engaged in extensive and clandestine experimentation with LSD. Beginning in the early 1950s, the CIA initiated covert research into mind control, interrogation techniques, and psychological warfare. Surreptitious substance was administration of LSD to engaged in extensive and investigated unwitting, by clandestine various subjects experimentation with LSD medi, the stated CIA civilians, utility in military psychotherapy, initiated covert personnel, patients in treating interrogation psychiatric conditions such as techniques schizophrenia institutions. These hidden activities often occurred without consent, combining high doses of the drug with sensory deprivation, electroshock, or prolonged periods of isolation, aiming to induce amnesia or completely restructure an individual's personality, a process termed depatterning. Notable incidents, such as the death of Frank Olson, an Army scientist given LSD without his knowledge in 1953, highlighted the extreme risks and unethical nature of these experiments. The full extent of these exploitations began to emerge in the mid-1970s. Public exposure resulted from investigations by the Senate Church Committee in 1975, coupled with Freedom of Information Act requests that led to the declassification of numerous MK Ultra documents. Journalist John Marks's book, The Search for the Manchurian Candidate, further detailed the agency's illicit activities. The aftermath of these revelations included widespread public outcry and congressional hearings. While direct legal accountability for many involved remained limited, the U.S. government acknowledged its past unethical human experimentation. These disclosures significantly damaged public trust in government agencies and spurred the development of more stringent ethical guidelines for human subject research. Though questions about the full scope of historical abuses persist. Harlow's Well of Despair. In the 1960s, at the University of Wisconsin-Madison Primate Laboratory, psychologist Harry Harlow embarked on a series of controversial experiments. This research, an extension of his earlier studies on maternal deprivation and attachment in rhesus monkeys, sought to understand the profound effects of extreme social isolation. The stated purpose of these studies was to gain insight into the psychological origins of human depression, mental illness, and methods social, employed dysfunction, by constituted creating significant analogous hidden conditions in non-activities human that Jenner. The designed what he understanding severe mun termed were well of emotional despair, entirely disturbance could lead to more effective isolated from treatments. However, the methods employed constituted significant hidden activities that generated severe and lasting ethical concerns. Harlow designed what he termed the Well of Despair, also known as the Pit of Despair or Isolation Chamber. This apparatus involved placing infant rhesus monkeys in dark, steel-lined vertical chambers, often for periods ranging from 3 months up to a full year. Also known as the Interaction and Pit of Despair or Physical Touch Isolation Chamber, sustenance. This deliberate and placing infant prolonged rhesus sensory and social deprivation led to monkeys in dark psychological damage. The isolated monkeys exhibited severe behavioral pathologies upon removal, including autistic-like rocking, repetitive self-mutilation, catatonia, and a complete inability to form social bonds or engage in normal play behaviors. They often became unresponsive, aggressive, or severely withdrawn, demonstrating a complete breakdown of normal primate social functioning. Exposure to these methods primarily occurred through Harlow's own academic publications, detailing the experimental designs and results. Public awareness and critical scrutiny intensified throughout the 1970s and 1980s, largely driven by the burgeoning animal rights movement. The aftermath of Harlow's Well of Despair experiments contributed significantly to the rigorous ethical debate surrounding animal research. His work became a central example cited by animal welfare advocates regarding research that inflicted extreme suffering, leading to increased public pressure and the eventual implementation of more stringent animal welfare regulations and ethical review processes in scientific research. particularly concerning primate studies. Apprehension in the United Brainwashing Era states emerges. The techniques of term coercive brainwashing persuasion entered public discourse in the early 1950s amidst the Korean War. Its origin can be traced to the perceived phenomenon of American prisoners of war, seemingly adopting communist ideologies after prolonged captivity. The techniques of term coercive brainwashing persuasion, the stated purpose of subsequent U.S. government and intelligence agency efforts was to understand and counter these alleged communist brainwashing techniques, developing defenses against ideological subversion, and enhancing resistance to enemy interrogation. Enhancing, however, communist resistance. Captivity this period saw the initiation of extensive and ethically questionable hidden activities. The Operations Centrale involved intelligence agency, drugs under projects such as MK Ultra, including LSD and artichoke mescaline, and Bluebird, unwitting conduct subjects systematic research into mind control, encompassed psychological hypnosis manipulation, interrogation, sleep deprivation. Drugs including LSD and artichoke mescaline, unwitting conduct subjects, encompassed psychological hypnosis manipulation, deprivation, interrogation, sleep deprivation, electroshock, and various forms of physical and psychological torture. Dr. Ewan Cameron's notorious depatterning experiments at McGill University's Allen Memorial Institute, supported by the CIA, aim to erase existing personalities and memories, often leaving patients in a state of irreversible psychological damage. These experiments were conducted on a wide range of individuals, including psychiatric patients and foreign detainees, without their informed consent. Exposure of these programs began incrementally in the 1970s. The most significant public revelation came from the Senate Church Committee investigation in 1975 and the Rockefeller Commission, which uncovered details of MK Ultra. Further information emerged through Freedom of Information Act requests and the investigative journalism of individuals like John Marks. Lawsuits subsequently filed by survivors and their families brought additional public attention to the abuses. In the aftermath, widespread public distrust in government and scientific institutions became evident. While the full scope of these activities remains contested, the revelations led to congressional hearings and calls for increased oversight of human experimentation. Accountability for individuals involved was limited, but the brainwashing era fundamentally reshaped ethical considerations for human subject research and intelligence gathering. Coercive persuasion tactics. In the tense geopolitical climate following World War II, particularly during the early Cold War years of the 1950s, the concept of coercive persuasion gained significant attention within intelligence and military circles. This interest was primarily driven by concerns over perceived brainwashing of prisoners of war and the need to develop enhanced interrogation methods. The stated purpose of exploring these tactics was to develop effective means for influencing human behavior, extracting critical intelligence from resistant subjects, and countering foreign propaganda, all under the guise of national security and intelligence gathering. Beneath this official rationale lay a network of hidden activities involving extensive and often brutal experimentation. The U.S. resistant prisoners of subjects. Countering methods Foreign Central Propaganda Intelligence Agency gathering, a through network of projects hidden like Artichoke and MK Activities Ultra. Systematically, the U investigated and applied various forms of coercive persuasion. These tactics included the administration of powerful psychoactive drugs, such as high doses of LSD, mescaline, and scopolamine, frequently in combination with other severe stressors. Subjects were subjected to prolonged sensory deprivation, sleep deprivation, extreme temperatures, isolation, and psychological torment. Electroshock therapy was also employed, often to induce a regressed or disoriented state. These experiments were carried out on a range of unwitting and unconsenting individuals, including detainees, psychiatric patients, and members of the general public in various covert safe houses and medical facilities. Dr. Ewan Cameron's CIA-funded depatterning experiments at McGill University exemplify these efforts, aiming to dismantle an individual's personality through repetitive electroshock and drug-induced comas, followed by attempts at psychic driving to instill new patterns. Exposure of these tactics began with the 1975 Senate Church Committee report, which detailed aspects of Project MK-Ultra, and through subsequent declassified documents obtained via Freedom of Information Act requests. Lawsuits initiated by survivors and their families further brought these operations to light. The aftermath included widespread public condemnation of government-sponsored human experimentation. While legal consequences for perpetrators were minimal, the revelations prompted congressional hearings and led to the establishment of more stringent ethical guidelines for human subject research. However, the legacy of coercive persuasion tactics continues to raise profound questions about accountability and the permissible limits of state power in the pursuit of national security. Insulin coma treatment. Insulin coma treatment, also known as insulin shock therapy, emerged in the psychiatric landscape during the 1930s. Its origin is activities of insulin coma attributed to treatment Manfred Sakel, and doses of Austrian insulin to patients' neuropsychiatrist, who introduced the method in Vienna in 1933. Associated schizophrenia reportedly as high as 10 in some early series. The underlying theory, though poorly understood at the time, posited that inducing a state of hypoglycemic coma could reset the brain or disrupt pathological thought processes, thereby alleviating psychotic symptoms. The hidden activities of insulin coma treatment involved a daily regimen of administering increasingly large doses of insulin to patients, typically over several weeks or months. This would induce a deep hypoglycemic coma lasting for hours, often accompanied by seizures, sweating, and confusion. The coma was terminated by administering glucose, orally or intravenously. Despite the activities of insulin coma stated therapeutic treatment intent, the procedure administering carried significant and severe risks. Frequently, typically over several experienced weeks or months, irreversible brain damage due to prolonged cerebral anosmia, aspiration pneumonia, or severe circulatory collapse. The mortality rate associated with insulin coma therapy was considerable, reportedly as high as 10 in some early series. The lack of a clear understanding of its mechanism of action, coupled with inconsistent efficacy across patients, meant that its widespread adoption was largely driven by desperation for any perceived effective treatment for devastating mental illnesses. Exposure of the therapy's limitations and dangers occurred gradually within the medical community throughout the 1950s. Rigorous clinical trials and long-term follow-up studies began to highlight its questionable efficacy compared to its profound risks. The advent of the first effective antipsychotic medications, such as chlorpromazine, in the mid-1950s, provided a significantly safer and more manageable alternative. In the aftermath, insulin coma treatment rapidly fell out of favor by the late 1950s and early 1960s. Its discontinuation marked a significant turning point in psychiatric treatment, moving away from high-risk, biologically aggressive interventions towards pharmacological management. The legacy of insulin coma therapy serves as a historical reminder of the desperate measures employed to treat severe mental illness and underscores the critical importance of evidence-based practice and robust ethical oversight in medical interventions. Involved a metrazole highly convulsive violent and therapy. Procedure: metrazole convulsive therapy, a precursor to electroconvulsive therapy, originated in the mid-1930s. Its development is attributed to Ladislas Meduna, a Hungarian neuropsychiatrist, who began using it clinically in 1934. Its Meduna's development is theory stemmed from an attributed to observation of an apparent Ladislas biological Meduna antagonism between epilepsy and schizophrenia, leading him to who hypothesized that using it clinically in 1934, inducing seizures, could alleviate symptoms of severe mental illness, which induce immediately therapeutic seizures to triggered severe shock the brain back to normalcy. Symptoms of these conditions such as seizures were schizophrenia and severe depression. However, procedure. Patients were injected with metrazole pentylnitrazole, a camphor derivative which immediately triggered severe, uncontrolled, grand mal seizures. Crucially, these seizures were typically induced without the use of anesthesia or muscle relaxants. As a direct consequence, patients frequently sustained severe physical injuries, including bone fractures, most commonly vertebral compressions and dislocations, as well as muscle tears and ligament damage. Fatalities, though less common than severe injuries, also occurred. The period leading up to the seizure was characterized by intense anxiety and panic for the patient as the drug took effect, followed by the terrifying experience of uncontrolled convulsions, often resulting in lasting psychological trauma due to the acute pain and fear. Despite its brutal nature, metrazole convulsive therapy was adopted and widely administered in psychiatric institutions across Europe and North America. Exposure of the severe limitations and dangers of metrazole therapy came with the introduction of electroconvulsive therapy ECT by Ugo Cerletti and Lucio Bini in 1938. ECT offered a method for inducing seizures that was more controllable and did not involve the extreme pre-seizure anxiety of metrazole. As ECT became more refined, particularly with the later addition of anesthesia and muscle relaxants, metrazole therapy began to be phased out. Its use declined significantly through the 1940s and 1950s. In the aftermath, metrazole convulsive therapy is now considered a historical artifact in psychiatry. Its discontinuation highlighted a shift towards safer and more humane biological treatments for mental illness. Its legacy underscores the early empirical and often harsh approaches to psychiatric conditions, preceding the development of modern psychopharmacology and more ethically considered somatic therapies. Transorbital lobotomy surge. The transorbital lobotomy, a highly controversial psychosurgical procedure, gained significant prominence in the late 1940s. Developed by American neurologist Walter Freeman and neurosurgeon James W. Watts, it represented a more simplified and less invasive variant of the standard prefrontal lobotomy developed earlier by Egas Moniz. Developed by American neurologist Walter Freeman and neurosurgeon James W. Depression, anxiety, represented a more agitation and standard aggression, Egas by Moniz severing neural connections in the prefrontal cortex. Freeman specifically marketed it as a quick, outpatient procedure that could be performed in a doctor's office. Associated with the performed transorbital thousands of these lobotomy were procedures marked by a lack of surgical precision and ethical oversight. Walter Freeman, despite not being a surgeon, performed thousands of these procedures, famously traveling across the United States in his lobotomobile. The technique involved inserting a metal instrument, resembling an ice pick, later a specific leucotome, through the thin bone of the eye socket and into the brain. The instrument was then swept to sever neural connections, often without direct visualization or precise targeting. Patients frequently suffered severe and irreversible side effects, including profound personality changes, intellectual impairment, emotional blunting, apathy, incontinence, and seizures. Death was also a known risk. Alarmingly, the procedure was often applied indiscriminately to individuals with less severe symptoms, children, and those merely deemed difficult to manage, often without genuine informed consent from either the patient or their families. Exposure to the procedures, catastrophic outcomes began to accumulate in the 1950s. Mounting medical skepticism about its long-term efficacy and the irreversible damage it caused grew within the professional community. Concurrently, the advent of effective antipsychotic medications, such as chlorpromazine, in the mid-1950s, provided less invasive and more targeted therapeutic alternatives. Public and professional outcry against the procedure's overuse and its devastating consequences escalated. In the aftermath, the transorbital lobotomy, along with other forms of psychosurgery, experienced a dramatic decline in use by the late 1950s and virtually ceased by the 1960s. It became a stark symbol of the darker aspects of psychiatric intervention and institutional abuses. Walter Freeman's aggressive promotion and the often haphazard nature of the procedures led to severe posthumous criticism. Its legacy contributed significantly to the development of more stringent ethical guidelines for psychiatric treatment and a global shift towards pharmacological and less invasive therapeutic approaches. Psychosurgery Dark Ages. The mid-20th century, roughly from the 1930s through the 1970s, represents a period now widely referred to as the Psychosurgery Dark Ages. This era began with the work of Egas Moniz, who received a Nobel Prize in 1949 for his development of the prefrontal leucotomy lobotomy. The stated mid-purpose of these 20th procedures was to alleviate severe and intractable symptoms of mental illness, including schizophrenia, 1930 through the chronic 1970s depression, anxiety and aggression, treatment. The underlying theory, though rudimentary, posited that surgically severing connections in specific brain regions could disrupt pathological thought patterns or emotional responses. However, this period was characterized by extensive hidden activities marked by a troubling lack of ethical oversight and scientific rigor. However, forms of psychosurgery period was primarily characterized by extensive lobotomies such as hidden prefrontal, transorbital, cingulotomy, and capsulotomy. These operations were often performed without a clear understanding of their long-term efficacy or precise neurological effects. Patients frequently suffered devastating and irreversible side effects, profound changes in personality, intellectual impairment, severe apathy, emotional blunting, disinhibition, incontinence, and seizures. Mortality rates, though variable, were a persistent concern. Beyond therapeutic intent, procedures were sometimes employed for social control, to manage difficult or disruptive patients within institutions, or for those deemed incurable by other means. True informed consent, as understood today, was frequently absent or severely compromised due to the patient's conditions or the coercive institutional environment. Exposure to the widespread negative outcomes and ethical deficiencies of psychosurgery mounted from the 1950s onwards. Increasing scrutiny from medical ethicists, patient advocacy groups, and the gradual emergence of effective psychopharmacology, particularly with the introduction of chlorpromazine in 1954, provided safer and more effective alternatives. Detailed critiques highlighting the often irreversible damage and questionable benefits brought the practice under intense public and professional scrutiny. In the aftermath, the practice of psychosurgery saw a sharp decline from the 1960s, with most procedures ceasing by the 1980s. This era remains a stark and cautionary chapter in medical history, underscoring the critical importance of rigorous ethical review, patient autonomy, and evidence-based practice in medical interventions. While modern, highly targeted psychosurgical procedures still exist for extremely rare and severe cases, they are performed under vastly different ethical and scientific guidelines than those prevalent during the Dark Ages. Project Bluebird unveiled. Project Bluebird, a clandestine program initiated by the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency in 1950, marked an early venture into the controversial field of mind control. Its origin stemmed from the intense geopolitical climate of the early Cold War, specifically concerns of perceived brainwashing tactics employed by communist regimes during conflicts such as the Korean War. Bluebird was to develop the program methods for controlling systematically explored the use of hypnosis individuals. Enhancing these interrogation experiments were techniques, creating amnesia, exploring the potential for unwitting developing controllable individuals agents for intelligence operations. It also aimed to understand counter and perceived mind foreign mind control efforts. However, the hidden activities of Project Bluebird involved ethically questionable and often brutal experimentation. The program systematically explored the use of hypnosis, various drugs including narcotics and LSD and electroshock therapy on human subjects. These experiments were conducted on both willing and, crucially, unwitting individuals, including U.S. military personnel and foreign prisoners. The overarching goal was to manipulate behavior, extract information from resistant subjects, or to induce specific states, such as amnesia, to erase memories of sensitive operations or prior identities. The methods employed were rudimentary by modern standards, frequently lacked scientific rigor, and often resulted in severe physical and psychological harm to the subjects involved. Exposure of Project Bluebird, along with other related CIA programs, began in the mid-1970s. The most significant revelations emerged from the 1975 Senate Church Committee investigations, which were tasked with examining alleged abuses by U.S. intelligence agencies. Additional details surfaced through subsequent Freedom of Information Act requests, leading to the declassification of documents that explicitly referenced Project Bluebird and its subsequent iterations, such as Project Artichoke. In the aftermath, public and congressional condemnation followed the revelation of government-sponsored human experimentation. While Project Bluebird itself was less widely publicized than its successor, MKUltra, its unveiling contributed to a broader narrative of CIA abuses and a deep erosion of public trust. Although direct accountability for individuals involved in Project Bluebird was limited, its exposure, alongside other similar programs, prompted calls for greater oversight of intelligence agencies and ultimately contributed to the development of more stringent ethical guidelines for human subject research within governmental agencies. Project Artichoke Tactics. Project Artichoke, a clandestine program of the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, was officially aided in 1951. It served as a direct successor to the earlier Project Bluebird and a precursor to the more infamous Project MKUltra. Escalating Cold War it served, earlier project driven by and a perceived imperative to develop precursor to the more infamous project, advanced MKUltra methods for interrogation, counterintelligence, and behavior control. The stated purpose of Artichoke was to explore the potential for creating amnesia, developing highly effective interrogation techniques for resistant subjects, and investigating the use of various substances and psychological stressors to influence or control human behavior for national security objectives. However, conducted under Project Developing Artichoke were highly extensive effective interrogation techniques for resistant subjects, aggressive, and highly investigating the use of various unethical. National security, the program objectives systematically experimented with a wide array of powerful drugs, including LSD, mescaline, heroin, and THC, often administered in combination with other extreme techniques. These included intensive hypnosis, electroshock therapy, prolonged sensory deprivation, sleep deprivation, and various forms of psychological coercion and physical duress. A primary objective was depatterning or unpatterning individuals, a process aimed at breaking down existing personalities and memories followed by attempts at repatterning to instill new behaviors or ideological beliefs. Experiments were conducted on a diverse range of unwitting and unconsenting subjects, including patients in mental institutions, prisoners, and individuals lured into safe houses controlled by the agency. Notably, a specific focus was to determine if an individual could be induced to carry out an assassination and retain no memory of the act. Exposure of Project Artichoke existence and its illicit activities occurred gradually. Details began to surface through declassified CIA documents obtained via Freedom of Information Act requests in the 1970s. The most comprehensive public revelation came as part of the 1975 Senate Church Committee investigation, which reviewed CIA human experimentation programs, providing evidence of Artichoke broad scope and its profound ethical breaches. In the aftermath, the revelations concerning Project Artichoke, alongside MKUltra, provoked significant public outrage and legal challenges. While no direct criminal prosecutions resulted from Artichoke-specific actions, its exposure significantly contributed to the public and congressional understanding of the CIA's past human experimentation. This led to increased scrutiny of intelligence agency operations and some reforms in human subject protection protocols. The full extent of Project Artichoke operations and the fate of many of its subjects remain partially obscured by classification. Dr. Cameron's depatterning. The concept of depatterning emerged from psychiatric research conducted at the Allen Memorial Institute in Montreal, Canada, primarily during the 1950s and early 1960s. This work was led by Dr. Ewen Cameron, a prominent psychiatrist and the first president of the World Psychiatric Association. Funding for these initiatives was provided by agencies including the Canadian government and, covertly, the United States Central Intelligence Agency as part of Project MKUltra. These sessions where proponents frequently claimed it would, combined with prolonged, allow for a drug-complete induced comas, psychological reset, leading to recovery from profound mental disorders. In practice, depatterning involved highly aggressive and controversial methods. Patients were subjected to intensive electroconvulsive therapy (ECT), often administered at 30 to 40 times the type ICO power, sometimes multiple times daily. These sessions were frequently combined with prolonged drug-induced comas, lasting weeks or months, using massive doses of barbiturates like Seconal. Additionally, patients endured sensory deprivation, often confined to dark, soundproofed rooms, and were exposed to continuous loops of pre-recorded verbal messages, a procedure known as psychic driving. Many patients were involuntarily committed or subjected to these procedures without their informed consent or that of their families. The procedures frequently resulted in severe and permanent amnesia, incontinence, loss of speech, cognitive damage, and complete disorientation, effectively erasing portions of their personal histories and identities. Public exposure of these activities began in 1975, following the declassification of Central Intelligence Agency documents under Freedom of Information Act requests and the subsequent investigations by the United States Senate's Church Committee. Testimony from former patients and their families detailed the extensive abuses suffered at the Allen Memorial Institute, connecting Dr. Cameron's work directly to the CIA's MKUltra project. The aftermath involved widespread public condemnation of the unethical human experimentation. Lawsuits were filed against the CIA and the Canadian government by survivors and their families. In the 1980s and 1990s, some victims received financial settlements, acknowledging the severe and lasting harm inflicted. The revelations led to increased scrutiny of medical ethics and government-funded research involving human subjects, permanently associating the term depatterning with extreme and abusive psychiatric practices. Psychic driving procedures. Psychic driving procedures were developed and implemented by Dr. Ewan Cameron at the Allen Memorial Institute in Montreal, Canada, primarily from the mid-1950s through the early 1960s. This experimental technique was integrated into broader psychiatric protocols, some of which received covert funding from the United States Central Intelligence Agency under Project MKUltra. The stated purpose of psychic driving was to modify or eliminate undesirable thought patterns in patients suffering from various mental illnesses, including schizophrenia and severe depression. Through which driving was to modify, pre-recorded their subconscious could be undesirable thought messages were reprogrammed, cognitions. In its application, depression psychic sometimes as benign and driving sometimes highly involved critical or play, thousands of often for time as weeks or months, using large doses of sedatives like barbiturates. While in this state of intelligence agency under profound MKUltra unconsciousness, headphones were placed on the patients, through which pre-recorded messages were played continuously. These messages, sometimes benign and sometimes highly critical or accusatory, were repeated hundreds of thousands of times. The procedure was frequently combined with extreme electroconvulsive therapy (ECT) and sensory deprivation, aiming to break down existing psychological structures before attempting to introduce new ones. Patients were often unaware they were part of such an experiment, and consent was routinely circumvented or obtained under duress. The objective was to induce a state of profound psychological malleability, making the patient susceptible to new programming. Public disclosure of psychic driving, alongside other elements of Dr. Cameron's work, occurred primarily in 1975. This followed revelations from declassified CIA documents, obtained through Freedom of Information Act requests, and subsequently detailed by the United States Senate's Church Committee investigation into CIA activities. Former patients provided direct testimony regarding the devastating effects of these procedures. The aftermath of these revelations included widespread public condemnation of the unethical nature of the experiments. Legal actions were initiated against both the CIA and the Canadian government by surviving victims. While comprehensive restitution proved complex, a number of victims received financial settlements in the 1980s and 1990s, acknowledging the profound and often irreversible psychological damage inflicted. The case of psychic driving became a stark example of state-sponsored human experimentation and the abuse of medical authority. The sleep room horrors. The term sleep room horrors refers to the extreme practices conducted by Dr. Ewan Cameron at the Allen Memorial Institute in Montreal, Canada, predominantly during the 1950s and early 1960s. Driving it was experiments presented. Intelligence agency they were Project MKUltra. The stated purpose of inducing prolonged sleep, often referred to as sleep therapy or deep sleep treatment, was to quiet the minds of severely ill psychiatric patients, allowing them to applied. Presented as pathologize among the mice significant means to make portion of the patient's population, became more withdrawn receptive to subsequent treatments. In practice, allowing them to patients were kept in drug-induced comas for extended periods, ranging from weeks to several months, using massive doses of barbiturates like Seconal. They were frequently isolated in sensory deprivation rooms, sometimes for 24 hours a day, with minimal human contact. During these prolonged sleep states, many patients were simultaneously subjected to other extreme procedures, including intense electroconvulsive therapy (ECT) at highly amplified levels and continuous psychic driving, where pre-recorded messages were played on repeat through headphones. These combined interventions were not therapeutic. Rather, they aimed to induce severe regression, wipe memories, and dismantle the patient's personality. Patients often emerged from the sleep rooms profoundly disoriented, with severe amnesia, and having lost basic motor skills or speech, completely changed from their former selves. Public exposure of these practices occurred in 1975, following investigations by the United States Senate's Church Committee and the declassification of CIA documents that revealed the agency's involvement and funding of Dr. Cameron's research. Testimonies from former patients and their families provided first-hand accounts of the suffering endured within these sleep rooms. In the aftermath, there was widespread public outrage and condemnation of the unethical and abusive nature of the experiments. Numerous lawsuits were filed against the CIA and the Canadian government by victims. While the legal battles were protracted, some survivors received financial compensation in the 1980s and 1990s, acknowledging the severe and often irreversible harm. The sleep room horrors became a prominent example of medical experimentation carried out without consent and highlighted the critical need for stricter ethical guidelines in psychiatric research and practice. Behavioral sink disaster. The concept of the behavioral sink emerged from a series of rodent experiments conducted by ethologist John B. Calhoun at the National Institute of Mental Health NIM in Rockville, Maryland, spanning from the 1950s to the 1970s. His most notable study, known as Universe 25, began in 1968. The stated purpose of Calhoun's experiments was to observe the effects of population density on social behavior and to predict the potential consequences of overcrowding on human societies. By providing an ideal environment with abundant resources but limited physical space, he aimed to isolate the impact of density on social organization and individual well-being within a population. Within the artificial environments, such as a 101 by 101-inch enclosure for mice in Universe 25, Calhoun introduced a small, healthy population. Food, water, and nesting materials were provided in excess, but physical space was finite. As the population grew, density increased, leading to severe social pathologies among the mice. Included a breakdown of Calhoun normal social introduced to small structures. Aggression, cannibalism, sexual deviancy, pansexuality, hypersexuality, and neglect of young. Normal parental behaviors ceased, leading to high infant mortality. A significant portion of the population became withdrawn, forming isolated groups or exhibiting catatonic behavior. Despite the continued availability of resources, the population eventually stopped reproducing, leading to a complete collapse and extinction within the enclosure. Calhoun's research findings were published in prominent scientific journals, including Scientific American in 1962 and Proceedings of the Royal Society of Medicine in 1973. His work became widely known within academic circles and subsequently reached a broader public, prompting discussions about urban planning and societal pressures. In the aftermath, the concept of the behavioral sink gained considerable influence in fields ranging from sociology and urban studies to environmental science. While the direct applicability of rodent behavior to complex human societies has been debated and critiqued for its deterministic implications, Calhoun's experiments served as a powerful cautionary tale regarding the potential negative consequences of extreme population density on social cohesion and psychological health. His work highlighted the importance of not just physical resources, but also adequate social space for the well-being of a population. Experiment as Jones. School was history to class at Cubberley High School and demonstrate the Palo Appeal Alto, mechanisms of fascism and the California, during April 1967. The experiment was conceived and conducted by history teacher Ron Jones, following a student's question about how German citizens could claim ignorance of, or participation in, Nazi atrocities during World War II. The stated purpose, as communicated by Jones to his students, was to demonstrate the appeal and mechanisms of fascism and the ease with which individuals could be drawn into authoritarian movements. It aimed to provide a visceral, experiential understanding of group dynamics and conformity, beyond the theoretical study of history. Strength through community, identity, and discipline. On the first expanded day, subjected to strict discipline, students from other including grades who mandatory posture and voluntarily prompt, unified responses. The second day introduced a specific salute and the movement's name, the Third Wave, with the slogan Strength Through Discipline. As days progressed, additional slogans were added: Strength th, Rough Community, Strength Through Action, and Strength Through Pride. The movement expanded rapidly beyond Jones's initial class, attracting over 200 students from other grades who voluntarily joined. Participants exhibited intense loyalty, strict adherence to rules, and began to police each other, even ostracizing or reporting non-participants. This created an unexpected degree of obedience and conformity that escalated beyond Jones's original intent. Exposure of the experiment's true nature occurred on the fifth day, April 5, 1967. Jones assembled all participants and revealed that the movement was a demonstration of fascism, not a genuine political movement. He projected images of Nazi Germany and explained how their collective behavior mirrored historical patterns of conformity and obedience. In the aftermath, the experiment profoundly impacted the participating students, many expressing shock, shame, and a deeper understanding of historical events. The Third Wave became a significant case study in social psychology, demonstrating the powerful influence of group pressure, authority, and conformity on individual behavior. Ron Jones later published accounts of the experiment, which were adapted into a 1981 television film and a 2008 German feature film, Die Well the Wave, solidifying its place as a cautionary tale on the dangers of unchecked authoritarianism and collective submission. The Interventions Aversion Project conducted by the South African involved a defense range of force SADF during the apartheid unethical era at Voortrekker Hoogte, conscripts Pretoria. From the late 1970s through the late 1980s were individuals such as Dr. Aubrey Levin, then chief psychiatrist of the SADF. Sexual the orientation. Homosexuality was officially deemed a mental illness and incompatible with military service within the SADF, which sought to maintain a heterosexual and conservative image among its conscripts. The interventions were presented as a form of psychiatric treatment to normalize soldiers' behavior and allow them to continue their military careers. In actuality, the Aversion Project involved a range of unethical and abusive medical practices. Homosexual conscripts, identified through various means, including interrogation and forced disclosure, were subjected to forced conversion therapy. Viewing same-sex, including erotic interrogation and images to forced, create and disclosure aversive association, and other forms of psychological and physical abuse. Male soldiers underwent forced gender reassignment surgery if they were deemed unchangeable, while female soldiers were sometimes coerced into abortions. Many victims suffered severe psychological trauma, and those who did not convert were often dishonorably discharged from the military, frequently with psychiatric labels that further stigmatized them. Exposure of the Aversion Project began to surface following the end of apartheid. Detailed accounts were presented to South Africa's Truth and Reconciliation Commission, TRC, in 1995. Further investigations and reports by organizations, including the Medical Association of South Africa and the Psychological Society of South Africa in the late 1990s, confirmed the extent of these abuses. Dr. Aubrey Levin, who had emigrated to Canada, faced later legal proceedings related to his medical practices. In the aftermath, international condemnation followed the revelations of these state-sanctioned medical abuses. The Aversion Project became a prominent example of human rights violations committed under the guise of medical treatment. It contributed to global calls for the banning of conversion therapy and highlighted the severe dangers of pathologizing sexual orientation. Dr. Levin was eventually stripped of his medical license in Canada in 2012, following accusations of professional misconduct, subject to Stanford realistic prison fallout. The Processing Stanford Prison Experiment originated at Stanford University in Palo Alto, California, during August 1971. The study was conducted by a research team led by psychology professor Philip Zimbardo, then a faculty member at Stanford. Stated purpose of the experiment was conducted by investigate the research team led by psychological psychology effects of Professor perceived Philip Power Zimbardo, particularly then a faculty member, at examining how the Stanford roles of prisoner and guard influenced human behavior in a simulated prison environment. Zimbardo aimed to understand whether the brutalization often observed in real prisons was due to the inherent personalities of inmates and guards, or the situational forces of the prison environment itself. Situational twin-tie forces of the four male college prison environment itself students, selected for their psychological stability and normalcy, were randomly assigned to roles as either prisoners or guards within a mock prison constructed in the basement of Stanford's psychology building. The processing. Guards were given uniforms, batons, and mirrored sunglasses, and instructed to maintain order without physical violence. Within days, the assigned roles profoundly influenced behavior. Guards rapidly adopted abusive, authoritarian, and dehumanizing tactics, including psychological harassment, sleep deprivation, and arbitrary punishments. Prisoners, conversely, became increasingly passive, submissive, and emotionally distressed, exhibiting signs of severe anxiety, depression, and psychological breakdown. The situation escalated rapidly, with several prisoners experiencing acute emotional disturbances that necessitated their early release. Exposure of the experiment's detrimental effects occurred within days of its commencement. The study, initially planned for 2 weeks, was terminated prematurely on day 6 due to the observed psychological harm to the participants and the escalating abuses by the guards. Zimbardo's then-girlfriend, Christina Maslach, a graduate student, raised serious ethical concerns after observing the treatment of prisoners. The aftermath of the Stanford prison experiment was immediate and profound. It became one of the most widely cited and controversial studies in social psychology, sparking extensive ethical debates regarding human experimentation and the responsibilities of researchers. While its methodology and some of its conclusions have faced subsequent critiques, it remains a powerful demonstration of the powerful influence of situational factors and social roles on human behavior, illustrating the ease with which ordinary individuals can adopt and conform to destructive roles within an institutional context. The experiment significantly contributed to the development of stricter ethical guidelines for psychological research involving human subjects, particularly concerning informed consent and participant welfare. Experiments, extracting an information from members of the initiated by the United States Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, in 1953, continuing through the 1960s. Its origins lay in the agency's perceived need to develop methods for mind control, interrogation, and psychological manipulation, driven by fears of Soviet and Chinese advancements in brainwashing techniques during the Korean War. The stated purpose of MK was to explore a wide range of techniques for influencing and controlling the human mind. This encompassed research into hypnosis, subliminal messaging, electronic stimulation, and various forms of psychological torment. A significant component focused on the development and use of psychoactive drugs for purposes such as truth serum applications, inducing amnesia, discrediting individuals, and extracting information from unwilling subjects. Practice forms of MK-Ultra psychological torment involved widespread, often illegal human experimentation. Subjects included CIA employees, military personnel, prisoners, mental patients, and members of the general public, frequently without their knowledge, consent, or adequate medical supervision. Experiments involved administering high doses of a variety of drugs, most notably LSD, but also mescaline, heroin, and various barbiturates. These drugs were often given for prolonged periods, sometimes combined with other methods such as sensory deprivation, isolation, electroshock, and verbal or sexual abuse. The project resulted in severe psychological harm to many subjects, and at least one documented death, that of Dr. Frank Olson in 1953, initially ruled a suicide, but later determined by his family to be a probable result of an MK-Ultra experiment. Public exposure of MK-Ultra primarily occurred in 1975, when the United States Senate's Church Committee launched an investigation into alleged illegal activities by the CIA. This followed initial revelations by investigative journalist Seymour Hersh in 1974. Although CIA Director Richard Helms had ordered the destruction of most MK-Ultra records in 1973, a cache of surviving financial documents provided critical evidence, leading to congressional hearings and public disclosure of the project's scope and methods. In the aftermath, the revelations of MK-Ultra sparked widespread public outrage over the U.S. government's involvement in unethical and illegal human experimentation. The exposure led to a series of congressional hearings and significantly contributed to the establishment of stricter ethical guidelines and oversight for all government-funded research involving human subjects. Several lawsuits were filed against the CIA by victims and their families, with some eventually receiving financial settlements, acknowledging the grave injustices and suffering caused by the project. Shock therapy abuses. Electroconvulsive therapy, ECT, commonly known as shock therapy, was introduced as a medical treatment in the late 1930s. While ECT has evolved into a recognized, albeit controversial, treatment for severe mental illness, historical abuses of the procedure primarily occurred from the 1940 through the 1970s in various psychiatric institutions globally. Symptoms of severe commonly psychiatric known as shock therapy disorders, while ECT has depression, schizophrenia, controversial, and mania, by inducing a controlled grand mal seizure. Early historical proponents' abuses of the viewed it as a procedure potent and primarily rapid, occurred from the 1940s through the intervention for 1970s in various conditions psychiatric unresponsive to institutions' other treatments globally. However, historical practices frequently deviated from ethical or even humane standards. Patients were often subjected to ECT without their informed consent, and sometimes against their will, particularly in institutional settings. Routinely, patients were often performed without the use of subjected to ECT without anesthesia there or muscle relaxants, informed consent, leading to severe physical, particularly in injuries such as spinal institutional fractures, dislocations, and dental damage due to uncontrolled convulsions. The frequency and intensity of treatments were often excessive, far exceeding therapeutic levels, and sometimes used as a form of punishment or to control difficult patient behavior rather than for therapeutic benefit. These abusive applications resulted in significant and often permanent cognitive side effects, including severe retrograde and anterograde amnesia, disorientation, and profound cognitive impairment, which were distinct from the more limited side effects of modern, regulated ECT. Exposure of these abuses emerged gradually from the 1960s onwards, driven by accounts from former patients, advocacy groups for mental health reform, and investigative journalism. Formal investigations into psychiatric practices, particularly in the wake of revelations like those surrounding MK-Ultra, also brought attention to these coercive and damaging applications of ECT. In the aftermath, the public revelation of widespread ECT abuses led to significant changes in psychiatric practice and patient rights. Regulatory bodies and professional organizations implemented stricter guidelines for the administration of ECT, emphasizing informed consent, medical necessity, and the mandatory use of anesthesia and muscle relaxants. While modern ECT, when administered under these protocols, is considered safer and more targeted, the historical abuses profoundly damaged public trust in psychiatric institutions and treatments. This legacy continues to inform ongoing debates about patient autonomy, the ethics of medical intervention in mental health, and the stigma associated with the procedure. The brain's plasticity limits. The understanding of brain plasticity has evolved through extensive neuroscientific research spanning the 20th and 21st centuries. Early in the 20th century, the adult brain was largely considered a static structure, incapable of significant change after development. However, an initial growing body of research highlighted the remarkable ability of the brain to, particularly from the new latter half of the connection century, to begin to challenge this fixed view. The stated purpose of much of this research was to understand the brain's capacity for change, adaptation, and reorganization in response to experience, learning, and injury. Highlighted the remarkable ability of the refine existing ones to begin to challenge this fixed view and even reorganize functional areas, leading to optimistic views on neurological recovery and cognitive enhancement. As research progressed, a more nuanced understanding of plasticity emerged, revealing its inherent limitations, and adaptable injury enhancement, a more uniformly nuanced distributed across all brain regions and understanding of functions. Studies demonstrated that certain developmental periods, known as critical periods, are crucial for the acquisition of specific skills, such as language or visual processing. If these skills are not learned within these windows, subsequent acquisition becomes significantly more challenging or impossible. For instance, the visual cortex in individuals with congenital cataracts who undergo surgery later in life may never fully develop normal vision. Similarly, while the brain can recover from injury by recruiting intact areas, the extent of recovery often reaches a plateau, and compensatory mechanisms do not always fully restore lost function. Complex cognitive abilities, once severely impaired, frequently demonstrate persistent deficits despite intensive rehabilitation efforts, indicating a structural and functional limit to complete recovery. The brain's established architecture, though capable of dynamic change, maintains fundamental constraints on its reorganization. The gradual exposure of these limitations occurred through the accumulation of scientific findings published across numerous peer-reviewed journals, presented at international conferences, and disseminated through academic discourse. The scientific consensus on plasticity shifted from an oversimplified view of boundless adaptability to one that incorporated the realities of biological constraints. In the aftermath, this refined understanding of brain plasticity has profoundly influenced fields such as education, rehabilitation, and clinical neuroscience. It has led to more realistic expectations for therapeutic interventions aimed at neurological recovery, emphasizing the importance of early intervention in developmental disorders and tailoring rehabilitation strategies to leverage specific windows of opportunity. Furthermore, it has informed educational approaches, highlighting the varying ease of acquiring new skills at different life stages, thereby shaping more effective and evidence-based practices in cognitive training and neurological care. Ethics Board formation. The formation of the Internal Oversight Committee for Human Research was mandated on July 14, 1976, following the release of classified information concerning unauthorized human experimentation programs conducted by various U.S. government agencies throughout the 1950s and 60s. Initiative was of the direct formation of the Response to Internal Public and Congressional Oversight Committee for Hroot Scrutiny Research, Church Committee, 1976. Intelligence following the release of operations, RISP-DI, it's the stated mission. Human subject research conducted or sponsored by the agency, adhered to newly stipulated ethical guidelines and national legal frameworks. Throughout the demonstrated its 1950s and 60s significant mandate limitations, included reviewing research protocols, devolved into approving ensuring research that informed consent, and nominally compliant with basic safeguarding consent participant requirements, welfare. State objective was to following the Restore Public Trust release and of establish a clear ethical standard for classified human behavioral studies. Despite its stated mission, the committee's operational procedures demonstrated significant limitations. Its primary function often devolved into approving research that, while nominally compliant with basic consent requirements, still pushed ethical boundaries. Documentation indicates instances where the committee provided retroactive approval for previously initiated studies, effectively sanitizing past infractions. Furthermore, critical details regarding the true scope or potential risks of certain projects were often withheld from the committee members by project leads, resulting in approvals based on incomplete or misleading information. The committee's ability to halt or significantly alter high-priority projects was consistently constrained, indicating its role was more advisory than genuinely restrictive. The true operational biases and limitations of the Internal Oversight Committee became apparent during the declassification process of supplementary agency records in the late 1990s and early 2000s. Specific internal memoranda, later released under the Freedom of Information Act, detailed directives from senior agency officials to prioritize mission objectives over strict adherence to ethical protocols in certain sensitive research areas. Reports from former committee staff, speaking anonymously to investigative journalists in 2003, corroborated these findings, describing internal pressures to expedite approvals and avoid deep scrutiny of controversial projects. Public reaction to these revelations was largely one of cynicism, reinforcing existing distrust regarding government oversight of classified activities. Media coverage highlighted the perceived failure of internal mechanisms to genuinely curb unethical research practices. While no direct criminal charges were filed against committee members, the revelations led to a broader reevaluation of institutional review board structures across sensitive government agencies, emphasizing the necessity of independent oversight rather than internally controlled panels. The incident contributed to ongoing demands for greater transparency in intelligence community research protocols. Hypnosis susceptibility tests. Research into hypnosis susceptibility tests began within U.S. intelligence agencies in the immediate post-World War Roman II period, specifically by the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, and elements of the U.S. Navy. This initiative stemmed from observations of psychological manipulation techniques employed by hostile foreign powers and a desire to explore mind control for intelligence and counterintelligence purposes. Early efforts, sometimes associated with Project Chatter and later MKUltra, sought to identify individuals highly responsive to hypnotic suggestion for potential operational applications. Foreign powers and officially control for these teists were intelligence and conducted to understand human psychological vulnerabilities and the potential for memory recall under altered states of intelligence consciousness. The stated goal included improving interrogation techniques, enhancing intelligence gathering, and exploring methods for protective memory implantation or erasure for agents operating in hostile environments. Publicly, the research was framed as an exploration of the therapeutic potential of hypnosis or its use in national security training. Covertly, the tests extended beyond theoretical understanding. They involved the non-consensual application of hypnotic techniques on unwitting subjects, including military personnel, prisoners, and individuals seeking medical assistance. Objectives included determining if subjects could be programmed to perform actions against their will, retain no memory of the events, or be induced to provide classified information. Specific experimentation involved attempts to create Manchurian candidates or to implant false memories. Dr. Ewan Cameron's psychic driving experiments, partially funded by the CIA via the Society for the Investigation of Human Ecology, involved prolonged drug-induced sleep and repetitive audio stimulation, sometimes employing hypnotic suggestion, on patients without their full informed consent at the Allen Memorial Institute in Montreal, Canada, during the 1950s. The full extent of hypnosis susceptibility testing and its unethical applications came to public light, primarily through the 1975 Church Committee investigations into CIA activities. The committee's inquiries led to the declassification of thousands of documents related to Project MKUltra, revealing the scope and nature of the agency's mind control research. Further details emerged in 1977 when additional CIA documents were released under a Freedom of Information Act request by John Marks, a journalist, detailing experiments on unwitting subjects. The revelations generated widespread public outrage and condemnation of government-sponsored human experimentation. Legal challenges followed, with some former subjects or their families filing lawsuits against the U.S. government and involved institutions. While many cases were dismissed due to statute of limitations or difficulties in proving direct harm, some settlements were reached, notably with victims of Dr. Cameron's experiments. The scandal prompted stricter oversight of government research and contributed to lasting public distrust of intelligence agencies. In practice, intelligence agencies and military units, particularly by the British during the 5 techniques in Northern Ireland in the early 1970s, and later adopted and modified by U.S. forces and intelligence operatives. Its theoretical basis emerged from studies of psychological stressors units, aiming to particularly induce the British disorientation during the 5 techniques in Northern Ireland in the early 1970s. Compliance without forces and leaving overt physical intelligence marks. Proponents claimed sensory overload techniques were non-physical or stress and duress methods intended to disorient detainees. Break down resistance and elicit actionable intelligence, especially from individuals deemed resistant to conventional interrogation. The official narrative presented these methods as alternatives to traditional physical torture, supposedly operating within legal boundaries concerning cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment. In practice, sensory overload involved prolonged exposure to extreme, unvarying white noise, constant bright light, sleep deprivation, forced standing, and hooding. Detainees were often subjected to these conditions for days or weeks in undisclosed black sites operated by the Central Intelligence Agency CIA and in facilities like Guantanamo Bay. The objective was to induce profound psychological disequilibrium, hallucinations, and a complete loss of temporal and spatial awareness. The techniques were frequently combined with other coercive methods, including temperature manipulation and dietary restriction, systematically breaking down an individual's psychological resilience to facilitate compliance or false confessions. Documentation of sensory overload techniques came to public light through multiple avenues. In 1978, the European Court of Human Rights ruled that the 5 techniques used by the British in Northern Ireland constituted inhuman and degrading treatment. For the U.S., reports from human rights organizations like the American Civil Liberties Union ACLU and Amnesty International, beginning in the early 2000s, detailed their use. The most comprehensive exposure came from leaked classified documents and the 2014 release of the Senate Intelligence Committee report on torture, which explicitly documented the application of enhanced interrogation techniques, including sensory deprivation and overload in CIA detention facilities post-9/11. Testimonies from former detainees corroborated these reports. The revelations sparked widespread international condemnation, accusing the U.S. of violating international human rights conventions, specifically the Convention Against Torture. While U.S. government officials initially defended the practices as necessary and legal, subsequent policy changes prohibited many of these techniques, notably through executive orders. However, no senior officials were prosecuted for authorizing their use. The controversy severely damaged the international reputation of the involved nations and fueled a global debate on the definition and legality of torture in the context of national security. Coercive interrogation tactics. The development and systematic application of coercive interrogation tactics, often termed enhanced interrogation techniques (EITs) by their proponents, significantly escalated following the September 11, 2001 attacks. These methods originated from military training programs designed to prepare U.S. training stress positions. Offensive and use did not against detainees constitute a held by the torture under Central Domestic or Intelligence International Law Agency CIA, and later, by some intelligence quickly from elements of the Department of Defense. Legal justifications for their use were developed by the U.S. Department of Justice's Office of Legal Counsel. The publicly stated purpose of these tactics was to extract critical intelligence from high-value detainees in the war on terror to prevent future terrorist attacks. Officials claimed these techniques, which included waterboarding, sleep deprivation, stress positions, and extreme temperature manipulation, were necessary and did not constitute torture under domestic or international law. The objective was to gain actionable intelligence quickly from uncooperative subjects. Covertly, these techniques were applied systematically and often continuously in a network of undisclosed CIA black sites located globally, as well as in facilities such as Guantanamo Bay and Abu Ghraib. Detainees, often without formal charges or legal representation, were subjected to prolonged periods of isolation, forced nudity, dietary manipulation, mock executions, and the specific EITs mentioned. The aim was to disorient, break the will of, and psychologically devastate individuals to compel confessions or information, regardless of veracity. Internal reports and subsequent investigations revealed instances of severe physical and psychological harm, unreliable intelligence obtained, and widespread abuse. The systematic use of these tactics came to public light through multiple channels. Investigative journalism, most notably by the New York Times and the Washington Post, beginning in 2004, leaked internal documents, including the torture memos from the Office of Legal Counsel, testimonies from former detainees and whistleblowers, and comprehensive reports from human rights organizations. The most significant official exposure was the December 2014 release of the Executive Summary of the Senate Intelligence Committee's study of the CIA's detention and interrogation program, which meticulously detailed the brutal application and limited effectiveness of these tactics. The revelations provoked widespread international condemnation, leading to accusations of war crimes and significant damage to the U.S.'s international standing. Domestically, the debate polarized public opinion, with arguments over national security versus human rights. While President Barack Obama officially prohibited the use of EITs, no senior officials involved in authorizing or implementing the program were prosecuted. The controversy continues to influence policy debates on national security, human rights, and the boundaries of legal interrogation. Project Chatter Mandate. Project Chatter was formally initiated by the U.S. Navy in 1947, immediately following World War II. Its inception was driven by intelligence concerns regarding Soviet advancements in interrogation techniques and alleged truth serum applications. The project sought to counter potential enemy mind control efforts and to explore the defensive and offensive applications of psychoactive drugs for intelligence purposes, building on earlier research into narcoanalysis. Defensive and stated offensive mandate immediately of Project Fodder Chatter was to World War identify and Roman II, develop drugs and methods that could facilitate intelligence gathering, ID in the interrogation of prisoners, and potentially serve therapeutic purposes for military personnel suffering from psychological trauma, aid in the physical interrogation of coercion. Covertly, potentially projects serve therapeutic chatter purpose for military engaged in personnel extensive, unconsented human experimentation. Researchers administered various psychoactive substances, including marijuana, mescaline, and scopolamine, to unsuspecting subjects, including patients in psychiatric hospitals and detainees. The goal was to assess the drug's effects on memory, compliance, and cognitive function, exploring their potential for mind control, memory erasure, or the creation of programmed individuals. The project shared findings and methodologies with other nascent intelligence programs, notably feeding into the Central Intelligence Agency's CIA Project Artichoke and later, MK-Ultra. Instances were documented where subjects experienced severe adverse psychological reactions, and their participation was without informed consent or ethical oversight. The existence and nature of Project Chatter were brought to public attention primarily through the 1975 Church Committee investigations. Officially, the U.S. Senate Select Committee to study governmental operations with respect to intelligence activities, chaired by Senator Frank Church. While much of the committee's focus was on the broader MK-Ultra program, declassified documents revealed Chatter as an earlier, foundational effort in the U.S. government's human experimentation into mind control. Further information was released in 1977 following Freedom of Information Act requests from journalists. The revelations about Project Chatter, alongside those of Artichoke and MK-Ultra, confirmed widespread government involvement in unethical and illegal human experimentation. Public reaction was one of profound shock and anger, severely eroding trust in government agencies. Although the project itself had officially ended by 1953, its legacy underscored the need for stricter ethical guidelines and oversight in all government-sponsored research. The disclosures contributed to ongoing debates about government secrecy and accountability, prompting reforms in human subject research protocols across the intelligence community and broader scientific endeavors. Cold water immersion. The application of cold water immersion as a coercive technique has historical roots in various forms of torture and endurance testing. Its systematic exploration as an enhanced interrogation technique by U.S. intelligence agencies became prominent post-9/11, alongside other methods designed to inflict distress without leaving immediate physical marks. Its use was often justified under a perceived legal loophole that distinguished discomfort from torture. Officially, cold water immersion was presented as a method to induce discomfort and shock in detainees, to break their resistance during interrogation, and to extract actionable intelligence. Proponents this was claimed it was a non-lethal frequently means to achieve combined with compliance, similar to military survival training techniques, and was not positions intended to cause lasting harm. The stated objective was to create a disorienting and stressful environment conducive to eliciting information. Covertly, cold water immersion was applied for prolonged periods, often hours, with detainees stripped naked and subjected to near-freezing temperatures in cold cells or through repeated dousing. This was frequently combined with other coercive tactics such as sleep deprivation, stress positions, and sensory overload. The intent was not merely discomfort but to induce hypothermia, extreme pain, psychological breakdown, and a profound sense of helplessness. Records indicate its use in CIA black sites and specific detention facilities like Guantanamo Bay. Detainees often suffered from severe hypothermia, frostbite, and long-term psychological trauma, including anxiety, depression, and post-traumatic stress disorder (PTSD). The use of cold water immersion became publicly known through investigative reporting by media outlets such as the New York Times and the Washington Post, starting in the mid-2000s. Reports from human rights organizations, including Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch, documented accounts from former detainees who described enduring this technique. The most definitive official confirmation came with the December 2014 release of the Executive Summary of the Senate Intelligence Committee Report on Torture, which detailed the systematic application of cold temperatures, including ice baths and dousing, as part of the CIA's Enhanced Interrogation Program. International human rights organizations and legal experts widely condemned cold water immersion as a form of torture, violating the United Nations Convention Against Torture. Domestically, the revelations contributed to the ongoing national debate over the legality and morality of enhanced interrogation techniques. While official policies under the Obama administration prohibited its use, calls for accountability and prosecution of those who authorized and implemented the practice largely went unheeded. The controversy significantly damaged the U.S.'s international reputation and continued to fuel debate regarding its adherence to international law. Disembodiment illusion research. Research into disembodiment illusions, which manipulate an individual's perception of their own body and its location, gained traction in academic neuroscience and psychology in the early 2000s. However, related for research units. Intelligence. This exploration-related research stemmed from an interest in methods to disorient, stated developing destabilize, CONSCIA. For defense and intelligence-related research, the stated purpose of studying disembodiment illusions was to understand the neurocognitive basis of self-perception and consciousness. Studying or training psychologically disembodiment simulations for manipulate illusions was to personnel, consciousness enhancing resilience to psychological warfare, or creating non-lethal psychological tools for crowd control or prisoner handling. The public narrative focused on therapeutic applications, such as treating phantom limb pain or virtual reality-based therapy. Covertly, the research explored how to induce profound states of disembodiment or depersonalization in human subjects, particularly in vulnerable individuals or detainees, to undermine their sense of reality and self-cohesion. Techniques involve the systematic manipulation of visual and proprioceptive feedback, often using virtual reality, specialized sensory environments, or precise physical stimuli to create the illusion of being outside one's body or having an altered body image. The objective was to achieve extreme psychological disorientation, making subjects more susceptible to suggestion, breaking their psychological resistance, or extracting information under duress by eroding their cognitive defenses. Evidence suggests these methods were considered for use in advanced interrogation protocols, aiming to achieve compliance through psychological disintegration rather than physical pain. Direct official documentation detailing the covert application of disembodiment illusion research in interrogation contexts remains highly classified. However, several academic papers published in the late 2000s and early 2010s discussed the profound psychological effects of such illusions, prompting ethical debates within the scientific community regarding their potential for misuse. Unofficial reports from former intelligence contractors, speaking anonymously to investigative journalists in 2017, alluded to theoretical explorations and limited experimental trials of perception manipulation techniques on detainees, citing effects consistent with induced disembodiment. These unconfirmed reports indicated an interest in breaking down psychological barriers through non-physical means. The limited public exposure has primarily fueled ethical concerns within the scientific and human rights communities regarding the dual-use potential of advanced neuroscience and psychological research. While no direct government confirmation of covert application has occurred, the theoretical possibility prompted calls for stricter oversight on research, with potential for psychological manipulation. The discussion contributes to the ongoing debate about the boundaries of permissible psychological warfare and the ethics of altering an individual's fundamental sense of self. Intent of harmful placebo deception, inducing harm. The practice of harmful placebo deception, where subjects are led to believe they are receiving a potent or dangerous substance when they are not, has roots in early 20th century psychological and medical experimentation. Within intelligence contexts, it was explored during the Cold War era, notably under programs like the Central Intelligence Agency's CIA MK-Ultra. The intent was to understand the power of suggestion and expectation to induce specific physiological or psychological effects without administering actual active compounds, or to gauge an individual's psychological vulnerability. Agency's CIA MK-Ultra, officially, the pharmacological intent was to studies as a control for understand the drug power of efficacy, studies to in covert understand the context's power of the mind-body connection. In covert contexts, any stated purpose would be highly obfuscated, perhaps referencing stress-response research or psychological resilience studies to mask the true intent of inducing harm. Covertly, harmful placebo deception involved administering inert substances, e.g., sugar pills, saline injections to unwitting subjects, while simultaneously convincing them, through elaborate scenarios or authoritative pronouncements, that they were receiving powerful toxins, hallucinogens, or debilitating agents. The objective was to induce genuine adverse physiological symptoms, e.g., nausea, tremors, pain, anxiety attacks, perceived paralysis, or even psychosomatic illness purely through the power of negative expectation or nocebo effect. These experiments were sometimes conducted on vulnerable populations, including institutionalized individuals, prisoners, or those seeking medical treatment, without their informed consent. The data gathered assessed how deeply an individual could be manipulated to manifest physical distress or cognitive impairment based solely on false information and psychological pressure. Evidence of harmful placebo deception emerged during the 1975 Church Committee investigations into CIA activities, specifically within the declassified documents related to Project MK-Ultra. While direct references to harmful placebo deception might not have been explicit, the broader pattern of unconsented drug testing and psychological manipulation strongly implied such practices. Further details surfaced in 1977 when additional MK-Ultra documents were released, detailing experiments on the psychological and physiological effects of suggestion, sometimes involving deception about the nature of administered substances. Testimonies from former participants or their families, notably in subsequent lawsuits, alluded to unexplained illnesses or psychological distress following participation in unacknowledged government studies. The revelations contributed significantly to public outcry regarding government-sponsored human experimentation. While specific cases of harmful placebo deception were difficult to isolate from the broader unethical drug testing, the principle became a cornerstone of ethical guidelines for human research established in the late 1970s. These guidelines explicitly prohibited deception that could cause physical or psychological harm without full, informed consent and immediate debriefing. The scandal led to lasting damage to the reputation of involved agencies and reinforced public distrust in classified government research. Negative expectation harm. The deliberate induction of negative expectation harm, also known as the nocebo effect, was explored by intelligence and military psychological units from the mid-20th century onwards. This research derived from observations of psychosomatic illness and the power of belief to manifest physical symptoms. Within covert programs, it was investigated as a method to incapacitate, disorient, or psychologically break individuals without recourse to direct physical intervention or the administration of active compounds. Publicate was justification for research into negative expectation harm investigated would as be a highly method to veiled, perhaps FR, aimed as studies into psychological resilience, stress management, or the cognitive mechanisms of belief. Psychological resilience internally, or the psychological cognitive states and physiological mechanisms of belief outcomes, with potential applications in psychological warfare, advanced interrogation, or creating non-lethal incapacitation methods. Covertly, experiments involved systematically creating environments or narratives designed to induce severe negative expectations in unwitting subjects. This included falsely informing individuals they had been exposed to toxins, lethal pathogens, or that they were developing severe illnesses. Subjects might be placed in mock isolation wards or exposed to staged symptoms in others, leading them to genuinely believe they were experiencing deteriorating health. The goal was to observe and measure the resulting physiological and psychological distress, including pain, nausea, fevers, anxiety, and profound debilitation, all induced solely by mental conviction. These programs sought to refine methods for inducing specific symptoms or psychological breakdowns through pure psychological manipulation, without the use of drugs or physical force, potentially for application in targeting adversarial personnel or during coercive interrogations to achieve compliance through induced despair or illness. Direct, declassified government documents explicitly detailing negative expectation harm programs are rare due to the highly sensitive nature of psychological warfare and covert manipulation. However, academic discussions of the nocebo effect, particularly its darker implications, increased in the late 20th and early 21st centuries. Unofficial accounts from former intelligence personnel, speaking anonymously to journalists in the 1990s and 2000, described internal research into psychological incapacitation and mind-based weaponry, including methods to induce physiological symptoms through purely suggestive means. These accounts were difficult to corroborate, but aligned with the broader themes of psychological manipulation explored during the Cold War. The unconfirmed reports and theoretical discussions around negative expectation harm have prompted ethical debates within the psychological and defense communities. While no official admissions of direct application have occurred, the theoretical possibility emphasizes the profound ethical challenges posed by advanced psychological manipulation. It underscores the necessity for robust ethical oversight in all psychological research, particularly in fields with potential dual-use applications that could undermine an individual's mental and physical well-being through non-physical means. Psychogenic death cases. The phenomenon of psychogenic death, sometimes referred to as voodoo death or SUD, and death induced by extreme psychological stress, has been observed in various cultural and clinical contexts. Units during the mid to any late 20th century practice. Psychological remote manipulation, the impossible. Academic, particularly in research into avoiding extreme terms that scenarios where psychosomatic direct phenomena, explicit, covertly psychological endurance, or the mind research body focused on connecting under duress. Any practical application would be discussed in highly classified internal memos concerning psychological incapacitation or remote influence methods, avoiding terms that explicitly suggest lethality. Covertly, research focused on identifying the precise psychological triggers and environmental conditions that could induce fatal physiological responses in susceptible individuals. This involved systematic experimentation on unwitting subjects to observe the effects of prolonged, inescapable terror, absolute hopelessness, extreme social ostracism, or the profound conviction of impending doom. These conditions were induced through sensory deprivation, mock executions, elaborate deceptions simulating terminal illness or divine curse, and sustained psychological torture. The aim was to determine if an individual could be led to experience a fatal stress response, such as cardiac arrest or systemic collapse, purely through psychological means, without direct physical assault or the administration of toxic agents. Internal reports, if they existed, would document patterns of physiological collapse following periods of extreme mental duress, often without clear physical cause of death. Definitive, declassified documentation of deliberate government-induced psychogenic death remains exceptionally scarce due to its extreme ethical implications and the high classification level such research would entail. However, references to terminal breakdown and extreme psychological pressure leading to physiological collapse appear in highly sanitized reports related to enhanced interrogation techniques or mind control research from the Cold War era. Unofficial accounts from whistleblowers or deeply embedded investigative journalists, though unverified by official channels, have alluded to the theoretical exploration and isolated experimental instances of inducing profound psychological states designed to overwhelm an individual's will to live, resulting in fatality. These remain largely in the realm of speculative historical accounts derived from fragments. The concept of government-induced psychogenic death, while largely unconfirmed by official records, evokes profound ethical revulsion. Its theoretical discussion, often linked to the extreme edges of psychological warfare and torture, underscores the most egregious potential abuses of human psychological understanding. The very notion reinforces calls for absolute transparency and international oversight on all government-sponsored human behavioral research, prohibiting any experimentation that could intentionally lead to such an outcome. Conditioned helplessness paralysis. Century, projects such as MK primarily, within Cold War era academic and intelligence spheres. Its origin can be traced to studies on animal behavior in the late 1960s at the University of Pennsylvania by Dr. Others possible. Officially, government-funded research related to this phenomenon was often presented as efforts to understand human resilience under duress, to improve military personnel's resistance to interrogation, or to develop strategies for managing stress in high-pressure environments. The stated purpose emphasized the scientific exploration of adaptive and maladaptive coping mechanisms in isolated or hostile conditions. However, hidden activities involved more ethically dubious applications. During the 1950s and 1960s, intelligence agencies, notably the CIA through projects such as MKUltra, funded experiments by figures like Dr. Ewan Cameron at McGill University's Allen Memorial Institute in Montreal. These experiments, under the guise of mental health treatment, subjected unwitting patients to extreme conditions designed to induce a state of profound psychological dependency and passivity. Methods included prolonged sensory deprivation, repeated electroshock therapy far exceeding therapeutic levels, and administration of psychoactive drugs combined with induced comas, all aimed at depatterning subjects to the point where they cease to react to external threats or opportunities for escape, exhibiting a profound state of learned helplessness. These covert operations sought to explore methods for mind control and psychological incapacitation. Exposure of these activities began in the 1970s. Public light was shed by investigative journalists and congressional inquiries, notably the 1975 Senate Church Committee hearings. Declassified CIA documents, released in part due to Freedom of Information Act requests and internal investigations, revealed the extent of human experimentation, including specific subprojects that focused on creating states of psychological paralysis. The aftermath included significant public outrage, widespread media coverage detailing the unethical practices, and formal apologies from government entities. Limited financial compensation was provided to some victims and their families in subsequent decades, such as the Canadian government's recognition of Cameron's victims. The revelations led to stricter ethical guidelines for human experimentation, though questions about accountability and the full scope of such programs continued to be debated for years. Particular group blame involved ethnicity, deliberate and induction class, economic class, or on, for cultivate societal ideological animosity by faction for problems. Subgroups. The practice of group blame induction emerged as a refined tactic within psychological operations during the mid-20th century, notably gaining traction in the post-World War Roman II era, amidst rising geopolitical tensions and decolonization movements. Societal cohesion. Notable rising geopolitical aiming to tensions and destabilize decolonization, adversarial movements groups, or solidify power structures through engineered internal divisions. Officially, understand often intergroup working under the guise of dynamics, reduce internal dissent, or organizations foster national unity. Statements often working under the emphasized the guise of study of public opinion, community resilience, influenced or even disruptive religious elements within society. Covertly, however, the process involved deliberate and systematic campaigns to cultivate animosity by attributing collective fault to specific internal or external subgroups. Operatives, often working under the guise of independent media, civil organizations, or even religious institutions, would disseminate targeted disinformation. This included the fabrication of grievances, exaggeration of minor incidents, and the promotion of narratives that scapegoated a particular ethnicity, economic class, or ideological faction for societal problems. For instance, in the 1960s, certain intelligence agencies explored methods to undermine civil rights movements by subtly promoting internal divisions and fostering mutual distrust between different factions, leveraging existing social anxieties to induce collective blame against perceived agitators or outsiders. The goal was to redirect popular discontent away from systemic issues and towards an identifiable, often fabricated, common enemy within the target population. Exposure of these activities typically occurred through whistleblowers, investigative journalism, or later declassifications of archival documents. In the United States, limited disclosures regarding the COINTELPRO operations in the 1970s, overseen by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, provided glimpses into efforts to induce internal conflict and mutual suspicion within targeted political organizations. While not explicitly named group blame induction, the operational outcomes aligned with its principles. The aftermath of such revelations included public outcry against governmental overreach and civil liberties violations. Media coverage focused on the erosion of trust between citizens and state institutions. Official responses often involved denials of systemic intent or claims that actions were necessary for national security. Consequences included public apologies in some cases, internal policy reviews, and a lasting legacy of societal distrust, with some targeted groups facing prolonged stigmatization and division. Intergroup conflict induction. Conflict it's emerged as a doctrine within origins are rooted in post-intelligentsia and world military war Roman II operations during the geopolitical Cold War maneuvering onward. Conflict it's emerged as a doctrine within origins are rooted in post-intelligentsia and world military war Roman II operations during the geopolitical Cold War maneuvering onward, where various global powers sought to influence the stability and alignment of newly independent nations or weaken adversary states. This involved applying principles of social psychology to real-world political landscapes. Understand and prevent covert civil unrest, foreign subversion, or to foster suitable intelligence and governance. Publicly, interventions such designed to efforts were foment or framed within the context of escalate national security, existing tensions, interests, or distinct social international development. Understand and prevent covert civil unrest, however. Interventions such designed to efforts were foment or framed within the context of escalate national security, existing tensions, interests, or distinct social, ethnic, or political groups within target nations. Methods included the covert funding and arming of rival factions, the dissemination of incendiary propaganda through clandestine media channels, and the deployment of agents provocateur to incite violence or sabotage. For example, during the 1960s, certain operations in Southeast Asia and parts of Africa involved exploiting pre-existing tribal or religious cleavages. Intelligence assets would provide material support to one side while simultaneously feeding disinformation to the other, creating a self-perpetuating cycle of mistrust and aggression. The objective was to destabilize a region, divert resources, or prevent the consolidation of a unified political entity deemed unfavorable to the intervening power's interests. Specific instances involved the strategic amplification of historical grievances and the direct orchestration of violent clashes between communities that had previously coexisted, albeit sometimes uneasily. Exposure of these operations has been piecemeal, occurring largely through declassified government documents, investigative journalism, and whistleblower accounts from the 1970s onward. The Senate Church Committee investigations in the United States, for example, brought to light a range of covert actions, some of which had direct or indirect effects on intergroup relations in foreign countries. The aftermath frequently involved prolonged periods of regional instability, humanitarian crises, and the erosion of international trust. Media coverage often highlighted the complex and devastating human cost. Official responses typically involved denials of direct responsibility or characterization of actions as defensive measures against perceived threats. Consequences included a legacy of entrenched animosities within affected populations, contributing to long-term civil conflicts and ongoing debates about the ethics of foreign intervention. Negative expectancy bias. The concept of negative expectancy bias as a deliberate operational target emerged within psychological warfare and social engineering research in the mid-20th century. Its origin lies in the study of public morale and susceptibility to influence, particularly during the Cold War era, where controlling population sentiment became a strategic imperative for various states. Officially, national morale thereby during crises, or to assess societal resistance or collective vulnerabilities to endeavor foreign propaganda. Various covert public means statements emphasized fostering civic optimism and preparedness. In hidden activities, however, the objective was the systematic cultivation of a pervasive pessimistic outlook within a target population, leading to a debilitating belief that negative outcomes were inevitable, thereby discouraging active resistance or collective endeavor. This was achieved through various covert means. Intelligence agencies and their proxies employed sophisticated psychological operations, or PSYOPs, to disseminate specific narratives. This involved seeding negative economic forecasts, exaggerating public health threats, amplifying reports of social decay, and circulating messages of futility regarding political or social change. These messages were often delivered through ostensibly independent media outlets, academic channels, or social influencers, making their origins difficult to trace. The intent was to induce a state of fatalism, eroding public confidence in institutions and discouraging any form of proactive citizen engagement, thus reducing the likelihood of dissent or organized opposition. Operations of this nature were conducted throughout the latter half of the 20th century, often integrated into broader campaigns of influence targeting both domestic and foreign populations deemed problematic. Exposure of these programs has been gradual, often coming through investigative journalism and the eventual declassification of internal government documents. Revelations concerning certain aspects of Operation Mockingbird in the United States, though not directly detailing negative expectancy bias as a standalone operation, illustrated the capacity and intent to manipulate public opinion through media infiltration during the 1970s. Further disclosures regarding psychological warfare tactics across various nations provided additional context. The aftermath of such revelations included a profound erosion of public trust in official information sources and government institutions. Media coverage frequently highlighted the ethical implications of state-sponsored psychological manipulation. Official responses typically involved denials of widespread malicious intent or justifications based on national security exigencies. The long-term consequences included increased societal cynicism, reduced civic participation, and a persistent challenge for governments to establish credibility in subsequent public communications. Apathy in crowds. The study and potential engineering of apathy in crowds emerged from social control research during the mid-20th century, particularly influenced by post-World War II concerns over civil unrest and the rise of mass movements. Behavior was framed as its efforts to enhance lies in public safety behavioral during psychology and large sociological gatherings, studies that sought to understand crowd dynamics or to responses, underlying social bystander cohesion and effects dissolution, emphasized conditions under which hidden collective mitigating action either risks and activities mobilizes or improving involved the covert civic dissipates. Officially, government and academic research into crowd behavior was framed as efforts to enhance public safety during large gatherings, to manage emergency response, or to understand the psychological mechanisms underlying social cohesion and dissolution. The stated purpose emphasized mitigating risks and improving civic order. However, hidden activities involved the covert application of these principles to intentionally foster indifference and prevent collective action. Among target populations. Intelligence agencies and domestic security apparatuses developed strategies to disincentivize public assembly and protest. Techniques included the strategic dissemination of information, designed to create a sense of powerlessness or futility among potential participants. This involved amplifying messages of inevitable failure, highlighting the risks of participation without corresponding rewards, or promoting an individualistic ethos over communal solidarity. Operations could involve planting informants or agents provocateurs within nascent movements to spread disunity, or using media channels to subtly shift public attention away from grievances toward mundane distractions or manufactured controversies. The objective was to subtly erode the motivation for collective action, transforming potentially active crowds into passive, disconnected individuals. For example, during the 1960s and 1970s, certain government programs in democratic nations were documented to have employed tactics to disrupt and pacify protest movements, a significant component of which involved fostering internal discord and external apathy. Exposure of these methods frequently came through leaks, investigative journalism, and formal inquiries. The revelations surrounding the FBI's COINTELPRO operations in the United States during the 1970s provided extensive evidence of systematic efforts to monitor, infiltrate, and disrupt various political and social movements, indirectly contributing to crowd apathy through a myriad of covert tactics. The aftermath included widespread public outrage over government surveillance and manipulation of its own citizens. Media coverage focused on the erosion of democratic freedoms and the unethical use of state power. Official responses often included admissions of some activities, but typically denied the broader intent of fostering widespread apathy, framing actions as necessary security measures. Consequences involved congressional hearings, new legislative oversight, and a lasting public skepticism towards government interventions in social and political movements. Self-detachment experiments. The systematic investigation into self-detachment experiments originated in the early Cold War era, primarily in the 1950s, driven by intense geopolitical rivalry and the perceived psychological vulnerabilities of combatants and prisoners of war. Research initiatives emerged from both military and intelligence sectors, alongside academic psychology. The initial impetus was to understand and counter perceived brainwashing techniques employed by adversaries, and to explore the limits of human psychological endurance. Officially, such research was presented as studies into human resilience, the effects of extreme stress on performance, or the development of improved interrogation resistance training. The stated purpose emphasized scientific advancement in understanding the human mind under duress to protect national security personnel. Covertly, however, intelligence agencies, most notably the CIA through Project MKUltra and its various sub-projects, funded and conducted extensive, unethical experiments on human subjects. Dr. Intelligence beginning in 1957, performance funded and conducted extensive, improved subjects, resistance experiments on often human training subjects, unwitting psychiatric patients, doctor, isolation and repeated exposure to monotonous, non-specific stimuli. Individuals were confined to sleep rooms or placed in medically induced comas for weeks or months, combined with high-dose psychoactive drugs and repeated electroshock therapy. These extreme conditions were designed to induce profound states of depersonalization and derealization, causing subjects to feel disconnected from their own bodies, thoughts, and emotions, effectively creating a state of psychological self-detachment. The objective was to depattern existing personalities, rendering individuals more susceptible to external influence or to erase memories. Exposure of these experiments began in the 1970s, primarily through the Senate Church Committee investigations in the United States in 1975. Declassified CIA documents, though heavily redacted and incomplete due to prior destruction of records, confirmed the existence and nature of these programs. Survivor testimonies and subsequent legal actions also brought individual cases to public light. The aftermath included widespread public condemnation of government-sponsored human experimentation and significant media coverage detailing the horrific abuse of vulnerable individuals. Official responses involved formal apologies, some financial settlements for victims and their families, and the implementation of stricter ethical guidelines for human subject research. Despite these measures, a legacy of distrust in government and scientific institutions persisted, and the full extent of psychological damage to victims remained a subject of ongoing concern and support efforts, contributing to intelligence and national security through induced operations, or to scientific break personality resistance enduring splitting. The induced Project MKUltra personality splitting origin, aided in the early 1950s, driven by intelligence agencies during the height of the Cold War. The perceived need to investigation, understand into, and counter induced personality brainwashing splitting techniques reportedly originated in the early employed by 1950 Soviet and Chinese adversaries. War alongside a parallel pursuit of new methods for interrogation, mind control, and psychological manipulation. Programs. Officially, any related scientific inquiry was framed as efforts to understand the effects of extreme psychological trauma, memory function, or the resilience of the human psyche under duress. The stated purpose emphasized contributing to national security through scientific advancement in behavioral psychology and countering foreign influence. Covertly, however, the objective was the deliberate fragmentation of an individual's personality, often to create pliable subjects for intelligence operations, or to break resistance during interrogation. The CIA's Project MKUltra, initiated in 1953, stands as the most prominent example of such hidden activities. Under MKUltra, sub-projects explored extreme methods, including prolonged sensory deprivation, repeated high-dose electroshock therapy, administration of hallucinogenic drugs like LSD in controlled and uncontrolled environments, and the induction of extended drug-induced comas. These techniques were applied to unwitting subjects, often psychiatric patients, prisoners, or vulnerable individuals without their informed consent. Dr. Ewan Cameron, a psychiatrist at McGill University's Allen Memorial Institute, received significant CIA funding for his depatterning experiments, which involved erasing existing memories and personality traits to then reprogram subjects. The aim was to induce severe dissociative states, effectively splitting a personality to create amnesia, implant false memories, or establish new, controllable identities. Exposure of these programs began in 1975 with the Senate Church Committee investigations in the United States. Although many MKUltra records had been destroyed, congressional testimony and partially declassified documents confirmed the existence of extensive human experimentation. Further public revelations came through investigative journalism and lawsuits filed by survivors or their families in subsequent decades. Aftermath included widespread public outrage over government-sponsored unethical human experimentation. Media coverage extensively detailed the horrific abuses. Official responses involved formal apologies, some limited financial compensation to victims, such as the Canadian government's settlements for Cameron's patients, and the establishment of stricter ethical guidelines for human research. Despite these measures, questions about the full extent of such programs and the long-term psychological damage to victims continued to be a source of public concern and debate, contributing to a lasting distrust in government intelligence activities. Sensory deprivation extremes. Unwitting extremes the subjects emerged in the early stated 1950s from academic psychology and quickly garnered significant interest from military and intelligence agencies. Individuals were isolated, subjected to environments prolonged and severe deprivation of sensory input, such as prisoners of war, submariners, or astronauts, and exploring the potential for psychological manipulation under conditions of extreme isolation. Officially, research into sensory deprivation was presented as a means to understand the human brain's response to lack of external stimuli, to develop countermeasures for psychological stressors in confined spaces, or to improve the resilience of personnel in demanding operational contexts. The stated purpose emphasized scientific inquiry for national defense and human performance optimization. Covertly, however, intelligence agencies, most notably the CIA through its MKUltra program and related initiatives, conducted extensive and unethical experiments. Individuals, often unwitting subjects including psychiatric patients, prisoners, or those from marginalized populations, were subjected to prolonged and severe deprivation of sensory input. Techniques included placement in anechoic chambers, isolation tanks where subjects floated in warm water in complete darkness and silence, and prolonged solitary confinement in darkened, soundproof cells. Subjects were hooded, restrained, or exposed to constant, monotonous white noise to mask internal sensations, often for days or weeks. These experiments aimed to push subjects to the brink of psychological collapse, inducing profound disorientation, hallucinations, paranoia, and a breakdown of cognitive functions. The objective was to explore the psychological breaking point of individuals and assess their susceptibility to suggestion or psychological manipulation under such duress. Exposure of these activities occurred primarily in the 1970s. The 1975 Senate Church Committee investigations in the United States played a crucial role, alongside subsequent declassification of CIA documents. Academic publications from the 1950s by researchers like Donald Hebb at McGill University, while initially framed as scientific inquiry, later revealed the foundational ethical issues inherent in such extreme human experimentation. Whistleblower accounts and survivor testimonies further illuminated the practices. The aftermath included widespread public outrage and significant media coverage detailing the inhumane treatment of individuals. Official responses involved formal apologies from government agencies and some financial compensation for victims. The revelations led directly to the establishment of stricter ethical guidelines for human experimentation and increased oversight of government research programs. Despite these reforms, the legacy of these experiments contributed to a lasting public distrust in intelligence agencies and a heightened awareness of human rights abuses in scientific research. Interrogation coercion methods. The implementation of interrogation coercion methods as a systematic practice evolved from various military and intelligence contexts throughout the 20th century, with a significant escalation during the Cold War and the subsequent War on Terror. Its origin lies in the perceived need to extract intelligence from uncooperative detainees under pressure, drawing inspiration from perceived adversary. Its various colonial origin counter lies in the perceived intelligence need to extract insurgency agencies, practice as intelligence for. Officially, adversary characterized as enhanced developed and interrogation, apply techniques or range of stress and techniques that duress human methods, alternatives to conventional inhuman interrogation, treatment designed to elicit critical intelligence from high-value detainees, to prevent imminent threats to national security. Public statements emphasized their legal justification and ethical oversight. Covertly, however, various intelligence agencies, including the CIA and Military Intelligence Unit, developed and applied a range of techniques that human rights organizations and international law frequently categorize as torture or cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment. These methods, documented in internal agency memos, included prolonged sleep deprivation lasting days, forced stress positions, sensory deprivation such as prolonged hooding, blindfolding, and isolation, sensory overload exposure to extremely loud noise and continuous bright lights, temperature extremes, and waterboarding, a simulated drowning technique. Psychological coercion involved threats to detainees' families, mock executions, and cultural degradation. These techniques were systematically applied at clandestine detention facilities, known as black sites, across various international locations, particularly after 2001, to break detainees' resistance and extract information, often regardless of its reliability. The specific detention protocols were developed, and facilities refined based on purported effectiveness, across ethical and legal various boundaries. Multiple sources. Intelligence to and military break communities detainees provided resistance initial extract information accounts. Detailed investigative journalism by major news organizations, including the New York Times and the Washington Post, published extensive reports based on leaked information. Human rights organizations like the ACLU and Amnesty International documented abuses. The most comprehensive public revelation came with the declassification and release of portions of the U.S. Senate Intelligence Committee's report on the CIA's detention and interrogation program in 2014. The aftermath included widespread international condemnation, public outrage, and intense domestic debate regarding the legality and morality of these methods. Official responses varied, ranging from denials of torture to justifications based on extraordinary circumstances. While some practices were officially terminated and an executive order prohibited certain methods, accountability for those who authorized or carried out the techniques remained limited, leading to ongoing legal and ethical challenges and a lasting negative impact on international perceptions of the involved nations. Captivity bonding phenomenon. The deliberate induction of the captivity bonding phenomenon, often referred to as Stockholm Syndrome, emerged as a subject of interest within psychological warfare and social control research during the mid-20th century. The situations, cult induction of the captivity dynamics and prisoner behavior, referred to as prompting a Stockholm tactical exploration of how such psychological bonds could be manipulated or exploited in intelligence and security contexts. Mid-20th century officially, resilience under intelligence and however duress security, elements within aiming to improve hostage intelligence and negotiation security strategize, creation, or to amplification of this understand, and manage the bonding behavior of long-term detainees. The standalone stated purpose emphasized scientific analysis for humanitarian or national security outcomes operation, presented as covertly research into resilience under creation or to amplification of this understand, and manage the bonding behavior of long-term detainees. The standalone stated purpose emphasized scientific analysis for humanitarian or national security outcomes operation. The principles of inducing dependency and blurring the lines between captor and captive were integrated into various coercive environments. This involved controlling all aspects of a subject's existence, intermittently alternating between harsh deprivation and perceived acts of kindness or limited concessions. For instance, in certain long-term detention scenarios, or within state-sponsored thought reform programs, captors might strategically provide comfort, food, or minimal privileges after periods of intense psychological or physical stress. This intermittent reinforcement, combined with isolation from external support and the perception that the captor holds the key to survival, fostered a dependent psychological attachment. The goal was to reduce resistance, extract information, or ensure compliance by cultivating a bond of perceived loyalty or shared experience, even in abusive conditions. Such tactics were often observed in high-pressure interrogation environments or during extended periods of confinement. Exposure of these methods has been largely through victim testimonies, psychological analyses of specific incidents, and leaked documents detailing coercive interrogation strategies. While a single, named operation for inducing captivity bonding is not widely publicized, the psychological mechanisms contributing to it have been detailed in reports by human rights organizations and academic studies on coercive control, often drawing from accounts of former political prisoners or cult members. For example, during the latter half of the 20th century, reports on the treatment of detainees in various politically sensitive contexts occasionally illuminated practices consistent with fostering such bonds. The aftermath typically involved increased public awareness of the complex psychological effects of prolonged captivity and coercive control. Media coverage highlighted the often devastating and lasting psychological trauma experienced by victims. Official responses were varied, often denying deliberate manipulation while acknowledging the phenomenon. Consequences included ongoing debates about ethical treatment in detention, calls for greater transparency in interrogation practices, and efforts to provide specialized psychological support for individuals who experienced such profound psychological shifts under duress. Mythical sleep deprivation. The genesis of inquiries into extreme sleep deprivation as a method of psychological manipulation traces back to the mid-20th century, notably University, within clandestine research programs. One prominent example is the Central Intelligence Agency's Project MK-Ultra, specifically Subproject 58, which provided funding to Dr. Notably University's Allen Memorial Institute in Montreal, Canada, from 1957 to 1964. The stated purpose of Cameron's research, as publicly presented, was to develop advanced treatments for severe psychiatric conditions, including schizophrenia and depression. He aimed to depattern existing mental states in patients before attempting to reconstruct their personalities, which he termed psychic driving. This was rationalized as a radical therapeutic approach for deeply entrenched mental illnesses. However, the actual activities conducted under this guise involved highly coercive and ethically dubious procedures. Patients a Cameron subjected patients, subjected reconstruct, postpartum which he depression termed psychic driving. Periods of this was drug rationalized as induced asleep, however citing up to 65 days. This was often combined with massive doses of electroconvulsive therapy ECT, sometimes 30 to 40 times the standard frequency, and continuous playback of looped audio messages through headphones placed under their pillows. Patients were kept in sensory deprivation for extended periods. These hidden activities aimed to induce profound amnesia and a compliant state, exploring the boundaries of mind control and personality alteration, often without the patient's informed consent or awareness of the CIA's involvement. Public exposure of these practices began in the mid-1970s, following revelations from the 1975 Church Committee investigations into CIA activities, particularly regarding MK-Ultra. Former patients of Dr. Cameron initiated lawsuits against the CIA and the Canadian government. Documents unearthed through Freedom of Information Act requests and the Church Committee hearings provided evidence of the CIA's covert funding and oversight of the experiments. In 1980, 9 former patients filed a landmark lawsuit against the CIA, demanding compensation for damages incurred during their treatment. The aftermath involved widespread public outrage and condemnation of the experiments. The CIA, while admitting its involvement, maintained that the vast majority of MK-Ultra documents had been destroyed in 1973, limiting full disclosure. In 1988, the U.S. government settled with the 9 plaintiffs for $750,000, acknowledging harm but stopping short of admitting direct responsibility for the outcomes. The revelations led to significant reforms in human subject research ethics, emphasizing informed consent and the establishment of oversight bodies like Institutional Review Boards (IRBs) to prevent the recurrence of such non-consensual and harmful experimentation. Modern ECT procedures. Electroconvulsive therapy, or ECT, emerged in Italy in the late 1930s, developed by neuropsychiatrists Ugo Cerletti and Lucio Bini. Its origin traces to observations of epileptic patients and the then popular, though unproven, theory of antagonism between epilepsy and schizophrenia. Include early treatment-resistant applications were major primarily for severe depressive mental disorders, profound and certain depression, schizophrenia, characterized by catatonia or psychosis. The stated purpose of ECT in contemporary medical practice is to provide a rapid and effective treatment for severe, debilitating psychiatric conditions that have not responded to other interventions. These include treatment-resistant major depressive disorder, severe mania, catatonia, and certain forms of schizophrenia. It is presented as a crucial, evidence-based option for patients whose lives are at significant risk due to their illness. Civtoric historically mania stated for severe, contemporary early ECT medical procedures, 1940s to the is 1960, involved conditions that have not direct evidence application of responded to based other electrodes without option for anesthesia or muscle interventions patients whose relaxant lives are at significant risk due to their illness. This resulted in violent seizures, often leading to bone fractures, dislocations, and severe muscle strain. While these physical risks are largely mitigated in modern practice, public concerns regarding memory loss and cognitive side effects persist. Some historical applications, particularly within institutional settings, lacked robust ethical oversight, occasionally bordering on punitive or coercive usage. Modern ECT, however, is a highly controlled medical procedure performed under general anesthesia, with muscle relaxants to prevent motor convulsions and oxygenation to reduce physical complications. The hidden activities aspect often refers to the historical abuses and the ongoing, often private, experiences of memory impairment reported by some patients, which, while acknowledged, are subject to ongoing research regarding their precise mechanisms and extent. Exposure of the more controversial aspects of ECT's application occurred through patient advocacy movements in the mid-20th century, critical psychiatric literature, and some journalistic accounts that highlighted the potential for abuse and adverse side effects. The development of professional guidelines by organizations such as the American Psychiatric Association, beginning in the 1970s, aimed to standardize safe and ethical practices, effectively bringing the procedure under stricter medical scrutiny and limiting historical misuses. The aftermath of these developments has seen ECT evolve into a refined medical procedure, albeit one that remains controversial among patient groups and in public discourse. Strict protocols now govern its use, requiring comprehensive patient evaluation, informed consent, and monitoring by a team of medical professionals. While its efficacy for severe, refractory conditions is widely recognized within the medical community, the debate over its cognitive side effects, particularly memory impairment, continues. Ethical review boards universally oversee its application, ensuring adherence to modern guidelines for patient safety and autonomy. Implanted brain control. Research into implanted brain control mechanisms gained significant traction in the mid-20th century, particularly through the pioneering work of Dr. José Manuel Rodríguez Delgado. Delgado developed sophisticated techniques for electrical stimulation of the brain (ESB) using implanted electrodes, often referred to as stimosivers. The stated purpose of Delgado's research was to understand brain function, map neural pathways, and explore potential therapeutic applications for neurological and psychiatric disorders. He articulated a vision of a psycho-civilized society, suggesting that direct brain intervention could potentially control aggression and other undesirable behaviors, contributing to social harmony. However, the actual activities extended beyond pure therapeutic intent and raised significant ethical and societal concerns. Contributing to social harmony, the actual monkeys and activities bulls, and also into human patients for therapeutic purposes, though the scope of his human work extended into exploratory behavior modification. He famously demonstrated remote control over a charging bull in a bullring via a radio-controlled stimulsiver, stopping its charge with electrical impulses. In humans, he reported eliciting emotions, movements, and memories, and even inducing sleep through remote stimulation. While not a covert government operation in the typical sense, the implications of external control over individual will were profound and widely discussed, generating public apprehension about potential non-consensual applications or military exploitation. Exposure of Delgado's research was not due to leaks, but rather through his own extensive publications and public demonstrations. His 1969 book, Physical Control of the Mind, Toward a Psycho-Civilized Society, detailed his findings and philosophical implications. Numerous scientific articles and popular media reports highlighted his controversial experiments, bringing them into widespread public and scientific discourse during the 1960 and 1970. The aftermath saw intense debate within scientific, ethical, and public spheres regarding the implications of manipulating the brain and free will. While direct brain control for social manipulation did not materialize, Delgado's foundational work laid significant groundwork for modern neurotechnologies, including deep brain stimulation (DBS) therapies for Parkinson's disease, essential tremor, and obsessive-compulsive disorder. These therapeutic applications are now standard, strictly regulated, and require rigorous informed consent. The ethical considerations raised by Delgado's work continue to inform neuroethics, emphasizing patient autonomy and the responsible development of neurotechnologies to prevent their misuse. Neurotechnological merges. The genesis of neurotechnological merges, or brain-computer interfaces (BCIs), can be traced to the late 20th and early 21st centuries, emerging from advancements in neuroscience, computer science, and microelectronics. Early foundational research, often federally funded, focused on BCIs aimed to deciphering neural restore, lost signals and sensory or motor function, developing for prosthetics that could be individuals with severe contour, awed by thought, primarily for medical rehabilitation. The stated purpose of these merges is overwhelmingly therapeutic and augmentative. Clinically, focused on BCIs aimed to deciphering neural restore lost signals and sensory or motor function, developing for prosthetics that could be individuals with severe contour disabilities, such as paralysis or sensory loss, enabling them to control artificial limbs, communicate via computers, or regain perception. Disabilities beyond therapy includes enabling them to human augmentation, memory, or regain attention, and fostering direct, seamless communication between the human brain and external digital systems. While much of the development in neurotechnological merges occurs openly within academic and corporate research, concerns persist regarding potential hidden implications or dual-use applications. This includes the possibility of military exploitation for enhanced soldier performance or remote control, the privacy and security of neural data generated by implants, and the potential for a widening social divide between augmented and non-augmented populations. Companies like Neuralink, founded by Elon Musk, are aggressively pursuing rapid technological advancements, leading to ethical questions about the pace of development outpacing regulatory and societal discussion, and the long-term societal ramifications of direct brain-to-computer interfaces beyond their stated therapeutic goals. Exposure of these developments is continuous and public, primarily through scientific publications, technology conferences, and mainstream media reports. Public demonstrations, such as paralyzed individuals controlling robotic arms with their minds or thought-to-text interfaces, routinely highlight the progress. Ethical and philosophical debates regarding identity, autonomy, and the future of humanity in an age of neurointegration are increasingly prominent in academic and public forums. The aftermath sees rapid acceleration in the development and clinical application of neuroprosthetics and neuromodulation devices. Neurotechnological merges are no longer conceptual, but represent a growing field with real-world applications in medicine and potentially in consumer technology. This has spurred the burgeoning field of neuroethics, which actively seeks to establish ethical frameworks, regulatory guidelines, and societal consensus for the responsible development and deployment of these powerful technologies, addressing concerns about privacy, equity, and the definition of human identity in a technologically integrated future. Persuasion methods. The concept of unconscious sales by 57 One messaging gained significant public attention in the mid-20th century, though its theoretical roots can be traced to earlier psychological theories of the subconscious mind. The most pivotal moment in its origin was the 1957 claim by market researcher James Vickery. The stated purpose of Vickery's work was purely commercial, to increase sales of products by subtly influencing consumer behavior without their conscious awareness. He proposed that flashing messages below the threshold of conscious perception during films could induce viewers to purchase specific items. This was framed as a novel and efficient advertising technique. Vickery's alleged hidden activity involved a purported experiment at a movie theater in Fort Lee, New Jersey. During screenings of the film Picnic, he claimed to have repeatedly flashed two messages, eat popcorn and drink Coca-Cola for 13,000th of a second each, interspersed within the main feature. He reported a significant increase in popcorn sales by 57.7 and Coca-Cola sales by 18.1. Widespread public to increase fascination and alarm, despite the lack of independent verification. While Vickery's specific experiment lacked scientific rigor and was later discredited, the idea fueled speculation about covert applications, particularly by governments or intelligence agencies, to manipulate public opinion or individual behavior, though concrete evidence of widespread, effective, and illegal governmental use for mass manipulation remains unsubstantiated. Exposure of Vickery's claims occurred through a press conference he held in 1957, which generated immediate and widespread media coverage, both positive and negative. However, the subsequent exposure of its fraudulent nature came in 1962, when Vickery, facing scrutiny and unable to replicate his own results, admitted in an interview with Advertising Age that his original experiment was a gimmick, and the data had been fabricated to boost his consulting business. In the aftermath, Vickery's admission severely damaged the credibility of large-scale subliminal advertising. Subsequent scientific research, while acknowledging the existence of subliminal perception, i.e., the brain processing information below conscious awareness, generally failed to demonstrate its capacity for significant behavioral change or compelling individuals to act against their will. Public concern, however, persisted, leading to bans or strong regulations on subliminal messaging in advertising in many countries, including the United Kingdom, Australia, and by U.S. broadcasting standards. Despite scientific debunking for mass manipulation, the concept of subliminal persuasion continues to occasionally resurface in popular culture and conspiracy theories, demonstrating the lasting impact of the initial claims. Tests. SAW was to extract significant actionable development and use in the early 21st intelligence century for post-9/11 counter-proponents terrorism, claimed these methods efforts by were the necessary to united prevent imminent states, traced to the reversal actual engineering of military survival activity, Interrogation that evasion was to extract sensory deprivation with resistance, detainees protocols, detainees at which black terrorism sites and exposed U.S. and exposure to loud. The stated purpose of these enhanced interrogation techniques, as described by the Central Intelligence Agency CIA and the Department of Defense DoD, was to extract actionable intelligence from high-value detainees suspected of terrorism. Proponents claimed these methods were necessary to prevent imminent attacks and were effective in breaking resistance to obtain critical information. Department of, however, actual was to extract actionable activities, constituted a systematic program of coercive interrogation that often combined sensory deprivation with sensory intelligence from overload. Detainees at black sites and facilities like Guantanamo Bay were subjected to prolonged periods of standing, sleep deprivation for days or weeks, and exposure to loud, disorienting music or white noise at extreme volumes. They were forced into stress positions, subjected to temperature extremes, and at times walling or waterboarding, creating intense physical and psychological duress designed to overwhelm their cognitive processing and decision-making abilities. This deliberate overstimulation, coupled with the deprivation of basic human needs, aimed to induce a state of extreme disorientation and psychological breakdown, rendering individuals more compliant and susceptible to interrogation. These were highly classified, covert operations, conducted outside standard legal frameworks. Exposure of these practices came through a combination of leaked documents, investigative journalism, and official reports. Initial reports emerged in the New York Times and Washington Post in 2004, detailing abuses at Abu Ghraib prison, which subsequently linked to broader interrogation policies. The most comprehensive public exposure arrived with the declassified executive summary of the Senate Intelligence Committee's report on CIA torture in December 2014, which meticulously detailed the methods used, their locations, and assessed their effectiveness, largely concluding they were ineffective and caused severe harm. The aftermath involved international condemnation of the United States' use of torture. The revelations led to intense national and international debate regarding human rights, national security, and the rule of law. President Barack Obama signed Executive Order 13,491 in 2009, explicitly banning such interrogation methods for all U.S. government agencies. Calls for accountability for those involved persisted, though few faced prosecution. The events significantly damaged the international reputation of U.S. intelligence and military agencies, fueling ongoing discussions about ethical boundaries in intelligence gathering. Reality-distorted perception. The systematic exploration of reality-distorting perception as a tool for interrogation and mind control originated in the mid-20th century, predominantly within intelligence agencies. The Central Intelligence Agency's Project MK-Ultra, initiated in 1953, stands as a primary example, consolidating various research efforts across the United States and Canada aimed at understanding and manipulating human consciousness. The stated purpose of MK-Ultra was ostensibly defensive, to research methods by which adversaries might be manipulating human behavior and to develop countermeasures. This understanding and involved investigating the effects of various drugs, sensory deprivation, hypnosis, and other psychological tactics on human perception, memory, and susceptibility to influence. Framed as essential national security research during the Cold War. However, the actual activities involved covert, often non-consensual, experimentation on unwitting subjects. The doses of psychoactive stated drugs purpose of MK-Ultra, defensive notably LSD, hypnosis, and consent. Experiments, some conducted at institutions like the Allen Memorial Institute in Montreal and federal penitentiaries, involved inducing prolonged states of psychosis and disorientation to observe and exploit the resulting distorted perceptions. Combined with sensory deprivation, sleep deprivation, and extreme isolation, these methods aim to break down an individual's sense of reality, making them vulnerable to suggestion, interrogation, or the imposition of new beliefs. Frank Olson, a U.S. Army scientist, died in 1953 after being unknowingly dosed with LSD as part of these experiments. Exposure of MK-Ultra began in the mid-1970s, following revelations by the Church Committee in 1975, which investigated alleged abuses by the CIA. A significant number of MK-Ultra documents were recovered, despite the CIA's efforts to destroy records in 1973. Further details emerged through lawsuits filed by victims and their families, particularly the Olson family's persistent efforts to uncover the circumstances surrounding Frank Olson's death. The aftermath generated significant public outrage and congressional scrutiny. While many details remained obscure due to document destruction, the revelations led to apologies from the U.S. government and financial settlements with some victims. Crucially, the exposure of MK-Ultra prompted a radical overhaul of ethical guidelines for human subject research, leading to the establishment of institutional review boards (IRBs) and strict requirements for informed consent. These measures were designed to prevent any recurrence of non-consensual experimentation and to ensure the protection of research participants' rights and well-being. Identity diffusion studies. The academic and governmental interest in identity diffusion, particularly as induced by coercive environments, solidified in the post-World War II era. This period saw a heightened focus on phenomena like brainwashing observed in communist regimes and the psychological effects of prisoner-of-war interrogations. Key theoretical groundwork was laid by researchers like Dr. Robert J. Lifton, who studied thought reform in China in the 1950s. The stated purpose of academic studies, such as Lifton's, was to understand the psychological mechanisms underlying ideological conversion, group conformity, and the breakdown of individual identity under duress. This was framed as objective psychological research into the resilience and vulnerability of the human psyche in extreme social conditions. However, the insights gleaned from these studies, particularly those related to psychological manipulation, found application in less ethical contexts. However, the influenced research enslored insights Glithod's methods gleaned from these studies intentionally induce identity diffusion to break resistance in detainees or for intelligence purposes. Techniques, sometimes derived from observed thought reform practices, involved prolonged isolation, sleep deprivation, sensory deprivation, constant surveillance, and systematic invalidation of an individual's self-concept and past beliefs. The aim was to dismantle existing identity structures, creating a state of psychological vulnerability that could be exploited to impose new ideologies or extract information. A notable example of how situational factors can rapidly erode identity, though an academic study, was the 1971 Stanford prison experiment by Philip Zimbardo, which was terminated early due to the participants' rapid immersion into their assigned roles and subsequent psychological distress. Exposure of these mechanisms occurred through published academic works. Lifton's seminal book, Thought Reform and the Psychology of Totalism, 1961, comprehensively documented the process of coercive persuasion. The Stanford prison experiment gained widespread public attention following its early termination due to ethical concerns, leading to numerous reports and analyses of its disturbing findings. Further details on similar manipulative methods also emerged in investigations into U.S. interrogation techniques post-9/11. In the aftermath, these studies profoundly impacted the field of research ethics, particularly for psychological experiments involving human subjects. The Stanford Prison Experiment, in particular, led to revised ethical guidelines emphasizing participant protection, the right to withdraw, and stringent oversight by institutional review boards (IRBs). While the understanding of identity diffusion remains a valid concept in clinical and developmental psychology, its deliberate coercive inducement for non-therapeutic purposes is universally condemned. The discourse shifted to understanding identity formation and crisis in developmental contexts, e.g., Erik Erikson's work rather than through manipulative means. Stockholm Syndrome origin. The phenomenon known as Stockholm Syndrome originated during a bank robbery and hostage crisis at the Kreditbanken in Norrmalmstorg, Stockholm, Sweden, beginning on August 23, 1973. Jan-Erik Olsson, an escaped convict, took 4 bank employees hostage, with Clark Olofsson joining him later in the standoff. The siege lasted for 6 days. As this is a descriptive psychological phenomenon rather than an operation, there was no stated purpose. The event itself served as the crucible for the observation of a paradoxical psychological bond that developed between the hostages and their captors during the intense and prolonged ordeal. The hidden activity was the unexpected and observed psychological shift in the hostages' perceptions and emotions. Despite being held captive and threatened, the hostages developed sympathetic feelings towards their captors, fearing the police more than the robbers. One hostage, Kristen Enmark, famously stated that she trusted the robbers and was afraid that police action would endanger her. In turn, famously showed some stated that she degree of leniency and trusted the protection towards the robbers and was afraid hostages, the further cementing this unusual bond. This psychological dynamic unfolded largely out of sight of authorities, within the confines of the bank vault. Exposure of this phenomenon occurred through live media coverage of the ongoing siege, which kept the public informed of developments. However, the true revelation came after the hostages' release, when their subsequent statements and behavior publicly confirmed their surprising empathy and even protective feelings towards Olsson and Olofsson. It was criminologist and psychiatrist Nils B. Jurad, assisting the police during the crisis, who observed this peculiar bond and subsequently coined the term Stockholm Syndrome in his analysis of the event. In the aftermath, the term Stockholm Syndrome entered the lexicon of psychology, criminology, and popular culture. It has since been used to describe similar bonding dynamics in various coercive situations, including other hostage crises such as the Patty Hearst case, cults, and domestic abuse. While widely recognized, its precise diagnostic criteria remain debated among psychologists, with some considering it a coping mechanism rather than a formal diagnosis. Nonetheless, the concept significantly influenced hostage negotiation strategies worldwide, emphasizing the importance of communication and de-escalation techniques to manage the psychological complexities inherent in such critical incidents. Ethical review evolution. The imperative for formal ethical review and research emerged predominantly in the mid-20th century, directly influenced by revelations of egregious human experimentation. Its genesis is often linked to the Nuremberg Code of 1947, exposure of deeply formulate in unethical response to the studies conduct. Further impetus came from the exposure of deeply unethical studies conducted in the United States and other nations in the subsequent decades. The stated purpose of ethical review systems is to safeguard the rights, welfare, and dignity of human participants in research. This involves ensuring that research is scientifically sound, potential welfare benefits, that participants in research informed consent is obtained, populations are numerous protected from exploitation. It is studies presented as an involved cornerstone of hidden responsible activities that scientific inquiry. Prior to widespread ethical review, It is studies presented as an involved cornerstone of hidden responsible activities that scientific inquiry violated basic human rights. These were not always hidden as clandestine operations, but rather conducted openly within institutions, their unethical nature rationalized or simply overlooked. Prominent examples include the Tuskegee Syphilis Study 1932-1972, where African American men with syphilis were deliberately left untreated to observe the natural progression of the disease, despite available treatment. Similarly, the Jewish Chronic Disease Hospital Study 1963 involved injecting live cancer cells into unknowing elderly patients, and the Willowbrook State School Hepatitis Study 1950s-1970 intentionally infected mentally disabled children with hepatitis to study the disease. These studies were carried out without adequate consent, transparency, or regard for participant well-being. Exposure of these practices came primarily through investigative journalism and whistleblowers. The Tuskegee Syphilis Study, for instance, was brought to public light by a whistleblower and subsequently reported in 1972 by the Associated Press, leading to widespread public outcry. The Beecher article in the New England Journal of Medicine 1966 exposed numerous unethical studies, prompting professional and governmental scrutiny. The aftermath of these revelations was profound, leading to a fundamental transformation of research ethics. In the United States, this culminated in the Belmont Report in 1978, which articulated core ethical principles: respect for persons, beneficence, and justice. This report provided the framework for federal regulations requiring the establishment of institutional review boards (IRBs) at all institutions conducting human subject research. Globally, similar independent oversight bodies were mandated. Informed consent became a legal and ethical imperative, transforming the relationship between researchers and participants. The evolution of ethical review continues to address new challenges posed by advancements in genetics, artificial intelligence, and big data, ensuring that scientific progress aligns with human rights. Long-term trauma effects. The systematic study of long-term trauma effects originated in the post-World War Roman II era, intensifying during the Cold War. Military and intelligence agencies sought to understand human resilience and vulnerability under duress. The stated purpose of this research was to develop effective countermeasures to enemy interrogation techniques, enhance the psychological endurance of personnel, and provide treatment for combat-related stress and psychological breakdown. However, hidden activities involved the deliberate induction of severe psychological and physical stress on human subjects, often without their full informed consent or knowledge. Experiments often without their conducted under full projects like the CIA's Informed MK Ultra and its consent or knowledge. Numerous subprojects involved prolonged sensory deprivation, drug-induced psychosis, isolation, sleep deprivation, and exposure to simulated torture scenarios. Researchers meticulously documented the resulting disorientation, psychological breakdown, and the lasting psychiatric conditions, including chronic anxiety, depression, cognitive impairment, and severe dissociative states, observed in subjects over extended periods. The objective was to map the points of psychological collapse and the subsequent, persistent vulnerabilities. Exposure of these activities began in the 1970s, primarily through the investigations of the United States Senate Select Committee to study governmental operations with respect to intelligence activities, commonly known as the Church Committee, in 1975. Declassified documents and congressional testimony revealed the extent of non-consensual human experimentation. The aftermath included widespread public outrage, calls for accountability, and legal challenges against the involved government agencies. While some official apologies were issued and limited compensation provided to a fraction of the known victims, The long-term ethical implications of state-sponsored human experimentation on trauma remain a subject of historical analysis and moral debate. Memory erasure research. Research into memory erasure emerged in the early Cold War period, driven by intelligence agencies' pursuit of advanced interrogation techniques and the potential to control or manipulate information within human minds. The origin can be traced to projects like Artichoke and later, MK Ultra, initiated in the early 1950s. The stated purpose was often presented as the development of methods to protect national security, extract information from unwilling subjects, or potentially treat traumatic memories in Allied personnel. However, the hidden activities involved coercive and highly unethical experimentation. Researchers, notably Dr. Ewan Cameron at the Allen Memorial Institute in Montreal, working under CIA funding, subjected patients to depatterning and psychic driving procedures. These involved prolonged drug-induced sleep for weeks or months, combined with repeated electroconvulsive therapy (ECT) at doses far exceeding therapeutic levels, and the continuous repetition of recorded messages. The aim was not precise memory erasure, but rather the deconstruction of existing personalities and memories, often leading to global amnesia, profound disorientation, and a vegetative state. Subjects frequently lost personal identity, developed severe and permanent cognitive impairments, and suffered from generalized amnesia rather than targeted memory removal. Exposure of these practices began with the Senate Church Committee investigations in 1975, followed by lawsuits filed by victims against the CIA and the Canadian government in the late 1980s and 1990. Declassified documents confirmed the extent of the experiments. The aftermath included public condemnation of the human rights abuses, limited financial settlements for some victims, and a lasting stain on the reputation of the involved institutions and agencies, highlighting the dangers of unchecked scientific pursuit in the name of national security. Forced confession tactics. The development and implementation of forced confession tactics trace their origins to military and intelligence interrogation practices, particularly intensifying during the Korean War and throughout the Cold War. Agencies such as the Central Intelligence Agency and various military intelligence units sought to counter perceived brainwashing techniques by adversaries and to extract intelligence from detained individuals. The stated purpose was to obtain accurate and timely intelligence, assess enemy capabilities, and ensure national security through effective interrogation. However, confessions, isolation regardless of their veracity. These methods, outlined in manuals such as the CIA's 1963 Kubark Counterintelligence Interrogation Manual, included prolonged sleep deprivation, sensory deprivation or overload, isolation, stress positions, dietary manipulation, exposure to extreme temperatures, and psychological humiliation. While physical torture was officially prohibited, these enhanced interrogation techniques aim to induce severe psychological distress, leading to compliance and false confessions. During the post-9/11 era, these methods were openly discussed in the context of detainees at Guantanamo Bay and CIA black sites. Exposure came through a series of leaks, investigative journalism, and official reports. The 1997 declassification of the Kubark Manual provided significant insight. Further revelations emerged after 2001, culminating in the 2014 Senate Intelligence Committee report on torture, which detailed the CIA's interrogation program and its effectiveness. The aftermath included widespread international condemnation of these practices, legal challenges against the U.S. government, and intense public debate regarding the ethics, legality, and efficacy of such methods. Official denials of torture were often issued, despite the detailed evidence provided by multiple reports and testimonies. Dissociative identity induction. The exploration of dissociative identity induction originated in the mid-20th century, particularly within the context of Cold War mind control research. Intelligence agencies, notably the CIA, through projects such as MKUltra, sought to understand and potentially exploit the human psyche for strategic advantage. The stated purpose of this research was often presented as the scientific investigation of consciousness, vulnerability to psychological manipulation, and counterinterrogation methods. However, the hidden activities involved deliberate and systematic attempts to fragment the human personality and induce dissociative states in unwitting or vulnerable subjects. Researchers, including Dr. Ewan Cameron at the Allen Memorial Institute, subjected patients to extreme psychological duress, including prolonged isolation, sensory deprivation, and psychic driving, a method involving continuous repetition of recorded statements combined with high-dose electroshock therapy and psychoactive drugs like LSD. The goal was to depattern existing personalities, erode memories, and potentially create new, controllable identities or responses. These experiments often resulted in severe and permanent psychological damage, including profound amnesia, total personality disintegration, and the actual induction of severe dissociative disorders in individuals who had no prior history of such conditions. Exposure of these unethical practices began in the mid-1970s with the investigations of the Church Committee, which revealed the existence of MKUltra and its subprojects. Subsequent lawsuits filed by victims against the CIA and the Canadian government provided further details. The aftermath included public outrage over the gross human rights abuses, official apologies, and limited financial compensation for some of the identified victims, leading to significant reforms in ethical guidelines for human experimentation. Broader such as heart interrogation rate and thresholds. Research within pain and endurance programs, psychological like MKUltra thresholds, emerged indicators of during the breakdown or Cold War compliance, driven by military and the origin lies in the need to understand human limits under duress, to develop resistance against enemy interrogation techniques, and to potentially devise effective interrogation methods, and resilience of military personnel, improve counterinterrogation training, and gain scientific insights into the physiological and psychological responses to extreme stress. However, hidden activities involve the systematic application of various pain stimuli to human subjects, often without proper consent or under duress. These experiments, documented in declassified reports and manuals, included prolonged exposure to extreme temperatures hot and cold, sleep deprivation, sensory deprivation, auditory overload, and the application of electrical shocks. Subjects were often monitored for physiological responses, such as heart rate and blood pressure, and psychological indicators of breakdown or compliance. Confession auditory overload. Purpose names and was to enhance the application of resilience of dedicated electrical military soli. To pain shocks personnel endurance thresholds are limited. Broader such as heart interrogation rate and threshold studies were blood research within often pressure programs like MKUltra. Exposure occurred incrementally through various declassified documents concerning interrogation techniques and enhanced interrogation programs. Following the events of September 11, 2001, extensive public debate and investigations, such as the 2014 Senate Intelligence Committee report on the CIA's detention and interrogation program, revealed the extent to which these principles were applied. The aftermath included international condemnation of the methods, legal challenges regarding detainee treatment, and intense public discussion regarding the ethical boundaries of military and intelligence operations, with some officials denying the methods constituted torture. Human subject exploitation. The exploitation of human subjects in research and experimentation reached a peak in the mid-20th century, particularly in the immediate post-World War Roman II period and during the Cold War. This originated from a confluence of rapid scientific advancement and national security imperatives, often overriding established ethical principles. The stated purpose of various governmental and military programs was to advance medical knowledge, develop defenses against biological or chemical agents, understand psychological vulnerabilities, or enhance military capabilities. However, particularly in the hidden immediate post-World War Roman II activities involved the systematic use of vulnerable populations, including prisoners, mental patients, impoverished individuals, orphans, and military personnel, for experiments without their informed consent. Projects such as the U.S. Vulnerable Armies Operation Whitecoat, the CIA's MK-Ultra, and prisoners' various radiation experiments, subjects to psychoactive drugs, LSD, individuals, mescaline, biological agents, experiments without their radiation-informed consent, non-consensual surgeries, electroshock therapy, and the deliberate induction of illness were also documented. The objective was to observe the effects of these agents or stressors on human physiology and psychology under controlled, often coercive, conditions. Exposure to these widespread practices primarily came through the 1975 investigations of the United States Senate Select Committee to study governmental operations with respect to intelligence activities, known as the Church Committee, and subsequent government inquiries in the 1990s, which declassified numerous documents. The aftermath included widespread public outrage, the establishment of stringent ethical guidelines for human research, e.g., the Belmont Report of 1978, official apologies from various government agencies, and financial compensation for a limited number of victims. These revelations significantly eroded public trust in governmental research and underscored the need for robust oversight. Psychological warfare genesis. The genesis of modern psychological warfare, or PSYOP, can be traced to the early 20th century, significantly expanding during World War I and accelerating through World War Roman II and the subsequent Cold War. Nations recognized the critical role of influencing enemy and friendly populations beyond conventional military engagement. The stated purpose of these operations was to demoralize enemy forces, win the hearts and minds of civilian populations, maintain domestic morale, and disseminate strategic information. However, hidden activities involved systematic and often covert manipulation of public opinion and behavior. These operations included the creation and dissemination of propaganda, rumor campaigns, the funding and direction of proxy media outlets, and the use of misinformation and disinformation to create internal dissent or to sway political outcomes in foreign nations. Specific examples include the extensive radio broadcasts by Voice of America and Radio Free Europe during the Cold War, and the CIA's involvement in covert actions and propaganda in countries like Iran 1953 and Guatemala 1954. Research into crowd psychology, persuasion, and vulnerability to suggestion underpinned these efforts. Exposure of many of these covert PSYOP occurred through government investigations, notably the Church Committee in 1975, which detailed the CIA's extensive involvement in foreign political affairs and media manipulation. Further revelations came through investigative journalism and academic studies over decades. The aftermath included public debate over the ethics of state-sponsored deception, the legality of interventions in sovereign nations, and a continued, albeit often more transparent, use of psychological operations by military and intelligence agencies worldwide, now often referred to as information operations. Sleep paralysis induction. Research into the induction and manipulation of sleep paralysis states emerged in the mid-20th century as part of broader investigations into altered states of consciousness, particularly within Cold War intelligence and military contexts. The origin lay in a desire to understand human vulnerability to suggestion and control, as well as to explore non-conventional interrogation or information retrieval methods. The stated purpose was often framed as a scientific exploration of the sleep-wake cycle, an understanding of neurological states under stress, or the development of countermeasures against enemy psychological techniques. Off, unwitting, or hidden, lacking full activities involved the informed consent, deliberate disruption of sleep cycles, systematic physiological sleep deprivation, and the use of psychoactive pharmaceuticals including sedatives, prolonged episodes of sleep paralysis in human subjects. Subjects, unwitting or hidden, lacking full activities, involved the informed consent, systematic physiological sleep deprivation responses, and the use of psychoactive pharmaceuticals including sedatives, such as brainwave activity, psychological and reactions, prolonged episodes of sleep paralysis in human subjects, including the reporting of hallucinatory experiences or feelings of dread commonly associated with sleep paralysis. The objective was to assess the subject's susceptibility to external stimuli or suggestion during these vulnerable states. While no specific named project was exclusively dedicated to sleep paralysis induction, this research was frequently a component of larger programs, such as those associated with the CIA's Project Artichoke or MK-Ultra, which broadly explored consciousness manipulation. Exposure of such methods was largely indirect, revealed through declassified documents relating to broader mind control research and general interrogation practices during the 1970s Church Committee investigations. The aftermath saw less public focus on this specific aspect compared to other documented abuses, but ethical concerns persist regarding experimentation involving the deliberate induction of distressing physiological and psychological states. Dream manipulation research. Research into dream manipulation began to attract serious attention in the mid-20th century, particularly within intelligence and military circles during the Cold War. The origin was linked to the broader field of mind control and the desire to explore subconscious pathways for information extraction, implantation of ideas, or behavioral control. The stated purpose was often presented as a scientific investigation into the nature of consciousness, memory consolidation, and subconscious processing, with potential applications for enhancing learning or improving mental resilience. However, hidden activities involved a range of unethical experiments on human subjects. Researchers explored the use of sensory stimuli, such as specific sounds, spoken phrases, or olfactory cues, administered during various stages of sleep, particularly REM sleep, to influence dream content. Psychoactive drugs, including LSD and scopolamine, were also employed to alter or induce specific dream states. Some experiments aim to test the feasibility of implanting post-hypnotic suggestions or retrieving information from a subject's dreaming mind. For instance, elements of this research were embedded within the CIA's MK-Ultra program, where the aim was to understand the extent to which the subconscious could be influenced without conscious awareness. Exposure occurred primarily through the declassification of documents following the 1975 Senate Church Committee investigations, which broadly detailed the CIA's mind control experiments. Specific findings on dream manipulation were often subsumed under wider categories of psychological experimentation. The aftermath included public concern regarding government overreach and the ethics of manipulating an individual's most private mental states, though this specific aspect of mind control research received less public scrutiny than the more overt abuses involving drugs and trauma. Lucid dreaming control. Research into the control of lucid dreaming gained intelligence interest in the mid-20th century, notably during the Cold War, as part of a wider exploration into the manipulation of consciousness. The origin stemmed from the perceived potential to exploit altered states for intelligence gathering, training, or psychological influence. The stated purpose was often framed as scientific investigation into the mind's capabilities, mental performance enhancement, or developing methods for stress inoculation. However, Hidden activities involved experimental protocols designed to induce and control lucid dream states in human subjects, sometimes without their full informed consent. Researchers explored various techniques, including the use of external sensory cues such as light flashes or auditory signals administered during REM sleep, and the application of specific psychoactive substances intended to facilitate conscious awareness within dreams. The objective was to determine if subjects could be trained to perform specific cognitive tasks, rehearse complex scenarios, access subconscious information, or even receive and process instructions while in a lucid dream state. This research intersected with broader projects investigating mind control, such as the CIA's MKUltra, though specific subprojects dedicated solely to lucid dreaming control remain largely unconfirmed in declassified records. Exposure of these interests was largely indirect, through general revelations of consciousness manipulation research within intelligence agencies, as documented during the 1975 Church Committee investigations into the CIA's activities. The aftermath saw relatively limited public discourse on this specific area, overshadowed by more prominent and ethically egregious abuses. However, the underlying ethical concerns regarding the manipulation of an individual's conscious and subconscious mind for state purposes persist within academic and historical discourse. Subliminal message influence. The concept of subliminal message influence gained public prominence in the mid-20th century, particularly with Cold War-era anxieties regarding psychological manipulation and the burgeoning field of advertising. Its origin is often traced to commercial claims made in 1957 by market researcher James Vickery in Fort Lee, New Jersey. James Vickery in Fort Lee, New Jersey, admitted that the experiment was exploring the gimmick in A-limits of stated 1962 purpose human of interview with perception, and the potential for Vickery's non-advertising experiment was purely commercial process. Consumption without overt advertising interest in the potential for subliminal influence persisted within. However, Academic B admitted that the experiment was exploring the gimmick in A-limits of stated 1962 purpose human of interview with perception, and the potential for Vickery's non-advertising experiment was purely commercial processing to influence behavior. Consumption without overt advertising interest in the potential for subliminal influence persisted within. However, intelligence circles, the actual hidden activities extended beyond commercial application. Anxieties regarding psycho, though Vickery's initial claims were never independently replicated, and he later admitted the experiment was a gimmick in a 1962 interview with Advertising Age. Interest in the potential for subliminal influence persisted within intelligence circles. The United States Central Intelligence Agency CIA, under Project MKUltra, explored various methods of psychological manipulation, including Subproject 130, which specifically examined subliminal stimulation. While direct evidence of successful, widespread behavioral control via subliminal messages within these programs remains unconfirmed or classified, the intent to explore such capabilities for interrogation or coercion purposes was documented. Dr. Ewan Cameron's work at the Allen Memorial Institute, supported by the CIA, involved repeated audio messages during prolonged periods of sensory deprivation and drug-induced states, a form of coercive thought reform that explored the edges of non-conscious influence. Exposure of these activities occurred through multiple channels. Vickery's commercial claims were debunked by independent researchers, and his own later admission. The broader governmental interest in psychological manipulation, including explorations of subliminal messaging, came to public light primarily through the 1975-1976 Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, known as the Church Committee. This committee's investigations, prompted by reporting in the New York Times, revealed details of Project MKUltra, including the destruction of most relevant records, but also the existence of subprojects exploring various forms of behavioral control. In the aftermath, public reaction was characterized by widespread skepticism regarding the efficacy of commercial subliminal advertising, but persistent concern over potential covert governmental applications. The Federal Communications Commission, FCC, considered regulations against subliminal advertising, reflecting public anxiety. While direct government-controlled mind manipulation through subliminal means was officially denied as successful, the revelations led to increased scrutiny of intelligence agency activities and contributed to the development of stricter ethical guidelines for human experimentation. Victims of related MK-Ultra experiments, including some from Cameron's work, later received compensation from the Canadian government, solidifying the acknowledgement of harm caused by these exploratory programs. The bystander effect deeper. The phenomenon known as the bystander effect originated from social psychology's attempts to understand the human response, or lack thereof, to emergencies in public settings. Its conceptualization was largely spurred by the March 1964 murder of Catherine Kitty Genovese in Queens, New York. News reports widely, though somewhat inaccurately, New York. This highly publicized event prompted psychologists John Darley and Bibb Latané to conduct systematic research into the conditions under which individuals offer assistance. Stated often purpose of Darley, and involving Latané's research stay, initiated in the late 1960s, bystanders on N was to individuals' scientifically likelihood of investigate providing the help factors influencing intervention in emergencies. Their experiments, often involving staged emergencies like a person having an epileptic seizure or a room filling with smoke, aimed to quantify the impact of the number of present bystanders on an individual's likelihood of providing help. They sought to understand the psychological mechanisms underlying apparent inaction. The hidden activities in the context of this research were not illegal or covert in the traditional sense, but rather the systematic, controlled manipulation of social cues in experimental settings to induce and observe the bystander effect. Darley and Latané identified two primary mechanisms: diffusion of responsibility, where individuals feel less personal responsibility to act when others are present, assuming someone else will intervene, and pluralistic ignorance, where individuals interpret the inaction of others as a signal that the situation is not truly an emergency, leading to a collective misinterpretation of the event. Subsequent studies by other researchers explored additional factors such as fear of social blunders, perceived competence, and the perceived danger of the situation, refining the understanding beyond initial observations. Exposure of the bystander effect came primarily through academic publication. Darley and Latané published their seminal findings in journals such as the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology in the late 1960s, making their research accessible to the scientific community and subsequently to the public through textbooks and popular science articles. The Kitty Genovese case, despite subsequent reevaluations of its precise details, served as the enduring public illustration of the concept. The findings were not leaked, but intentionally disseminated as scientific knowledge. The aftermath of this research included significant public discussion on moral responsibility and civic duty. It prompted training programs for emergency responders and citizens, advocating for direct action and clear communication in emergencies to counteract the effect. While some initial media narratives of the Genovese case were later challenged for their factual accuracy regarding witness inaction, the underlying psychological phenomenon identified by Darley and Latané has been robustly replicated across numerous contexts and remains a cornerstone of social psychology, influencing public safety initiatives and awareness campaigns globally. Dehumanization processes. The experiencing study of dehumanization, significant guilt, or originated from remorse historical observations of mass violence and genocide, particularly the systematic atrocities committed during the 20th century. While historical instances of intergroup conflict have always featured disparagement, the explicit analysis of dehumanization as a precursor to widespread cruelty gained prominence following World War II and the Holocaust. Scholars, including social psychologists and historians, sought to understand how ordinary individuals could participate in or condone extreme violence against others. Early research in the 1960s and 1970s, drawing on work by figures such as Albert Bandura and Herbert Kellman, began to formalize the concept. The stated purpose of examining dehumanization was to identify the psychological mechanisms that strip individuals or groups of their human qualities, thereby making them targets of violence and oppression. Researchers aimed to understand how this process facilitated moral disengagement, allowing perpetrators to commit acts that would otherwise be unthinkable, without experiencing significant guilt or remorse. It was presented as a critical step in the perpetration of human rights abuses and mass atrocities. Hidden activities in this context refer to the covert and often propagandistic efforts by regimes or groups to systematically promote dehumanization. Regimes like Nazi Germany employed extensive media campaigns, including newspapers, radio, and film, to portray Jewish people, Roma, and other targeted groups as vermin, disease carriers, or dangerous invaders. Similarly, during the 1994 Rwandan genocide, Hutu power media outlets, such as Radio Télévision Libre des Mille Collines, routinely referred to Tutsis as cockroaches in Yenzi. These efforts involved specific language, imagery, and narratives designed to categorize the target group as less than human, outside the bounds of moral consideration. This systematic othering was not merely accidental, but often a deliberate strategy implemented by political and military leadership to facilitate violence and secure complicity from the general population. Exposure of these dehumanization processes has occurred primarily through historical investigation, forensic analysis of conflict, and legal proceedings. The Nuremberg trials 1945–1946 brought to light the extent of Nazi propaganda. Subsequent international tribunals, such as the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda (ICTR), specifically prosecuted individuals for incitement to genocide, demonstrating how media was weaponized for dehumanization. Academic studies, survivor testimonies, and declassified archives have continuously unveiled the mechanisms and consequences of these processes. In the aftermath, the concept of dehumanization is now widely recognized as a critical factor in understanding intergroup conflict, discrimination, and genocide. Public reactions include increased vigilance against hate speech and discriminatory rhetoric. International bodies, such as the United Nations, have incorporated the prevention of dehumanization into their mandates. Consequences have included the prosecution of individuals for crimes against humanity and incitement, alongside ongoing efforts to educate against the dangers of propaganda and prejudice, aiming to foster empathy and respect across diverse groups. Moral disengagement theory was to provide a disengagement comprehensive theories. Psychological, the concept of processes that moral enable disengagement was formalized by individuals to cognitive bypass self-psychologist Albert Sanctions for Bandura in the 1980 Harmful's Conduct, building upon earlier work on social learning theory and self-regulation. Its origin lies in the need to explain how individuals, who typically adhere to moral standards, can commit or condone inhumane acts without experiencing significant distress or guilt. Dishonesty to activities of moral participation in mass Bandura proposed that people atrocities employ a set of cognitive mechanisms to deactivate their internal moral controls, thereby separating their actions from their ethical principles. Psychological, the concept of processes that moral enable disengagement, was formalized by individuals to cognitive bypass self-psychologist Albert Sanctions for Bandura in the 1980 Harmful's Conduct. It aimed to explain how human morality, rather than being an immutable internal compass, could be flexibly engaged or disengaged depending on social and contextual factors. This theory sought to account for behaviors ranging from everyday dishonesty to participation in mass atrocities. Could be identified several flexibly distinct cognitive engaged or disengaged mechanisms that comprise the hidden activities of moral disengagement. These include moral justification, reframing harmful acts as serving a higher moral purpose; euphemistic labeling, using sanitized language to obscure the harmful nature of actions, e.g., collateral damage; advantageous comparison, contrasting one's harmful acts with more egregious ones; displacement of responsibility, attributing actions to authority figures; diffusion of responsibility, dispersing blame among a group; distortion of consequences, minimizing or ignoring the harm caused; attribution of blame, blaming victims for their suffering; and dehumanization, viewing victims as subhuman. These mechanisms operate at an unconscious or preconscious level, allowing perpetrators to maintain a positive self-image while engaging in morally questionable behavior. These are hidden in the sense that they are cognitive maneuvers individuals perform, often without explicit awareness of their moral implications at the time of execution. Exposure of moral disengagement mechanisms has primarily occurred through extensive empirical research across various fields, including social psychology, organizational behavior, and criminology. Bandura's seminal publications, such as his 1990 article Mechanisms of Moral Disengagement in the Journal of Experimental Social Psychology, disseminated the theory to the academic community. Subsequent studies have applied the theory to explain diverse phenomena, from environmental destruction to corporate fraud and military aggression. The theory has been extensively discussed in textbooks and academic conferences, making it a widely accepted framework within psychology. In the aftermath, moral disengagement theory has profoundly influenced the understanding of ethical failures in individuals, groups, and institutions. Public reactions often involve recognizing these mechanisms in political rhetoric, corporate misconduct, and historical atrocities. Consequences include its application in ethics training programs for professionals, military personnel, and law enforcement. The theory serves as a tool for identifying and counteracting the cognitive processes that facilitate unethical behavior, fostering greater accountability, and promoting moral courage in challenging situations. Control. Concept of totalitarian mind control censorship was emerged most absolute prominently in the 20th century, observed in the systematic psychological and social engineering efforts undertaken by authoritarian regimes such as the Soviet Union under Joseph Stalin, Nazi Germany under Adolf Hitler, and the People's Republic of China during the Cultural Revolution. Its origin lies in the ambition of these states to achieve absolute ideological conformity and eliminate dissent through pervasive state control over thought and behavior, moving beyond physical coercion. The stated purpose of these governmental initiatives was often presented as achieving national unity, ideological purity, social harmony, or revolutionary transformation. Regimes claimed they were guiding citizens towards a superior social order, eliminating counter-revolutionary elements, or purifying the national spirit. This narrative justified extensive intervention into the private lives and beliefs of individuals. The hidden activities, however, involved a multifaceted and coercive system of psychological manipulation and social pressure. Widespread, pervasive propaganda counter-revolutionary disseminated through all elements. State-controlled media, radio, spirit newspapers, film, education promoting a single, approved ideology and demonizing any perceived enemies or alternative viewpoints. Censorship was absolute, suppressing any information conflicting with the official narrative. Re-education camps, such as the Soviet Gulag or Chinese Laogai, were established, where political prisoners and dissidents were subjected to forced labor, self-criticism sessions, and ideological indoctrination aimed at breaking down individual identity and rebuilding it according to state dictates. Public denunciations, show trials, and the encouragement of citizens to report on one another fostered an environment of pervasive fear and mistrust, compelling individuals to internalize state ideology or at least feign compliance. Psychological torture and sleep deprivation were also employed in interrogations to extract confessions and break wills. These were not merely acts of oppression, but calculated efforts to control the cognitive and emotional landscapes of entire populations. Exposure of these methods occurred gradually, often through the accounts of defectors, political prisoners, and post-regime declassification of archives. For instance, the revelations of Soviet atrocities and psychiatric abuse came from figures like Alexander Solzhenitsyn and Vladimir Bukovsky. Similarly, the excesses of China's Cultural Revolution were documented by survivors and scholars after the death of Mao Zedong. The fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 and the subsequent opening of Eastern Bloc archives provided further documentation of state surveillance and control mechanisms. In the aftermath, the concept of totalitarian mind control has become a central theme in political science, history, and psychology. Public reactions have included widespread condemnation of such practices and international efforts to prevent their recurrence. Consequences include the development of international human rights laws aimed at protecting freedom of thought and expression. Historical analysis of these periods continues to serve as a cautionary tale against the dangers of unchecked state power and ideological extremism, highlighting the imperative for societies to protect individual liberty and critical thought against attempts at total control. Indoctrination, often science. The study of cult individuals' indoctrination, transitions, or often referred to as vulnerabilities, thought reform, or brainwashing in earlier literature, gained significant scientific attention in the mid-20th century, particularly after the Korean War and the post-war rise of new religious movements. Its origin lies in the need to understand how individuals could undergo profound changes in belief and behavior within highly insular, high-demand groups, often seemingly against their or values or interests. Early psychological research by figures like Robert J. Lifton examined the coercive thought reform processes used in Chinese communist prisons during the 1950s. The stated purpose of many cult-like organizations, as presented to potential recruits and the public, is typically benign: to offer spiritual enlightenment, communal living, personal growth, a path to salvation, or a utopian social vision. Recruiters emphasize positive aspects such as belonging, purpose, and support, often targeting individuals experiencing life transitions or vulnerabilities. As presented to potential recruits and the public, to offer indoctrination spiritual involve, a enlightenment systematic, manipulative, designed to or induce utopian social vision, dependency, conformity, and recruiters emphasize unquestioning positive obedience aspects such as belonging. These include social isolation from outside contacts, family, friends, former communities, sleep deprivation leading to disorientation and impaired critical thinking, love bombing, an overwhelming display of affection and acceptance early in recruitment, control over information, restricting access to external perspectives, thought-stopping techniques, discouraging critical thinking about the Groups' doctrines, instilling guilt and fear to prevent defection, and the creation of a closed, self-reinforcing information environment. In some groups, these processes are leveraged for financial exploitation, sexual abuse, or forced labor, all under the guise of spiritual or communal benefit. The coercive nature is often masked by seemingly voluntary participation and the gradual erosion of individual autonomy. Exposure of these indoctrination processes has largely occurred through the testimonies of former members and defectors, investigative journalism, and subsequent academic and legal analyses. High-profile incidents, such as the Jonestown Massacre in 1978, the Branch Davidian Siege in Waco, Texas, in 1993, and the Heaven's Gate mass suicide in 1997, forced public and scientific attention onto the destructive potential of these groups. Scholars like Margaret Singer published extensively on coercive persuasion, drawing on clinical experience with former cult members. Legal cases involving allegations of undue influence and psychological manipulation have also contributed to public understanding. In the aftermath, there has been increased public awareness and academic scrutiny of coercive control. Public reactions have included the emergence of anti-cult movements and organizations dedicated to assisting individuals exit such groups. Consequences include the development of psychological models for understanding undue influence and the implementation of educational programs designed to help individuals recognize manipulative tactics. While legal definitions of brainwashing remain contentious, the understanding of systematic psychological coercion as a means of control within high-demand groups is now widely accepted within the scientific community. Sensory deprivation hallucinations. The systematic study of sensory deprivation and its effects, including the induction of hallucinations, originated in the early 1950s at McGill University in Montreal, Canada. Psychologist Donald Hebb and his research team sought to understand how the human brain functioned under conditions of minimal external stimulation. Their initial experiments involved paying student volunteers to lie in soundproof rooms, with limited light and tactile input, for extended periods. The stated purpose of this early research was purely scientific, to investigate the effects of prolonged perceptual isolation on cognitive processes, psychological well-being, and brain activity. Functioning psychological well-being. Absence might lead to and brain mental activity demonstrating, or that subjects changes in perception. Cognitive impairment. Hidden and vivid hallucinations activities after even a few hours of, intelligence said, drawing the agency CIA of intelligence agencies. Functioning psychological well-being. Absence might lead to and brain mental activity demonstrating, or that subjects changes in perception, experienced significant distress. Cognitive impairment. Hidden and vivid hallucinations activities after even a few hours of deprivation. Intelligence said, drawing the agency CIA. Under Project MK Ultra, specifically Subproject 17, the CIA explored sensory deprivation as a potential method for interrogation and psychic driving, a term for attempts at personality alteration or coercive persuasion. Dr. Ewan Cameron, also working out of the Allen Memorial Institute at McGill, conducted CIA-funded experiments that combined prolonged sensory deprivation with drug-induced comas and repeated audio messages, aiming to depattern patients and reconstruct their personalities. These applications moved beyond observation into direct manipulation and attempted control of mental states for covert operational purposes. Exposure of these covert applications occurred primarily through the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, chaired by Senator Frank Church, in 1975-1976. The Church Committee investigation revealed the existence of Project MK Ultra and the CIA's funding of research into mind control techniques, including sensory deprivation. Although many MK Ultra records were destroyed, surviving documents and later investigative journalism, notably by John Marks in The Search for the Manchurian Candidate 1979, brought details of Cameron's work and the broader scope of the CIA's interest to public light. Lawsuits filed by victims against the CIA and the Canadian government further exposed the nature of these experiments. In the aftermath, public reaction was characterized by widespread shock and concern over governmental overreach and unethical human experimentation. The consequences included the development of stricter ethical guidelines for human research, leading to the establishment of institutional review boards (IRBs) to oversee scientific studies. While scientific interest in sensory deprivation continues, it is now primarily focused on therapeutic applications, such as flotation rest restricted environmental stimulation therapy for stress reduction and pain management, rather than coercive uses. The historical revelations serve as a cautionary tale regarding the misuse of scientific research for intelligence purposes. Confabulation creation studies. The scientific study of confabulation, defined as the production of false or distorted memories without conscious intent to deceive, originated primarily in clinical neurology and psychiatry. Centuries by especially in neurologist contexts like where Sergei Accuracy is Korsakoff, Critical, described this phenomenon in patients suffering from specific brain damage, particularly those with Korsakoff syndrome, who would fill memory gaps with fabricated information. In healthy individuals, the study of false memory creation gained prominence in the 1970 and 1980, largely driven by cognitive psychologists investigating the malleability of human memory. The stated purpose of these studies was to understand the constructive and reconstructive nature of memory. Researchers aim to map the processes by which memories are formed, stored, and retrieved, and how they can be influenced by post-event information, suggestion, or internal cognitive biases. The goal was to provide a scientific basis for understanding memory errors, especially in contexts where accuracy is critical, such as eyewitness testimony. The hidden activities, in the context of creating confabulations in experimental settings, involved the systematic manipulation of memory processes in healthy participants. Pioneering work by cognitive psychologist Elizabeth Loftus and her colleagues, beginning in the 1970s, demonstrated the ease with which false memories could be implanted or existing memories altered. For example, in her Lost in the Mall study 1995, participants were led to believe they had been lost as a child in a shopping mall, a completely fabricated event. Researchers used suggestive questioning, doctored photographs, or false narratives provided by family members to create these confabulations. These methods, while ethical within the bounds of a scientific experiment designed to understand memory, represented a controlled and deliberate process of constructing untrue recollections within an individual's mind, demonstrating memory's surprising vulnerability to external influence. Exposure of these findings occurred through academic publication. Loftus's research, published in numerous peer-reviewed journals such as Journal of Experimental Psychology, Learning, Memory, and Cognition, became widely known within the scientific community and subsequently entered legal discourse. Her work, alongside that of other memory researchers, directly impacted discussions about the reliability of eyewitness testimony and recovered memories in legal proceedings. This was not a leak, but a deliberate dissemination of scientific findings. In the aftermath, the extensive evidence for confabulation and false memory creation led to significant reevaluation of memory's reliability, particularly in the legal system. Public reactions included intense debate, especially concerning repressed memories of childhood abuse and the validity of eyewitness accounts in criminal trials. Consequences included the development of improved guidelines for police interrogation techniques, emphasizing non-suggestive questioning, and the need for corroborating evidence beyond memory alone. It also led to greater skepticism regarding anecdotal memory accounts, and fostered a more nuanced understanding of memory as a dynamic, reconstructive process rather than a static recording. False confession syndrome prompting an INT. The recognition of false confession syndrome as a distinct phenomenon within legal and psychological contexts began to gain significant traction in the late 20th century, particularly from the 1980s onwards. Its origin lies in a growing body of evidence, often from DNA exonerations, that individuals had confessed to crimes they did not commit. Early cases, such as the Central Park 1989, highlighted how police interrogations could elicit untruthful admissions, prompting systematic investigation into the psychological dynamics at play. Legal scholars and psychologists like Richard Leo and Saul Kassin began to formally categorize and study these occurrences. The stated purpose of police interrogation techniques, which sometimes elicit false confessions, is to obtain truthful information and legitimate confessions from suspects, thereby aiding in crime resolution and prosecution. Law enforcement agencies assert that their methods are designed to identify the guilty and are justified by the need for public safety. However, the hidden activities that contribute to false confession syndrome involve specific, often coercive, interrogation tactics. These include prolonged isolation and questioning, sometimes for many hours or days, leading to sleep deprivation and cognitive impairment. The use of deception, such as lying about evidence, e.g., claiming fingerprints or DNA link the suspect to the crime. Minimization techniques, where interrogators downplay the severity of the alleged offense to encourage confession. Maximization techniques, where interrogators exaggerate the severity of the offense and the consequences of not confessing. And the denial of basic needs, such as food, water, or access to legal counsel. These tactics, particularly when applied to vulnerable populations, juveniles, individuals with intellectual disabilities, or mental health issues, can induce coerced compliant confessions, confessing to escape the interrogation, or even coerced internalized confessions, where the suspect comes to believe they committed the crime. These are hidden in the sense that they occur in private interrogation rooms, and their psychological impact is often not apparent to external observers. Exposure of false confession syndrome has primarily occurred through post-conviction DNA testing and the work of innocence projects. Organizations like the Innocence Project, established in 1992, have systematically reviewed wrongful convictions, finding that false confessions were a contributing factor in a significant percentage of DNA exonerations. This empirical evidence, alongside academic research published in psychological and legal journals, compelled public and legal attention. High-profile cases, publicized by investigative journalism and documentaries, further illuminated the issue. In the aftermath, there has been a significant public and legal response. Public reactions often include outrage and a demand for greater accountability in law enforcement. Consequences have included widespread calls for reform in interrogation practices, such as mandatory electronic recording of interrogations, limiting interrogation length, prohibiting deceptive tactics, and special protections for vulnerable suspects. Some states have implemented such reforms. Courts and legal scholars now routinely acknowledge the risk of false confessions, leading to changes in how confession evidence is weighed and presented in trials, aiming to prevent wrongful convictions. Behavioral contagion risk. The concept of behavioral illuminated how social contagion, the rapid spread of individuals to behaviors, emotions, or ideas through a stated group, collective phenomena. Gustave Le Bon's 1895 work, The Crowd Processes, Popular Mind, involves several key mechanisms. First described how individuals in a crowd could become susceptible to irrational impulses and imitate each other. Later, social psychology experiments in the mid-20th century, such as those by Solomon Asch on conformity 1951 and Stanley Milgram on obedience 1961, further illuminated how social pressures would compel individuals to adopt group behaviors. The stated purpose of studying behavioral contagion is to understand the mechanisms of social influence, group dynamics, and collective action. Researchers aim to identify the factors that facilitate or inhibit the rapid transmission of behaviors and emotions within populations. This knowledge is applied to fields ranging from public health to marketing and political science. However, the hidden activities, not in a covert sense but in the underlying, often unconscious, psychological processes, involve several key mechanisms. These include social referencing, where individuals look to others for cues on how to behave in ambiguous situations; emotional contagion, the unconscious mirroring and synchronization of emotions; and conformity pressure, where individuals adjust their behavior to align with perceived group norms to avoid social rejection or gain acceptance. In the digital age, the rapid dissemination of information and misinformation through social media platforms has amplified these effects, allowing behaviors e.g. self-harm trends, panic buying, collective protests, or even acts of violence to spread with unprecedented speed across geographically dispersed populations. The risk lies in the potential for rapid, uncritical adoption of behaviors, particularly those that are harmful or socially disruptive, without individuals engaging in independent critical evaluation. Exposure of behavioral contagion risk primarily occurs through academic research, analyses of real-world events, and the ongoing observation of social trends. Sociologists and psychologists regularly publish studies in journals such as Journal of Personality and Social Psychology and American Sociological Review, documenting instances and mechanisms. High-profile incidents like mass hysteria events, financial panics, or the rapid spread of viral challenges, some dangerous on social media platforms, serve as public illustrations of the phenomenon. The proliferation of research on online misinformation and its effects has further highlighted this risk. In the aftermath, the understanding of behavioral contagion has influenced various societal responses. Public reactions range from increased awareness of social pressures in collective settings to concerns over the manipulation of public opinion via social media. Consequences include the development of public health campaigns that account for social transmission of health behaviors, strategies for de-escalating crowd violence, and ongoing efforts by social media platforms to address the spread of harmful content or misinformation. Governments and public health organizations now actively monitor social trends for signs of negative behavioral contagion, aiming to implement timely interventions and promote resilience against detrimental social influences. PTSD induction studies. Beginning in the post-World War Roman II era, particularly during the Cold War, the United States and other nations initiated programs aimed at understanding and manipulating human psychological states. These operations, often highly classified, sought to develop methods for interrogation resistance, enhanced agent capabilities, and potentially mind control. Develop, however, enhanced agent unauthorized capabilities, human experimentation. Subjects. Notable efforts include aspects of the Central Intelligence Agency's MK-Ultra program, active from the early 1950s to the 1970s. Under this program, individuals were subjected to sensory deprivation, prolonged isolation, forced drug administration including LSD, electroshock therapy, and extreme psychological pressure, all designed to disorient and break down their mental integrity. Dr. Cameron, beneath this official object, Covert Allen Ultra Mind Program Memorial Control Activities Institute in Montreal, non-Canada, 1950 to the 1970, received funding from the CIA through shell organizations. His experiments, part of Project MK Naomi and later MK Ultra, involved inducing comas, administering large doses of hallucinogens, and subjecting patients to psychic driving through repeated audio loops, all without informed consent, often resulting in severe, lasting psychological damage consistent with post-traumatic stress disorder. Exposure of these practices began with the 1975 Church Committee investigations in the United States Senate, led by Senator Frank Church. Further details emerged following Freedom of Information Act requests and the partial declassification of thousands of documents. The New York Times reported extensively on the findings in 1977. Later, in the 1980s, victims and their families filed lawsuits against the U.S. government and involved institutions, seeking compensation for the harms inflicted. In the aftermath, public reaction was characterized by significant outrage over the ethical breaches and human rights violations. While the U.S. government initially offered limited admissions and compensation to some victims through out-of-court settlements in the late 1980s, full transparency and accountability remained contentious. The revelations underscored the critical need for strict ethical guidelines in human research, directly influencing the development of modern informed consent protocols and institutional review boards aimed at preventing similar abuses. Moral injury fallout. The concept of moral injury, while clinically formalized in the early 21st century, traces its operational origins to observations of combatants in various conflicts, particularly the Vietnam War and later, fear engagements in Basad, Iraq, and the trauma, Afghanistan. Unlike post-traumatic stress disorder (PTSD), based the trauma, stated purpose of moral injury recognizing, and describes the profound treating combat psychological related distress, that result from actions or inactions that transgress deeply held moral beliefs and expectations, whether by oneself or by others in positions of authority, which initially stated purpose of moral injury recognizing, and describes the profound treating combat psychological related distress, that results psychological distress focused predominantly on PTSD, with less emphasis on the distinct impact of moral and ethical transgressions. Clinical and military mental health frameworks primarily addressed anxiety, flashbacks, and hyperarousal. However, in hyperarousal, severe symptoms among veterans pointed to a different etiology beyond fear response trauma. Actual activities contributing to moral injury included situations where soldiers committed, failed to prevent, witnessed, or learned about acts that violated their core moral values. Examples include civilian casualties during operations, participation in actions deemed ethically questionable, betrayal by leadership through neglect or exploitation, or failure to uphold unit integrity. These experiences were often compounded by perceived lack of accountability, institutional denial, or societal indifference, leading to profound guilt, shame, and a sense of betrayal. These psychological wounds often remained unaddressed by conventional PTSD therapies. Exposure of moral injury as a distinct clinical concern was not a single event, but rather a gradual recognition driven by academic research and clinical observation. Key figures like Dr. Jonathan Shea, through his work with Vietnam veterans in the 1990s, and later Dr. Rita Brock and Dr. Gabriella Reyes, provided foundational frameworks. Their publications and presentations to military and clinical communities highlighted the unique symptoms and needs of those suffering from moral transgressions, distinct from fear-based trauma. In the aftermath, moral injury gained increasing recognition within military mental health care and academic psychology from the 2010s onward. This led to the development of specific therapeutic interventions, distinct from those for PTSD, focusing on forgiveness, reconciliation, and restoration of trust. Despite this progress, challenges remain in fully integrating moral injury into standard diagnostic and treatment protocols, as well as addressing the systemic and organizational factors within military and institutional contexts that contribute to its occurrence. Resilience building failure, 2000, particularly following the September 11, 2001, attacks and subsequent prolonged conflicts. The origin of these large-scale programs, such as the U.S. Army's Comprehensive Soldier Fitness (CSF) program, launched in 2009, stemmed from a desire to mitigate the psychological impact of combat in high-stress professions, reduce rates of post-traumatic stress disorder, and enhance overall readiness and performance. Their stated purpose was to equip individuals with psychological tools and coping mechanisms to effectively navigate adversity, stress, and trauma. Programs aim to foster mental toughness, emotional regulation, and social support networks, thereby preventing mental health issues and improving post-traumatic growth. And trauma and social support networks, preventing and mental health widespread issues and deployment across military units, post-traumatic growth. However, the implementation revealed significant shortcomings and unintended consequences. Despite substantial investment, actual activities often prioritized a one-size-fits-all approach, relying on generic training exercises that lacked personalized relevance. The focus frequently remained on individual psychological deficits rather than addressing systemic stressors, cultural barriers to seeking help, or organizational failures. This approach, at times, inadvertently stigmatized vulnerability, implicitly blaming individuals for their inability to bounce back and failing to acknowledge the severity of cumulative trauma or moral injury. The programs often lacked robust long-term follow-up and integration with clinical care, leading to a disconnect between training and real-world application. Exposure of these failures came through various channels. Internal military audits, academic research, and independent analyses indicated that while some aspects of resilience training might have marginal benefits, they were largely insufficient to prevent or significantly reduce the escalating rates of veteran suicide, depression, and PTSD, which continued to rise over the same period. Reports from organizations like the RAND Corporation and analyses published in professional journals highlighted the gap between program intent and outcomes, identifying issues with methodology, efficacy, and application. Anecdotal accounts from service members also frequently detailed the perfunctory nature of the training and its limited practical utility. In the aftermath, these revelations led to calls for a fundamental reevaluation of resilience strategies. While the concept of resilience remained valuable, emphasis shifted towards more individualized, evidence-based interventions, greater integration with clinical mental health services, and a broader understanding that organizational culture and systemic support are as critical as individual coping skills. The failure of broad, mandatory programs underscored the complexity of psychological well-being in high-stress environments and the limitations of simplistic solutions. Victim rehabilitation challenges. The systematic challenge of victim rehabilitation originates from the aftermath of large-scale human rights abuses, conflicts, and state-sponsored violence, becoming particularly pronounced in post-conflict or post-authoritarian transition societies globally, such as post-apartheid South Africa or post-genocide Rwanda. Conflicts. Rehabilitation. These programs are often mandated by peace initiatives, is multifaceted, or restore international physical health through humanitarian medical interventions, address psychological injuries through counseling and therapy, facilitate social reintegration by overcoming stigmatization and reestablishing community ties, and provide material support or reparations to compensate for losses. Rehabilitation. These programs are transitional justice frameworks, or restore international physical health through humanitarian law. However, the actual implementation frequently encounters significant obstacles, leading to chronic underperformance. Covert or implicit challenges include insufficient financial allocation, leading to inadequate resources for medical and psychological services, often located in urban centers far from affected populations. Political interference or lack of sustained governmental commitment can derail long-term programs. Furthermore, a pervasive challenge is the re-traumatization of victims through bureaucratic or legal processes, where repeated recounting of horrific experiences for documentation or compensation purposes inadvertently exacerbates psychological distress. Societal stigmatization, lack of specialized mental health professionals trained in trauma-informed care, and the sheer scale of the need often overwhelm existing capacities. Additionally, some programs prioritize reconciliation narratives over comprehensive individual support, overlooking ongoing personal suffering. Exposure of these challenges typically comes through detailed reports from non-governmental organizations like Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch, United Nations bodies, and academic research. Evaluations of transitional justice mechanisms, such as truth and reconciliation commissions, frequently highlight the gap between reparations promised and delivered, or the inadequacy of psychological support provided. Survivor testimonies, compiled through oral histories and investigative journalism, consistently illuminate the continuing struggle for healing and reintegration, even decades after the initial abuses. In the aftermath, persistent advocacy from victim groups and human rights organizations continues to press for more comprehensive, victim-centered, and adequately funded rehabilitation programs. This has led to the development of more nuanced approaches to reparations, including symbolic and collective forms of redress, and increased emphasis on community-based psychosocial support models. Despite these efforts, victim rehabilitation remains an ongoing, complex challenge marked by persistent resource deficits and the enduring legacy of trauma, underscoring the long-term societal impacts of human rights violations. Informed consent paradigm. The informed consent paradigm, as a foundational ethical principle in human research and clinical practice, gained critical impetus following revelations of egregious human experimentation during World War II and its immediate aftermath. Its formal origin is often traced to the Nuremberg Code of 1947, a set of 10 ethical principles for human experimentation developed in response to the atrocities committed by Nazi physicians. Later, in the United States, further impetus came from revelations in the mid-20th century regarding unethical research practices. An informed set of 10 consent is to ethically protect the autonomy and well-being of principles human for subjects, and participate in research or receive medical treatment, based on a clear and comprehensive understanding of its nature, purpose, risks, benefits, and alternatives. Research based on a practice as purpose individuals from exploitation. Existence of risks, ethical codes, and practices alternatives continued to deviate significantly from these principles for decades. Covert activities and widespread violations included the infamous Tuskegee syphilis study, 1932-1972, where African American men with syphilis were deliberately left untreated for decades to study the natural progression of the disease, without their knowledge or consent. Other examples included the Willowbrook State School hepatitis experiments 1956-1971, where mentally disabled children were intentionally infected with hepatitis, and various radiation experiments conducted by government agencies on unwitting citizens. These activities were characterized by deception exploitation of vulnerable populations, and a severe lack of transparency, demonstrating a profound disregard for patient autonomy and basic human rights. Exposure of these widespread violations occurred incrementally. The Tuskegee syphilis study was brought to public attention by whistleblower Peter Buxton in 1972 and extensively reported by journalist Jean Heller of the Associated Press. Similar exposures of other unethical research followed, catalyzed by public outcry and academic critique, notably Dr. Henry K. Beecher's 1966 article in the New England Journal of Medicine detailing 22 unethical human experiments. These revelations led to a public reckoning and government investigations. In the aftermath, the U.S. Congress established the National Commission for the Protection of Human Subjects of Biomedical and Behavioral Research in 1974. Their seminal 1979 report, the Belmont Report, articulated the core ethical principles of respect for persons, beneficence, and justice, which became the bedrock of modern research ethics. This led to the promulgation of federal regulations, known as the Common Rule 45 CFR Part 46, requiring institutional review boards (IRBs) to approve and oversee human subjects research. While these measures significantly strengthen protections, ongoing vigilance and adaptation are required to address emerging ethical dilemmas in biomedical science. Debriefing ethical imperative. The practice of critical incident stress debriefing (CIST) emerged in the 1980s, primarily within military, emergency services, and first responder communities. Its origin stemmed from a recognition that exposure to traumatic events could lead to significant psychological distress and potential post-traumatic stress disorder (PTSD). The aim was to create a structured intervention to process traumatic experiences in the immediate aftermath, thereby preventing long-term psychological harm. The stated purpose of CIST, as conceptualized by Jeffrey Mitchell, was to provide a structured, single-session group intervention within 24 to 72 hours of a critical incident, thereby reactions preventing long-term psychological normalize harm responses, promote psychological closure, and facilitate group cohesion among those exposed to trauma. The underlying theory suggested that early verbal processing of traumatic memories was crucial for preventing later psychopathology. However, psychopathology. The actual implementation of mandatory, immediate debriefing sessions became ethically contentious and potentially counterproductive. Studies and clinical observations revealed that for some individuals, being compelled to recount traumatic events shortly after exposure could be re-traumatizing, interfering with natural coping mechanisms and potentially increasing distress. This forced processing, often in group settings, sometimes led to a feeling of violation or a sense of being scrutinized. Furthermore, the absence of robust empirical evidence supporting CIST effectiveness, and indeed, some studies suggesting iatrogenic treatment-induced harm, exposed a critical flaw in its widespread application. This included the concern that individuals might feel pressured to conform to group narratives or disclose sensitive information before they were ready. Exposure of these limitations and ethical concerns began to emerge in the late 1990s and early 2000s. Key research, including meta-analyses by scholars like Bisson and Rose in 2005, demonstrated that CIST was not effective in preventing PTSD and, in some cases, was associated with worse outcomes compared to no intervention or alternative support. These findings were disseminated through professional journals, academic conferences, and clinical guidelines issued by organizations such as the American Psychological Association and the World Health Organization, leading to a shift in expert consensus. In the aftermath, the ethical imperative shifted from mandated, single-session debriefings to more flexible, voluntary, and evidence-based approaches to critical incident stress management. This included the adoption of psychological first aid principles, which prioritize providing comfort, practical support, and basic needs, and only encouraging disclosure when and if the individual is ready. Professional guidelines were revised to emphasize individual choice, respect for natural coping, and the avoidance of coercive interventions. While the need for early support post-trauma remains recognized, the methodology and ethical considerations have undergone significant refinement, prioritizing patient autonomy and evidence-based practice over a rigid, potentially harmful protocol. Whistleblower courage. The phenomenon of whistleblower courage originates from an individual's decision to reveal classified or sensitive information regarding illegal, unethical, or dangerous activities within a government or organization. A prominent contemporary case involves Edward Snowden, a former contractor for the U.S. National Security Agency, NSA. Concerns about the whistleblower extent encouraged legality of global surveillance programs. Snowden's stated purpose was to inform the public about what he perceived as widespread, unconstitutional surveillance by the NSA and its international partners, a violation of fundamental privacy rights. Debate above unacceptable limits on state power and individual liberty. Through Snowden's disclosures, a comprehensive picture of previously covert activities emerged. A belief that these regarding citizens included deserved to know the full details of the schizoprism of program government day, informed which compelled democratic technology debate about acceptable companies to provide limits on user data. Informed which compelled democratic technology debate about acceptable companies to provide limits on dangerous activities emerged activities within a government or organization. Collection of vast amounts of violation of involves telephone metadata under Edward Fundamental Privacy Section 215 of the Snowden Rights Patriot Act. These revelations indicated that the NSA was systematically collecting and storing communications data on millions of ordinary citizens, both domestically and internationally, often without specific warrants or probable cause, circumventing existing privacy laws and congressional oversight to a significant degree. Exposure occurred in June 2013, when Snowden provided classified documents to journalists Glenn Greenwald and Laura Poitras, and Ewan MacAskill of The Guardian and The Washington Post. These news organizations then published a series of articles detailing the scope and nature of the NSA's surveillance programs, triggering an immediate global reaction. Snowden himself revealed his identity shortly after the initial publications. In the aftermath, public and international reactions were deeply divided. Governments, particularly the US and UK, condemned Snowden as a traitor and charged him with espionage, while privacy advocates and human rights organizations hailed him as a hero. The revelations ignited a global debate on privacy versus national security, prompting investigations by legislative bodies in multiple countries. The U.S. enacted the USA Freedom Act in 2015, ending the bulk collection of telephone metadata, a direct consequence of the Snowden leaks. Internationally, the disclosures led to diplomatic tensions and increased scrutiny of intelligence sharing agreements. Snowden remains in asylum in Russia, facing ongoing legal consequences should he return to the United States. The discourse on digital rights and government transparency continues to be shaped by his actions and restore public accountability confidence measures. The establishment of robust government accountability measures originates primarily from periods of significant public distrust and revelations of executive overreach, notably in the United States following the Watergate scandal and disclosures regarding intelligence agency abuses in the 1970s. The Church Committee Investigations 1975-1976 in the U.S. Senate and the Pike Committee in the House of Representatives exposed extensive covert operations and illegal activities by the CIA, FBI, and other intelligence agencies. The stated purpose of subsequent accountability measures was to prevent future abuses of power, enhance transparency in government operations, ensure adherence to the rule of law, and restore public confidence. This included establishing legislative oversight mechanisms, strengthening whistleblower protections, and increasing public access to government information. Despite these stated purposes, the implementation of accountability often faced significant resistance, and covert activities to circumvent oversight persisted. Continued use of classified strengthening programs to hide controversial whistleblower protections operations, the strategic government information, withholding of information from Congress and the public, and, in some cases, retaliation against internal dissenters or whistleblowers. Agencies sometimes exploited legal ambiguities, employed executive privilege to stonewall investigations, or maintained broad interpretations of national security directives to justify non-disclosure. These actions often created a pervasive culture of secrecy that challenged legislative attempts at control and public scrutiny. Exposure of these continued challenges typically occurred through persistent investigative journalism, further whistleblower revelations, e.g., Iran-Contra affair in the 1980, NSA surveillance leaks in the 2010, and ongoing congressional hearings. Freedom of Information Act FOIA requests, though often met with lengthy delays or heavy redactions, have also served as a critical mechanism for uncovering previously concealed government actions. Legal challenges brought by civil liberties organizations have further forced disclosures and challenged the scope of executive power. In the aftermath, the system of government accountability remains in a dynamic state of tension between executive secrecy and democratic oversight. While permanent intelligence oversight committees were established in both houses of Congress, and the Inspector General Act of 1978 created internal watchdogs across federal agencies, the balance of power continues to shift. Debates surrounding classification levels, the scope of surveillance, and the protections afforded to whistleblowers consistently highlight the ongoing challenges in ensuring comprehensive and effective government accountability while balancing national security imperatives. Modern bioethics commissions. The formation of modern bioethics commissions originates from a growing awareness in the mid-20th century of complex ethical dilemmas posed by rapid advancements in biomedical research and medical practice, particularly following revelations of human experimentation abuses. In the United States, the National Commission for the Protection of Human Subjects of Biomedical and Behavioral Research, established in 1974, was a direct response to scandals such as the Tuskegee syphilis study. Subsequent commissions, like the Presidential Commission for the Study of Bioethical Issues, established by executive order in 2009, continue this legacy. The stated purpose of these commissions is to provide expert, independent advice to policymakers, healthcare professionals, and the public on ethical issues arising from progress in biology, medicine, and technology. Tasked with was a direct conducting response to thorough scandals such as the Tuskegee syphilis study. Public like the Presidential Commission for the Study of Hearings Bioethical Issues, Order in 2009, issuing reports and recommendations to guide ethical conduct in areas such as human genetic engineering, neuroscience, organ transplantation, and end-of-life care, aiming to ensure public trust and responsible innovation. While bioethics commissions are generally structured for transparency and public engagement, their influence can be subtly constrained. Challenges to their effectiveness are not typically covert activities in the sense of illegal acts, but rather limitations inherent in their advisory role. These can include a lack of direct enforcement power, reliance on political will for the adoption of their recommendations, or susceptibility to shifting political agendas that may limit their scope or independence. The composition of commissions, while often diverse, may also reflect political appointments or specific disciplinary biases, potentially shaping the focus or conclusions of their reports in ways not universally accepted. Furthermore, the rapid pace of technological advancement can sometimes outstrip the Commission's ability to deliberate and issue timely guidance. Exposure of these limitations usually occurs through academic critiques, public discourse on the implementation, or lack thereof of their recommendations, or internal debates and dissenting opinions published within their own reports. Media analyses often scrutinize the practical impact of a commission's findings, highlighting where policy or practice deviates from ethical guidance. For instance, debates surrounding the ethical use of CRISPR gene editing technology often involve referencing prior commission reports and noting where new scientific capabilities push beyond existing frameworks. In the aftermath, modern bioethics commissions continue to serve as crucial deliberative bodies. Their reports and ethical frameworks often inform national legislation, institutional policies, e.g., hospital ethics committees, research review boards, and international guidelines. While their direct legislative power is limited, their enduring role lies in shaping the ethical discourse, raising public awareness, and providing a principled foundation for navigating complex moral questions in an era of accelerating scientific and technological change. Neurorights advocacy. The concept of neurorights advocacy emerged in the early 21st century, prompted by rapid advancements in neurotechnology, artificial intelligence, and neuroscience. As brain-computer interfaces, neuroimaging, and neural implants became more sophisticated, legal scholars and scientists, notably Professor Rafa L. Youst of Columbia University, began articulating the urgent need for new human rights protections specific to the brain and mental processes. The origin stems from a proactive recognition of articulating the potential urgent need societal for new human rights challenge and protections specific to the ethical brain and mental dilemmas before widespread processes misuse occurs. Fundamental cognitive aspects of liberty, human freedom to make one's identity-own decisions, psychological autonomy, protection against and privacy, in the face of alteration of emerging one's sense of self neurotechnologies. The stated unauthorized access to purpose of brain neurodata rights advocacy is fundamental cognitive aspects of liberty, human freedom to make one's identity-own decisions, protection against and privacy in the face of alteration of emerging one's sense of self, and fair access to neuroenhancement technologies. Unlike other subtopics, there are no covert activities that have already occurred and been exposed in the traditional sense, as neurorights advocacy is largely a preventative measure. However, the hidden activities it seeks to prevent are the potential future misuses of neurotechnology, unauthorized commercial or state surveillance of neural data, manipulation of thoughts, emotions, or decision-making through brain interface technologies, discrimination based on neural profiles, or the creation of a neurodivide where only the wealthy can access cognitive enhancements, leading to new forms of social inequality. These are the societal risks that the advocacy movement aims to preemptively address through legal and ethical safeguards. Exposure of the need for neurorights is occurring through academic publications, high-profile scientific conferences, and public advocacy campaigns. Seminal papers by scholars like Youst and his colleagues, alongside discussions at the United Nations and UNESCO, have brought the issue into the global ethical and legal discourse. The increasing commercialization of neurodevices, from consumer brain-sensing headbands to advanced medical implants, serves as a tangible demonstration of the technologies that necessitate these new protections. In the aftermath, neurorights advocacy has led to concrete legislative action. In 2021, Chile became the first nation in the world to amend its constitution to explicitly protect neurorights, specifically safeguarding brain activity and mental integrity. This landmark decision catalyzed further international discussions, with UNESCO establishing an ad hoc expert committee on neurotechnology ethics. Organizations like the Neurorights Initiative continue to lobby for the inclusion of these rights in international human rights frameworks, recognizing the profound implications of neurotechnology for human identity and freedom, and establishing a proactive legal response to impending technological capabilities. Future research safeguards. The necessity for safeguards in scientific inquiry gained prominence in the mid-20th century, particularly following the revelations regarding unchecked human experimentation during World War II and the subsequent rapid advancements in nuclear physics. As the 21st century progressed, concerns expanded to include biotechnology, artificial intelligence, and neurotechnologies. The stated purpose of establishing future research safeguards was to institute robust ethical guidelines, transparent oversight mechanisms, and comprehensive regulatory frameworks. This was intended to prevent the misuse of emerging technologies, ensure the responsible conduct of research, and protect human dignity and ecological integrity from unintended or malicious consequences. Entities such as the National Institutes of Health (NIH) and various national bioethics commissions were mandated to develop these protocols. Ecological integrity from undisclosed dual-use research, unintended or projects, particularly those funded by defense or intelligence agencies. Bioethics commissions were mandated to develop these operated protocols outside established ethical review boards. Examples include clandestine biological research programs conducted by entities such as Unit 731 during World War II, or later, elements of Project Mnaemi which explored biological agents, often with minimal public oversight. In contemporary contexts, private corporations engaged in hyper-competitive fields like AI development have been documented to bypass independent ethical audits, prioritizing rapid deployment and market dominance over rigorous safety testing or bias mitigation. Such hidden activities often involved manipulating data streams, suppressing internal dissent regarding ethical concerns, or establishing shell companies to obscure research origins. The exposure of these circumventions typically occurred through whistleblower disclosures, leaked internal documents, or independent investigative journalism. For instance, the Church Committee investigations in the United States during the 1970s brought to light numerous classified programs, including aspects of Project MKUltra, which had conducted unethical human experimentation without consent. More recently, organizations like the Center for AI Safety have issued warnings about potential catastrophic risks, prompting public discourse. The aftermath of such exposures has varied, often leading to public outcry and calls for stricter legislation. While some regulatory bodies were strengthened, official denials of systemic misconduct were common. Penalties for non-compliance often proved insufficient to deter well-funded state or corporate actors, perpetuating a cycle where the pursuit of cutting-edge capabilities continues to challenge the very safeguards designed to contain them. Ethics predictive pull-up-C. Algorithms. The need for ethical consideration in artificial intelligence emerged concurrently with its foundational development in the mid-20th century, notably articulated by figures such as Alan Turing and Norbert Wiener, who contemplated the societal implications of intelligent machines. As AI advanced into practical applications in the 21st century, questions of algorithmic bias, transparency, and accountability became paramount. The stated purpose of incorporating AI ethics was to ensure that the development and deployment of artificial intelligence systems aligned with fundamental human values, promoted fairness, prevented discrimination, and maintained human oversight. Initiatives by organizations like the European Commission, the Partnership on AI, and various national AI strategies aim to codify TE's principles. Despite these stated intentions, hidden activities frequently revealed a disregard for ethical principles in practice. The biases in stated training purpose data, leading to discriminatory outcomes in areas such as facial recognition, predictive policing, and hiring algorithms. Specific examples include the documented racial bias in certain commercial facial recognition systems, identified by researchers like Joy Buolamwini, or gender bias in hiring algorithms. Furthermore, the extensive use of AI for mass surveillance, often without adequate public consent or judicial oversight, by state security apparatuses constituted a significant ethical breach. Covert data collection practices and the unacknowledged use of AI for psychological manipulation through social media platforms also fell outside stated ethical frameworks. Exposure of these ethical lapses typically occurred through academic research, investigative journalism, and internal leaks. Reports from institutions such as MIT Media Lab and independent media outlets like the New York Times frequently detailed instances of AI bias and misuse. For example, analyses of criminal justice AI tools consistently highlighted disparate impacts on minority populations. The aftermath has included public and political pressure for greater regulation, leading to the development of frameworks like the EU AI Act. Technology companies often issued public apologies and pledged to develop responsible AI principles, establishing internal ethics boards. However, enforcement remains challenging due to the rapid pace of technological development and the competitive pressures driving AI innovation, resulting in ongoing debates regarding algorithmic accountability and the effectiveness of self-regulation. Consciousness ethical bounds. The ethical boundaries surrounding the study and potential manipulation of consciousness became a significant concern in the early 21st century, driven by rapid advancements in neuroscience, neuroprosthetics, and advanced artificial intelligence. While philosophical inquiries into consciousness spanned millennia, technological capabilities began to approach the capacity to directly observe, simulate, or even alter neural activity associated with conscious experience. The stated purpose of establishing ethical bounds was to safeguard human dignity, autonomy, and identity, ensuring that number of research into hidden consciousness did not lead to exploitation, unintended covert cognitive programs alteration, particularly. International bodies and academic consortia began to draft guidelines for neuroethics and AI sentience. Challenged or overtly breached. Unintended covert cognitive programs, particularly those or the linked to creation of military or sentient entities without appropriate intelligence moral consideration agencies, explored the potential for consciousness manipulation for interrogation, influence, or control. Projects such as the previously declassified MK-Ultra program, though predating advanced neurotechnology, established a precedent for clandestine human experimentation aimed at altering mental states. More recently, unacknowledged research involving invasive brain-computer interfaces, BCIs in human subjects, particularly those in vulnerable populations, has been suspected of pursuing capabilities beyond therapeutic applications. Furthermore, the development of sophisticated AI models exhibiting emergent properties that some researchers consider nascent forms of consciousness has occurred without clear ethical oversight regarding their rights or potential misuse. Exposure of these activities has been rare but impactful. Isolated whistleblower accounts from former intelligence operatives or researchers, coupled with leaked documents detailing experimental protocols, have occasionally surfaced. Public records of research grant applications or patents sometimes hint at broader, unstated objectives. The detection of anomalous neurological responses in test subjects, not attributable to stated research goals, has also prompted concern. The aftermath typically involves intense public and scientific debate regarding the definition of consciousness and personhood. Calls for international moratoria on specific research areas, particularly those involving direct brain manipulation or sentient AI, have followed. While official denials of illegal or unethical programs are common, the ethical boundaries of consciousness research remain a highly contested and evolving domain, pushing the limits of current regulatory frameworks. Unseen psychological scars. The recognition of profound and enduring psychological trauma resulting from conflict and systemic abuse emerged gradually, gaining significant traction following the World Wars. Initially termed shell shock or combat fatigue, the understanding evolved to encompass post-traumatic stress disorder (PTSD) and other complex psychological injuries. The stated purpose of examining these unseen scars was to provide therapeutic intervention, rehabilitation, and support for affected individuals, particularly veterans and victims of state-sponsored violence. Public health initiatives and specialized medical services were developed to address these impacts, aiming to restore well-being and integrate individuals back into society. Despite these stated intentions, hidden activities frequently contributed to the very psychological damage that official programs sought to mitigate. Psychological operations, particularly conducted by veterans and victims of intelligence state agencies, such as elements of the CIA's Project MK-Ultra, declassified in part by the Church Committee in the 1970s. Explicital. Why sought to induce psychological distress, disorientation, and control through methods like sensory deprivation, drug-induced manipulation, and various forms of psychological torture. These experiments, conducted on unwitting subjects, created profound and lasting trauma. Similarly, systematic repression by authoritarian regimes, involving extensive surveillance, arbitrary detention, and public humiliation, deliberately leveraged psychological pressure to instill fear and compliance within populations, leaving deep collective unseen scars that persisted across generations. The deliberate dissemination of disinformation and propaganda to polarize societies also inflicted psychological strain. Exposure of these hidden activities often occurred through official investigations, whistleblower testimonies, and academic research. The Church Committee's revelations regarding MK-Ultra brought to light extensive state-sponsored human experimentation. Independent human rights organizations, such as Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch, have consistently documented the psychological impact of torture and repressive state policies globally. Survivor testimonies and memoirs have also provided crucial insights. The aftermath typically included public outcry and demands for accountability. While some official apologies and reparations have been made in isolated cases, full acknowledgement and comprehensive support for the millions affected by such unseen psychological scars remain challenging. The long-term societal and individual impacts often continue unaddressed, highlighting the enduring legacy of systemic psychological manipulation. Preventing future atrocities. The imperative to prevent future atrocities emerged directly from the unparalleled horrors of World War II, particularly the Holocaust. This collective trauma led to the establishment of the United Nations in 1945 and the adoption of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide in 1948. The stated purpose of these frameworks and subsequent international legal and diplomatic initiatives, including the responsibility to protect R2P doctrine endorsed by the UN in 2005, was to develop early warning systems, diplomatic mechanisms, and intervention capabilities to prevent genocide, war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. Humanitarian principles, and including the intervening where sovereign to protect our state's 2P doctrine, failed to endorse it by the Protect Their UN in populations. However, hidden activities have consistently undermined these prevention efforts. Certain state actors, while publicly adhering to international norms, have covertly supported regimes or paramilitary groups engaged in the very atrocities they pledged to prevent. However, and crimes against atrocities humanity pledged to prevent intelligence sharing or diplomatic protection, driven by geopolitical interests or resource acquisition. For instance, in several conflicts, intelligence agencies possessed detailed knowledge of impending mass killings, but failed to act or selectively disseminated information to avoid intervention. Official government reports, such as the UN's own assessments of the Rwandan genocide in 1994, later confirmed that sufficient intelligence existed, but political will for decisive action was absent. Additionally, state-sponsored disinformation campaigns, often conducted through clandestine channels, have been documented to fuel ethnic or religious hatred, thereby contributing to the conditions for atrocities. Exposure of these hidden activities frequently occurred through leaked intelligence assessments, reports by independent human rights organizations like Human Rights Watch and Physicians for Human Rights, and investigative journalism. The revelations concerning inaction during the Bosnian War 1992-1995 or the Darfur conflict 2003 onwards highlighted the gap between stated commitments and actual conduct. The aftermath has typically involved international condemnation, the establishment of ad hoc international criminal tribunals such as the ICTY and ICTR, and the International Criminal Court ICC. However, the application of justice has been inconsistent, often hampered by political expediency and the veto power within the UN Security Council. Despite the clear lessons from historical atrocities, the mechanisms for prevention remain fragile, repeatedly demonstrating the persistent challenges in translating international commitments into decisive action.